Whatever.
Yo, shout out FYF Sports Debates.
Ticket.
You stuck right now?
Ticket ain't never.
Hey, man. What's good, man? I said I got to go live on my main channel for this. We have, if for some of you guys that don't know, we've been going live on our second channel a lot more recently. FYF Sports Debates Live. That's the name of that channel. This is FYF Sports, man. I appreciate you guys being here today. Today is going to be an open panel show where we're going to have all of you guys come up here and we're going to speak on the first primary talking point, right? The first primary talking point is going to be the psychology behind the LeBron James hate. I don't understand the psychology. And salute to A Weezy Bang. Salute to Sturdy. Right? Salute to Retro. I see you here, Retro. I appreciate everybody pulling up today. Today we got to talk about the psychology. When we come on the panel, right? I want to know what is this psychology, right? Because when I was listening, y'all know, man, Players Choice Podcast is blowing up. I've been listening to it. I love their talking points. But today they had an interesting panelist on. They had a dude by the name, y'all might know Mr. Moss, right? And I'm listening to Mr. Moss. I'm listening to him on Players Choice Podcast. And I'm saying, you have an opportunity to showcase, right? This is probably one of the bigger platforms you've sat on in front of a ton of people. This video is going to be seen by essentially tens and thousands of people. But you take it upon yourself to pull up Basketball Reference. And then what you do is you sift through every year where LeBron James didn't win a championship. It's almost like he has this embedded in his memory. Every year that he didn't win a championship, This is the reason why LeBron isn't great. This is the reason why you have players like Tim Duncan and Kobe over LeBron. You burn these into memory. You put absolutely no context to it. You just say that he lost. You almost make casuals like this dumb the game down to the point where you would, if you never played basketball before, casuals like Mr. Moss will have you believing that the game of basketball is 1-on-5. Because these fools will say LeBron didn't get to the playoffs. As if you don't need 5 guys and a bench and a coach and an organization to get to the playoffs. They put all of this on LeBron. And the funniest part about it is that some of their favorite players, even a guy like Tim Duncan, who played, a ton of years in the NBA, he only has 5. He has a ton of years in the NBA where he didn't win a chip. Most players, including the greatest players of all time, most players have more seasons in the NBA where they don't win a chip than when they do. This is just how it goes. You will, and most of these people at the same time, because with that same weird logic, none of these guys have Bill Russell, the guy that is the best winner of all time in the NBA. None of these fools have Bill Russell in a top 5. Because when you start to talk about Bill Russell, because you want to use their logic, then they get to acting as if they watched Bill Russell play, and they'll call that competition trash. I don't understand their logic. I don't understand people like Mr. Moss who put no context to any of the things he said. Literally, he's running off games in 2016 where he didn't show up. Y'all know I could literally do the same thing with arguably the greatest player of all time, Michael Jordan. We could talk about how the 1988 elimination game, Jordan 2 points in the fourth quarter. We could talk about how Jordan turned the ball over twice in the clutch against the Orlando Magic in 95. We could talk about how Jordan got benched in 92 in a closeout game against the Blazers. And Pippen had to lead the team on a comeback. I could literally do petty, stupid stuff like that just to nitpick at Michael Jordan, just to try to make an oddball argument that that's not what makes a player top 10 all time. Individual moments, individual games don't define a player's entire career. A player's entire career is defined. A lot of times, the losses help define a player's greatness. See, Michael Jordan isn't who he is without getting beat down the first few years he was in the league. Michael Jordan isn't who he is without Phil Jackson showing him that he needs to trust his teammates a little bit better, right? He needs to have a little bit more faith, allow everyone to have roles, including himself, to be a champion. I heard these clowns talking about Dominique Wilkins. Do you guys know how close Dominique Wilkins was to being a champion? See, this is why you can't define a player purely on championships. The Los Angeles Lakers had the opportunity to draft Dominique Wilkins over James Worthy. We look at Dominique Wilkins completely different if he gets drafted to that Laker team and he's playing with Magic. We look at his career completely differently. And as opposed to elevating James Worthy, because James Worthy was in that top 50 the first time around, then I guarantee you Dominique Wilkins would have been in there the first time around had he had just got drafted to the correct team. If Tim Duncan would have started his career and would have got drafted to, let's say, the Los Angeles Clippers or some bottom feeder team and not a pristine organization that's literally the epitome. I mean, everybody wants to be have this type of template, if he doesn't get drafted to the Spurs, we're not talking about Tim Duncan in the same light. Winning and losing, because this is what these clowns like Mr. Mosh, I hope he pulls up, right? All these people with these winning over everything, all this weird logic that where they say this winning championship 6-0. This is not what defines greatness. It's a career. It's a career of greatness. And even in losses, these are things that eventually elevate you. And these are the things that have elevated LeBron James to where he is. When you look to his rookie season, how we've seen many first-round draft picks. We've seen a ton of first-round draft picks with the pressure to be great fold. One of the greatest things you can take out of LeBron James' situation is, out of all the people with that pressure, he never let it wilt him. It never stopped him. He came in with high expectations. He lived up to the expectations. By year 3, Jerry West was calling him the best player in the league. Not me. Look, listen to this, y'all. This isn't me. This isn't fans. This is one of the greatest basketball minds of all time. By year 3, he said LeBron James was the best basketball player in the game. And he hadn't won anything. I just don't understand this logic. And it just sounds it's so comical when I hear guys literally just pull up Basketball Reference. Oh, in 2016, man, he lost, man. And this year he lost, man. That ain't talking basketball. Put context to it. Oh, the idiots, and I'm going to open the panel up here in a second. These idiots will say the great players don't get swept in the finals. You got to get to the finals. These idiots will say Iverson at least got one game against the Lakers. Oh, so we can glorify Iverson's entire career, because if we base Iverson's career using their logic on winning and losing, Iverson was a loser. It should not even be brought up in real basketball conversations. But see, most of us understand that Iverson wasn't always on the greatest teams. He wasn't always with the best organization. We know that Iverson himself had his own pitfalls, off the court things, and we put all of that into context. And we're able to place him appropriately based on his greatness, based on some of the things that he dealt with his teams, coaches. And then also we know Iverson, how the NBA pushed back a lot against some of the cultural things he was doing. But we put all that into context. And so that stops people with common sense from running around labeling Iverson as a loser, because we can use context and we can still label him as one of the greatest small basketball players of all time, even though he did not win anything. You got idiots who look at LeBron James. I'm talking about, these are some of the dumbest basketball people I've ever seen. They will literally say to LeBron James, he got swept in the finals, as if he did not play 3 series prior to get to the finals, as if he didn't beat great teams on the way. All this stupid stuff, the dumbest logic. Okay, you get swept in the finals. Sometimes you get outmatched. It happens. But then when people bring up that Kobe, see, and this is what happens when you start talking about LeBron getting swept in the finals, and then you have the nerve to put a player like Kobe over LeBron, then you open the door for people to say, well, Kobe got swept before the finals. And then now these idiots have to run around trying to make excuses for why Kobe got swept. Oh, Kobe's team and this, Kobe, his team, he had to. Now you got to run around explaining stupid stuff. Now you got to try. That's what happens when you come with these dumb arguments about getting swept in the finals. The logic I don't understand the psychology of the people who hate LeBron. There's really no reason to hate him. And then you have easily the dumbest basketball take of all of this is that he's switching teams, running from the grind. What the fuck? What does that even mean? He's switching teams, running from the grind. I literally listened to Ticket TV talk about how Charles Barkley was better than Kevin Durant. And he said that Barkley didn't run from the grind. How stupid does that sound? Do y'all know Barkley? Barkley was on the Sixers. He ran from the grind and went to a 53-win team in the Phoenix Suns. Did he? Didn't he go to the Phoenix Suns, a 50-win team? He went to a great team already. So he ran from the grind, went to a great Phoenix team that had all-stars, Kevin Johnson, they had Cedric Ceballos, they had Tom Chambers. And then they got to the finals. He ran from the grind to go with a team. And you can't say that Phoenix wasn't good already. They were good already. They got better with Barkley. And they got to the finals and failed. Then he ran from the grind again and thought he was going to formulate some weird super team in Houston. But by that time, he was already out of shape. We got Leon Gaines in the panel, man. He says, facts. He says, FYF loves Ticket TV. Hey, Leon Gaines, I got love for everybody. But see, Leon Gaines, I haven't seen you on the panel before. This is called FYF Sports. It's called Fuck Your Feelings. This channel was created to attack dumb logic, dumb basketball takes. Ticket just happens to have the most dumb basketball takes. So he probably going to get brought up a lot more than most. That's what we do here. We talk about basketball takes, Leon Gaines. We don't talk about people. We don't talk about your mama. We ain't going to talk about your kids. But we will talk about your dumb basketball takes. That's what we do here. Why you come over here to FYF Sports knowing it's Fuck Your Feelings, acting as if that's not what we do? This is a basketball debate channel. We've talked about Jason Whitlock. You didn't say we was clout chasing Jason Whitlock. We've talked about Stephen A. Smith. You didn't say we was clout chasing. We've talked about ESPN and Molly Karen. You never came over here and said we was clout chasing them. But all of a sudden, when we talk about Ticket TV, you want to come over here. You think you're going to distract me or deter me from talking about another dumb basketball take because you want to label it as clout chasing? That's what we do here. He said, views and money surround talking about TikTok. No, it doesn't. Leon Gaines, let me tell you a little bit something about YouTube. Whenever you put Ticket TV's name, at least on my channel, whenever I put his name in the video description, the $ turns yellow, which means it's much harder to get money from those videos. I'm actually doing myself a disservice by even mentioning his name or even putting him anywhere in my title or description, because it hurts my monetization. So it can't be for money. It definitely can't be for views, because I get far more views when I talk about Deshaun Watson. If you go look at my 98,000 view video on Deshaun Watson, things like that. You got to stop it. We talk about whatever we want. And just because you in your feelings and you want to call it clout chasing, I would respect you a lot more if you actually hit the link and said it on the show, because then that way I could turn you into a piece of content. Look at Leon Gaines says show proof. Why do I have to show you proof, Leon Gaines, when you ain't never clicked the link? Hit the link. You know I love showing proof. That's what we do. That's how I know you ain't been here, Leon Gaines. We love showing proof. That's what we do. Come on, man. There go 360. Why is y'all act like just saying that word is going to stop me from doing what we do over here? Y'all keep saying it and the channel keep growing and we talk about whatever we want. If you have a dumb basketball take like 360 Kings just said, because he's coming over here trying to defend somebody else that don't want to fight for themselves. When I call you out, I don't use subliminals. If you have a stupid basketball take and I feel it's stupid, I'm going to say your name. It's just YouTube. It will be okay. Will I be on Player's Choice? I don't know. Right? Like I said, I got a platform over here that I'm trying to grow and build. So we're going to focus on that. I just did a great interview with Legend of Winning. That interview is going to be dropping this week. We do our thing. If they ever ask me to come on, definitely will pull up. I love the platform. But you guys know I pull up on anybody's platform. As long as you don't block me in the StreamYard or the chat. Like Ticket did. And all I do is talk basketball. That's the one. See, that's the beauty of what I've always done. See, the beauty about FYF Sports is you can't run over here talking about I ain't talking about basketball. I'm always talking basketball. And I can ether you without cussing or yelling or doing any of that clown foolery stuff. Y'all saw it on Player's Choice yesterday. Y'all saw it. That wasn't me. I was just in the chat, and I really wasn't even typing that much. They put a poll up and said, do you want the FYF Sports Ticket TV debate? Everybody said yes. Ticket TV said, I ain't going to show up for that. Over basketball. And it's a reason. Leon Gaines. So that's something you need to go address with Ticket. That's something you need to go address with him. Don't come over here trying to defend that. I'm always up for the debate. He said, I ain't showing up for that. And see, it's a reason why. See, y'all know I got a lot of bad takes etched into my memory. See, I'll give you guys a small example. The Draymond Green, Dennis Rodman conversation. Ticket TV could never have that debate with me because it's already etched into my brain that he did a video on Dennis Rodman saying that Dennis Rodman could not defend and all he did was grab people in the balls. By default, by his own logic, he's already admitted Draymond Green is better. If you take away what Dennis Rodman did best, which is what he's already done, and said he couldn't defend and all he did was grab people in the balls, and you've already been on record and you said Draymond Green is a great defender, then by default, I've already won because your own takes kill you. Hitman, yes, I did a video on it. That's why I react to the stupid takes. See, I react to those stupid takes. It's on my It's on my channel. It's a video I did like a year and a half ago. I played what he said. He said Dennis Rodman could not defend. All he did was grab people in the balls. How you going to sit down? See, that's why he's able to go new places where people haven't heard his takes. And he can get away with saying this stuff, acting as if he likes Dennis Rodman all of a sudden when he's on record saying something stupid about him. You can't debate with me. You see, it's a reason why certain people avoid these conversations. Because the only thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take your own logic and I'm going to use it against you. That's all I do. And if people want to get emotional and all butthurt about it, that's on them. We still will keep it moving, and it's still not going to stop us from talking about how stupid your basketball take was. These people are called shock jocks. That's all it is. Shock jocks. Now, we're going to get back to the topic of the show. Now, Leon Gaines, feel free to pull up. We're not going to kick you off. We're not going to block you. We're going to let you say your spiel, and you can do whatever you want. If you choose to do so. 360 King, same thing. We just talk basketball over here. But just don't say stupid stuff. And if you don't know something or some aspect of the game, then don't speak on it. We got Sturdy, the statistics master. If you lie about anything, he going to find out within 2.2 seconds. Right? I'm constantly researching, research purposes only. You guys seen the merch. Just don't come up here and try to lie. How do you guys think a Weezy Bang got Mookie Jones, a prodigy from Ticket TV? How do you think he got Mookie Jones all twisted up in that head-to-head debate? And this man can't even get his words out correctly, messed up, and now he has a whole viral music video after him. How do y'all think that happened? That's what happened when you reading from Basketball Reference. And you just reading down a list of things where you think players went wrong with no context. And you sound dumb. That's what happens. And then you can't get mad at me. I didn't even vote. The people voted. And this channel is people who love LeBron, people who hate LeBron, people in between. So you can't say it was a chat. We're going to drop the link. I want you guys to come in here. We got to cook on the psychology of the LeBron James hate, man. Where does these weird angles come from? And if you do feel LeBron James isn't who we say he is, then come with your reasons as to why, with your logic. We want to hear it. You know, before I drop that link, man, y'all hit the Cash App to support FYF Sports, man. $sign FYF Sports, man. Support the channel if you can. If you can't support it financially, look, hit the like, subscribe. That's all we need. But I appreciate everybody helping us. We about to hit 45K today. On the road to 50K very soon here. That's halfway to our goal, which is 100K. And so, again, I mean, record numbers over the last 3 months as far as viewership goes. So, again, I definitely appreciate you guys for helping make FYF Sports what it is. All right. Well, let's go ahead and get this link in the chat. Hold on. Let me get this up. I want you guys to join the live panel. Look, and I do predict that the live panel is going to get pretty hectic today. So if you see the panel is full, whenever you see somebody drop out, just definitely hit the link and try to hop in. If you are idle, if you're on the panel and you're not saying much for too long, I might bump you out just to give someone else to come in, right? So we make sure we all actively participating in the conversation. And look, not just actively participating. We don't want to be yelling over each other, sounding stupid and illogical, right? Let people finish whether you agree or disagree. We're going to let you cook. If you feel like you cooking on any particular topic, we're going to let you cook on your own. And nobody will talk over you, right? But it's just a LeBron James topic. Ain't no need for anybody here coming here in their feelings or crying about because we're talking about a bad take from Ticket TV. If you've been a fan of Ticket TV, you know these bad takes are very commonplace by now. Extremely, this every day some bad take is going to come. Something hypocritical is coming. Just because we calling it out, don't get caught up in your feelings. And if you want to defend them, just hit the link and pull up. I have no problem with that. It's same with Mr. Moss. He had a stupid take today. Leon Gaines says, stop buying views. I mean, if that's how you feel, I don't care. My YouTube check comes every month, and it looks pretty good, Leon Gaines. So, I mean, it is what it is. I don't care. We highlight the stupidity. Leon Gaines, a man who has Kevin Durant as his face, probably with no YouTube channel, doesn't understand how to put any type of production together to make a YouTube channel. He says, Reg, I was just trolling with that. I clearly said I was just trolling with that. Come on, stop it. Inside joke. If you know, you know. If you don't, which we know you don't know. It's okay. I know Weezy Bang, and they love hating. And Bang, that's when they say you are buying views, you doing something right. Because they can't understand it. How he doing this? Ticket TV homie LB I remember he talked about how LB been grinding on YouTube for 15 years. He barely got 1,500 subscribers. All the homies around, they barely growing. I told you I can give y'all the formula. I did a video on the SEO strategy if you really want to know how to grow. But it is what it is. Link is in the chat, man. And look, we're gonna leave a few spots open because we want the Leon Gaineses to pull up. We want the 360 Kingses to pull up. I want to hear the psychology of a LeBron James hater. Because what we want to do with these haters is we want to let them hoop. We want to just let them talk. See, the best way to kill some of these haters is just to let them run their mouth. Because the hate will come back and cook them. If y'all don't notice, some of my best ether moments on this channel is when I let people just run their mouth. I promise you, the best ether moments. Reggie Reg says LeBron circle jerk begin. Reg, it won't be that if you just pull up. You could be that one outlier, right? You could be that one outlier, Reg. We got SB Talk Sports in the panel, man. Salute to SB, man.
Salute, Lamont. What's going on, man? I see you've been doing your coaching thing. You've been busy out the way, my boy. I see you, man.
I've actually been putting out content. I just been doing more uploads than anything.
Uploads, yeah, I'm proud of you.
So I'm just doing my daily uploads. What I figured is one of the things that I noticed, and this is just for content creators, going live kind of kills you in the video recommendations and YouTube recommendations, and it stunts your growth. Yep. So over the last couple of months on this channel, I said I'm going to slow down going live and see how it affects, and just go with daily uploads. We're going to see how that, and it's actually turned out to have a bigger, better impact. Yeah. So that's why I created a separate channel for my live stream. So that's why I got FYF Sports Live. That's strict, so I can keep that separate because I have noticed that.
Yeah. So now, with me doing the things that I was just like, you know what I'm saying, when it's equipment, I slow down on YouTube, but obviously I've been growing the thing on TikTok. So I have a little thing that people rocking with going viral on TikTok is this thing right here. So you ever seen an anime called Death Note? I got a bad take Death Note. Now people just tag me anytime it's a bad take or something. I got ticket a couple times on there too. So everybody look. You see Taj in the chat going crazy. But the philosophy where it comes from is obviously that they hate that their favorite player he's a better player than their favorite player, like a Kobe for sure. Then he get more love than Kobe. Then also the super team narrative. They don't like how they won, but they don't realize that these same favorite players did the same thing. But the organization, don't get me wrong, the organizations might have put those players in those situations. You just hate that a player decided to take the power in his own hands to put himself in the championship situation, and they don't like that. And then they try to say everybody is friends now in the league, like everybody in the 90s was into it. No, Michael Jordan used to play poker and golf, and they used to go to the stadium and play. We just don't have social media, so you don't see what they do back in the day. Michael, if you go look at Michael Jordan's house when Charles Barkley and all of them used to come, they go right to Michael Jordan's house.
Oh, no, SB. So when I brought up during the NBA Finals, Jordan went golfing with Danny Ainge.
Facts.
Right? But you know what people were saying? They have a built-in excuse.
He was buttering them up.
He was trying to play the mind game.
Oh, my.
Look what kind of stupid stuff is this? No, Jordan was a gambler, and Jordan was out there trying to hit a lick on the golf course. That's what Jordan was doing.
Yeah. And then,
he wasn't trying to play no mind games. He was a gambler. He was on that golf course trying to hit a lick on Danny Ainge.
Fact. And here another thing that people do, too, though, it blows me, with the killer mentality issue, right? I say, bro.
That's the worst.
I literally just talked about this a second ago. I said, bro, y'all telling me LeBron have a killer mentality, right? Look at his roster that he took to the finals. You got to have a killer mentality to get that far with that team. 2, young LeBron scored 25 straight points in the fourth quarter in overtime to defeat the defending champion Detroit Pistons. Where do you not see killer mentality yet? He also averaged 35 points, and at one point in time during the series against Orlando Magic was averaging 41 points and hit a game-winning shot during the first game. Where do you not see a killer mentality yet? Like, y'all just make up these things because they tell you Kobe was such a killer. Jordan was such a killer. LeBron was a killer too, bro. Y'all just pick and choose what y'all want to choose to be. Because if you shooting a lot of shots, putting your teams in hole as a killer, man, I don't know what type of gun you shooting. Because if you go to the gun range and they tell me the guy who hit more accurate shots ain't the killer, but the dude who hit 1 or 2 shots but missed 20 is the killer, he's crazy to me. Y'all got to make it make sense to me, bro. That's all I'm saying. Make it make sense, bro. Y'all hate this man for no reason, though. I don't understand the philosophy.
Hold on, we got somebody got some noise. We're gonna go to Hold on, we gonna go to H-Town Black, man. He just pulled up, man. H-Town Black.
What up, Lamont? Can you hear me, bro?
What's good, man?
Hey, man. Hey, listen. I was listening to this shit at the same time you were listening to it. I thought my motherfucking brain was gonna explode. Man, listen, man. As soon as you talk about championships, man, I'm really just kind of like I'm blanked out, man. I don't understand how they make this a championship argument. I don't understand. I just don't get it. Like it's a team game. Automatically that disqualifies the championship argument. It's a team game.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, second of all, like listen, man. It's just easy. If you're a LeBron hater, just say you don't like the dude, bro. Quit making all these dumbass points, man. If you come into a debate forum and you don't know actually how to debate, like just you can't even get in a debate saying, well, this player better than this player because of championships or because they ran from the ground. Like oh my God, bro. Lamont, I don't know how you do it, man. Big ups to you, dog, for staying in it this long, bro. I don't know how you do it.
I just look. I like it because to me it's entertaining to hear people. Because the funniest thing is they use a certain logic and criteria for LeBron James, and then what happens is when we start talking about other players, all of a sudden they flip flop on that criteria.
Exactly.
Just to and it's just like you cannot create a certain criteria just to label LeBron James in a certain light, and then use that same criteria to try to big up a certain player and say they did something good. You can't say you want Draymond Green to bounce around from team to team to team just to showcase his greatness. But then when it comes to LeBron, who's won championships on multiple teams, that's all of a sudden a bad thing now. You can say that's what confuses me.
Yeah, because I know multiple times today they said that they used the word, like for Kobe, you could use context. For LeBron, it's just okay. This is happening. It's a one-off. That's the end of it. He's 4-6 in the finals. That's it. He done. No context. No nothing. No who he lost to. I mean, dude literally said they should have won the 2007 finals, and they should have won with Kyrie and Kevin Love was off the team. You can't do nothing with that kind of stupidity. You can't do nothing with that, man. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me go to C. Jackson. Jackson, I saw you pull up in here early. What you got on this?
I give this all a blame. I don't know y'all age group. I mean, y'all age. I give this all a blame to this new. This is not really new, but the sports take media. People like Skip, people like Rob Parker, people that still want to hold Jordan up to this godlike level that are on TV. Spewing these things every day. Just because you're on TV spewing these things every day doesn't mean it's real. And that's what's dangerous about these people with these takes, because they have such a following. Skip's got like 2, 3, 4 million people, and Rob Parker, whoever is on TV, they have such this following, and because of this following, these bad takes are going to always be there because these people just keep saying and repeating the same thing. It takes a few people to come out there and disagree with them. But like I said, as long as you got these Skip Baylesses and Rob Parkers and people on YouTube, I can't even remember the dude's name on YouTube right now, but they get clout by hating on LeBron because it's the cool thing right now. And not really the cool thing right now, it's always been the cool thing. But like you said, so it's about control. Being that LeBron has so much control and can do so much, and really doesn't even need, understand this. LeBron's the first player in the NBA to be a billionaire while still playing. Really doesn't even need the NBA no more. He's just playing for shits and giggles. All right. and because he has so much power, one man that has all that power, you're always going to get the haters against you. And no matter what stat you put out, like I said, you keep getting this rhetoric on TV every day, of what he's not, or what this and what's that. You can't, how can I say, you cannot block out that noise, So it's a decade or so that these people have been on TV, as long as LeBron been to James. almost 2 decades of just since he came in, think about it, almost 2 decades of beating this man down. Since he came into the league, almost 2 decades of sure just hate. It is what it is. Like I said, those who spew it, it's good content for them, because you're going to have the people that agree and you're going to have the people that don't agree. So either way the take that is going to get, it's still going to get attention. Bad press is still good press no matter what. So as long as you're sitting there spewing bad stuff about LeBron James, you're always going to get somebody that's going to sit there and defend him, and you're always going to get somebody to sit there and agree with it. And it's always going to be interesting content. I just want to know what's going to happen when he leaves the game. That's the thing I want to know. Are they going to start picking on his son like they, Skip's already doing? Half of these people should be sending LeBron a fucking Christmas card every year for putting food on their plate. They should be sending him a fucking Christmas card every year for putting food on their plate. Because without him, there would be no them. So it is what it is, as a person who strives to be great, you're always going to have that motherfucking that gesture in your court. You're always going to have that gesture in your court that's going to want to be the Joker, be this, do this, and say these bad things about you to get attention. So it comes with it. I'm glad that, watching him for so long and see how he maneuvers and handles all of it, it's a great thing, but it's never going to stop. And I really want to see what's going to happen when he leaves the game. Because like I said, for 2 decades, he's been feeding people's plates. Once he leaves the game and you really ain't got much to talk about him like that, what happens then?
I had a quick question, a real quick question. So I was born in 1983, so I didn't see like the beginning of when Michael Jordan played. I didn't catch him till later on in my life. So what was the precedent for being the greatest of all time before he won 6 championships or before all the accolades that he ended up getting in his career? I want
to let Sturdy answer that question because I think that's a great question.
Hey, Lamont,
because I've always asked that question myself. I always said, how after just his first 3 championships was he able to be labeled a GOAT with an incomplete career that didn't even match up to, at that point in time, it didn't come close to matching up to Kareem's. It definitely didn't match up to Bill Russell's. How would that's a great question. And it was the start of the fandom era with regards to the media pushing certain players and pushing narratives. And that's
what it is.
Sturdy, man. I'm gonna let you
Jordan was labeled a GOAT after his first championship. His 3-piece solidified it when nobody debated it no more. They was already calling him to go down his first ring.
Michael Jordan benefited from a great media campaign.
No, he just been everything. No, everything was like, honestly, it's not even necessarily just Jordan, the media campaign. He did it in the 90s. Think about it. Everything is overblown in the 90s. Even they still talk about the Cowboys. The Cowboys are the popular just off the 90s. Everything in the 90s was the greatest thing ever. Anything that was done in the 90s, everything was the greatest ever in the 90s. That was just the last little bit of regular consumption. Like, now we can just stream everything. Everything you had to do it doing it. You had to be there to see it at the time.
And then he benefited from the media campaign, and he benefited from the fact that because what we're dealing with now in our media landscape is now we like to tear down our stars. Jordan didn't have to deal with that. So he had the media campaign, he had the Nike, he had the McDonald's, he had the Coke, and he had the NBA pushing Michael Jordan out front. This is the greatest thing ever. Think about it.
Hold on, let me do something real quick. Daryl Smith-Samuels, I want you to pull up to the live panel. And I want you to explain in detail every occurrence, or at least the ones you can remember, a LeBron James stat pattern, and then also define what stat pattern is.
Man, he gonna be easy work. Please.
Daryl Smith-Samuels, I want you to come up here because again, you know what? He might have some very sensible logic to what he's saying.
Doubt it.
I want to give him an opportunity to explain
give him a chance.
what stat padding is and why he feels LeBron James stat padded, or is he just running with something he heard on Fox Sports?
Yo, Lamar,
I just want to know, Daryl Smith Sanders. I'm gonna drop the link one more time. See, it's for people. See, the link is primarily for people like Red who hasn't pulled up, for Leon Gaines, who hasn't pulled up, for 360 Kings, who hasn't pulled up. All the people that these heavy LeBron critiques with these odd takes aren't hitting the link. These are the people. Look, it's not going to be as bad as it sounds. Look, I promise. Anybody that pulls up today, I'll put my promise right now that I won't turn you into a spoof video. It's not no spoof video will happen. I promise. Y'all heard my word. Everybody heard me say it. I'm not doing no spoof videos on bad takes that pull up to the panel today.
So ain't nobody gonna overtalk you or curse you out. You see me talking calm.
So I promise it won't be I won't turn you into a YouTube short
or embarrassing.
So come on, there's no reason not to pull up today. I just gave y'all the safety pass. Go ahead. I know somebody had a take in there.
Yeah, Lamont. So
go ahead.
My name Chris. Salute to everybody in chat.
What's good, man?
I'll be in and out on different channels.
What's good, Chris?
You know what I'm saying? What's up? So, I'm from Chicago, and
same out west 290.
Yeah, I'm from out south, and they hate LeBron like he didn't just shot they homie or something like. I mean, it'd be crazy. Like, they don't let them play the Bulls or they did.
Nah, it ain't that bad out west though. Out south,
I'm
I can't vouch for out south.
But I can attest to that. Like back in 2011, what all you seen was C Red and all this. You know what I'm saying? And that goes to the fact that he be beating on all these people's favorite teams and stuff, and they ain't got nothing to do. Like they can't even like beat him or whatever. So it comes with a lot of stuff. Like they just be spewing lies and everything, and sometimes it don't even make sense. Like, and then when you catch them in they lie, they got the shit face. Like, oh, I don't know what to do. Like, come on, man. Like, yeah, you got to back up your arguments with straight cold facts, not just from your heart and your opinion and all that. You know what I'm saying? Because that's like, it's crazy. But yeah, like they be hating real hard out here.
Hello.
So Daryl Smith Sanders also just said in the chat. He says LeBron don't play defense. And Daryl Smith Sanders, I mean, if you feel that he doesn't play defense, that's fine. But then you also have to answer to why LeBron has been on 6 all-defensive teams. So, again, if you say it, maybe the NBA just was messing up or something, and he wasn't really playing defense, or, maybe you can come in here and explain why he has been on 6 all-defensive teams.
Man, it's
and
a
actually,
reason. It's a reason
in some years been in the running for Defensive Player of the Year.
Exactly.
I don't know. Maybe the NBA and the voters were just messing up those 6 years. I don't know. You come in here and put context to it for us, and I want you to explain it in detail.
Really paying attention.
Break the defenses down for the teams that you're talking about. I want you to highlight situations potentially where he wasn't playing defense. Was it help? Was it on ball? I really want you to really bring context to it. Again,
there are compilations out there of LeBron playing no defense.
And I'd also like to add this too. Nowadays, when they got
whole compilations of that.
Let me
appreciate you having me.
Oh, hold on. We got a special guest. I gotta give Dex his proper shout out, because at least when I go over to Flight Sports TV, he always gives me my just dues, man. So we got Dex from Flight Sports TV, man. Y'all need to check Flight Sports TV out, man. They got great content over there, man. What's good, Dex, man? I gotta let him chime in on this. My bad if I cut anybody off, but I gotta let Dex jump in on top of this, man, because we know his soliloquies are unmatched, man. You cannot match these, man. Go ahead, man. Dex, what you got on this?
Yes, sir. Shout out to FYF, and shout out to everybody on the panel. Shout out to everybody.
Dex, what's going on, my boy?
Yes, sir.
Already.
And shout out to the chat. That chat is banging. Your chat is banging right now, man. Man, I'm feeling it. I had to get up here, man. Them dudes out there straight set tripping. I'm like, oh, wee. You know what I'm saying? FYF, you a fool for this. And shout out to everybody that's rocking with FYF. Regardless the telemetry medium that you're working with, it's all good. Yes, FYF do know how to put on a show. But I'm gonna be chill. You know what I mean? I'm gonna be cooler than polar bear pussy. Okay, so I'm gonna be chill. I just want to thank everybody that give LeBron his credit, because LeBron is going against the machine. LeBron broke the matrix, and these people with power don't listen. They're not feeling that really. They accepted him because he's a cash cow, but they're not really feeling that like that. You know what I'm saying? And Kevin Durant, unfortunately, had to, tuck his tail and then go back and sit at the table and accept whatever deal that was going on with Brooklyn. He does not have that type of power like a LeBron or that cachet to that degree where he can like really just rumble the waves, you know what I'm saying, and make it real choppy over there. So with all that happened during the summer with Kyrie being such kind of like the odd man out or the black sheep of the family. Kyrie was flirting with the Lakers, and oh my God, I was so excited. I was excited, FYF, about the Kyrie situation. It seemed like that fell on deaf ears, and Kyrie is returning back. Kyrie is so mercurial, and I respect him for that, and I respect, where he puts his foot in the sand and draw the line, and what he's going to do as far as his activities for basketball on and off the court. But at the same time, I just believe my Lakers will be better this year. I believe LeBron will be on a vengeance tour. And this is going to be devastating for those who come before the Lakers, especially, I'm banking on this now, especially if AD is healthy. Because this all hinge on AD being healthy. Now, if AD kind of stumbles a little bit, or he's a little bit uncool for his rhythm and his equilibrium, then it's not going to be really too good for the Lakers. Because
now Dex, let me ask you one question, because you just brought up AD, and I don't want to gloss over this past season, because this past season, with regards to overall team success, was easily LeBron James' worst season in the NBA. The team individually, statistically, he had a great year, especially for his age. But team-wise, the team didn't succeed. And I believe, and this is my aspect, the beauty in last year for James is a good thing is that there's still a good you can extract from it. He had one of his best statistical years in the league, even though his team wasn't up to par, where we've seen a lot of players make up injuries to not play. We've seen a lot of players fold, kind of fade into the backdrop and just hopefully get to the next season as soon as possible. We've seen this time and time again. Why do you think people like to use years like last year to take aim at LeBron James and try to put a stain on his entire career instead of putting it in the contest?
Well, listen, a lot of people didn't like LeBron James coming out of high school being named the king. He was a king without a crown or a king without a ring. And he held his own up to the point to where he got his ring with Miami, and then came back to his stomping ground where he grew up and got a ring there, which basically solidified and cemented his legacy right there. That Cleveland ring is everything, right? Then he leaves there and go to the Lakers and get injured and then come back and win a ring. I mean, that is resilience. If you ever look up the word resilience, you might see LeBron's face. I wouldn't put it past the Webster Dictionary if they had LeBron face when it comes to resilience, because it seemed like he always had a way to bounce back and to put the naysayers back in place. Now, what I liked about the last season, FYF in the panel and everybody in the chat and rocking with FYF, salute, is that LeBron didn't show offensively any type of lethargy. He was very active. He led the league in fast break points. And that is something people need to take notice. He led the league in fast break points with all of the youth and those youth up-and-coming stars and up-and-coming superstars. LeBron James is the one who led the league in fast break points. So he's active. His legs are strong. He's dunking the ball like crazy. I think he has a newfound enthusiasm, especially since he see his boys is coming up the ranks in the AAU circuit.
Hey, and let me address Jay Reed. Jay Reed says, FYF Sports, you like praising losing. See, the good thing about here at FYF Sports, is because we are so honest about players, it don't hurt me to be critical of LeBron. I've already given LeBron his criticism for last year. I already talked about how his body language was bad at times. At times he wasn't a great leader, which I felt like he was looking to score too much, which he's much better when he's trying to be a facilitator first and then a scorer second. And that's when his teams have much more success. See, the good thing about it is I can praise him in a certain sense, and I've already given the criticism. And my criticism will never be looked at as hate because I'm going to keep it balanced. I'm going to call it even down the line. I'm not going to just be heavily skewed towards a slanderous hate side, a hateful narrative with no context. I put everything in the context as best as possible. I criticize when needed, and I give praise when needed. But in this particular sense right here, we're not talking about LeBron James losing because we're talking about his entire career. His entire career is not losing. And if we just dumb every player's career down to winning and losing, then most players lose more than they win. I would say 99% of players lose more than they win, especially in the playoffs. Some players can't even sniff a championship. Some players would love to just get one. Most players don't have one or two. We're talking about LeBron James, who has 4, could maybe end his career with more than that. But it does, to me, I would say he maybe gets one more, but that's probably not realistic with the structure of the Lakers right now. But that's something we just have to wait and see. Either way, his career has been great, even with the 4. That's something that's 4 more than most players. That's 4 more than the Iversons. That's 4 more than the Melo and some of the other guys that get praised and put in the same sentence with LeBron, who haven't done anything with regards to championship success. And let me get to a guy just pulled up. We got a non-truth. Let me get to him, man. Appreciate you pulling up the FYF Sports, man. What you got on this tape?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, man. What's good?
Hey, appreciate you having me on, man. Hey, salute to the panel. As far as addressing, I think your last question, if I could add, as far as a different perspective, one of the reasons why people would use this past season as somewhat of a defining moment for LeBron James's career is because a lot of us have seen this same story play out throughout his career. When circumstances aren't ideal or when his teammates aren't playing up to par or available for that matter, his talents more times than not haven't been enough to uplift his team. And in a lot of cases, his team, it probably in 99% of cases, his teammates get the blame and he gets none. As if he's been absolutely, as if he's been absolutely perfect when a lot of times he's the one responsible. For example, as far as this past season, he was trying to get that scoring title, and he sacrificed his defense at the expense of going after that scoring title. And people who are basketball fans, whether they be casual or diehard fans, they see that and they don't respect that. But again, this isn't the first time we've seen LeBron James put himself above his team. We've seen this throughout his career. And it doesn't matter where he's gone, whether it be Miami, whether it be Cleveland, whether it be LA, he's usually elevated above his team. But if you take his career in LA, for example, that 4-year span, only one of those years has been successful. And I'll tell you, a lot of people, one of the reasons why a lot of people would put an asterisk beside that bubble ring is because if you look outside of that, his stint at LA has been outside of that bubble championship has been an abysmal failure.
Hey, let me. I want to just ask him a series of questions. Let me ask him a series of few questions real quick.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so the first question is pretty easy. It seems like you had some pretty high standards for LeBron James last year. Are there any other 37-year-olds that you can recall in your mind where you expected that 37-year-old to carry his team throughout the full season?
Well, there, especially in critical moments. If you're going to see, one of the reasons people need to understand
it's just an easy question.
The 7-year-old. Who's the other 7-year-old?
Well, 37-year-old. Well, I mean,
The other one.
y'all like to have it both ways. First is he's
No,
averaging
I'm not
30
trying to
30 a
look.
game.
I'm not trying
and-
to trick you or anything. I'm just saying because that's you set a high bar for LeBron James last year, and so if you're gonna set that high bar, I want to know what foundational groundwork do you have from the past to where you came to that. I mean, are there any other 37-year-olds in the past that you've seen be able to successfully carry a team to the level that we saw LeBron James carry teams? Let's say when he first came into the league, like year 3 or year 4.
Mm-hmm. Well, 37 today, especially for a guy like LeBron, because LeBron is a unique athlete. So the 37, his 37 is not the same as another athlete's 37. I'll just go ahead and get that out the way. And
So
because
now he's super nigga. Oh god.
what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that it's not wearing. What I'm saying is the physicality of the game isn't the same as it was back then before he came in.
Yeah, so, it's a little bit more physical. You're right. It is more physical. That is true.
It's more physical.
That is true. It is more physical.
Right. Are y'all saying today or back then?
Yeah, it's definitely more physical today. Yeah,
it's more physical today. It's more physical today. Yes, it's more physical
you gotta
today.
guard better athletes today.
Yeah, better athletes and being physical are not the same thing, sir.
Okay, hold on. Let me ask you this question. Hold on. Let me ask you this question.
Today's game is a finesse game. It is not a more physical game.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Let me ask you a question. Would you rather guard Dikembe Mutombo or Giannis?
I mean, that's a ridiculous question.
Why?
Because Dikembe Mutombo is nowhere close to the offensive threat that Giannis Antetokounmpo.
But why wouldn't you want to guard Giannis?
Because he's more of a threat. He's a hands down better offensive threat than Dikembe Mutombo.
Okay, hold on. We'll do another one. Hold on, we'll do one that's easier. Hold on. Would you rather guard Mutombo or Porzingis?
I would still rather guard Mutombo because even Porzingis is more offensively talented than Dikembe Mutombo.
Lamont, let me ask you a question.
You're talking about who would I rather guard?
I got a question for you.
Hold on, y'all. Make sure we go one at a time, y'all, because the chat is saying it's kind of getting jumbled with the audio. Go ahead.
Hey, bring it on, player. Bring it on.
I'm gonna ask you this question, and I'm gonna go on mute. You just answer it, and then
Hold on. Can I say one thing though for FYF? You said the expectation of a 37-year-old. You said I set a high bar. I didn't set that bar. LeBron James set that bar when he called himself the GOAT. And that's the reason why he gets overly criticized throughout his career, because he called himself the GOAT.
Okay. You know, I noticed that Lamont asked you 2 questions. You answered
all right, go ahead.
You answered neither of his questions. All you did was move
the bar. What questions didn't I answer?
Bro, you gonna shut up and let me talk, or you?
What questions didn't I answer?
Hold on, let him cook. Hold on, Anna, let him cook, and then
So what I'm saying to you is, I'm listening to you. He asked you 2 questions. You didn't answer. You tried to give context. What I want you to do is, I want you to answer my question. Then you can give context. I don't want you shitting context before you answer. Understand?
Well, first of all, don't talk to me like I'm your son, Playboy.
That's just how Bees is, man. Let it ride.
Don't talk to me like I'm your son,
Let it ride,
and
just let it ride. It's not that big a deal. It's just words.
Yeah, all right. One of these emotional ass niggas, bro.
Let him live, B. Let him live, B.
No. I just talk with respect, bro. I ain't talking down to you, so don't talk down to me.
Talk down to you, bro. I asked you to answer my question without context.
Ask your question, Playboy.
So you made the reference that LeBron's 4 years in LA hasn't really been that great because they had 3 bad years and 1 good year.
Right.
So my question to you is, given that after Kobe's last ring in 2010, he had 6 horrible years as far as the Lakers being competitive and winning. So does that mean all the stuff he did previous is discounted?
No.
You know,
why not?
And when did I say when did I discount anything?
Well, you did just say that you discounted outside of the 2020 championship, the last so many years for LeBron have been horrible.
Is that not a fact? So, but you said it's overall failure. The outside of, I was talking about his stint in LA. He had 4 years, 3 years have been a failure. Didn't make the playoff 2 of those and got bounced in the first round or third. Outside of that bubble championship, has that not been a failure?
Right. So that's why I asked you about Kobe, because Kobe played 11 years in the Lakers organization without Shaq.
Mm-hmm.
2005 to 2016. He has 2 rings. Is that a failure?
Is that no, I wouldn't say that that's a failure. No, because he's not on a super team. He's not on a super team. And that's not you're comparing a 7-year stretch to a 4-year stretch.
Hold on, one at a time, y'all. One at a time.
You're comparing a 7-year stretch to a 4-year stretch. A 4-year stretch.
Cut that oven on.
You just exposed that you have no credibility, bro. You don't keep
you haven't made what's the whole point? Because you said I discounted something. What have I discounted?
Explain the point to him.
Wait, no.
What have I discounted?
Wait, Lamont, bro. I'm gonna tell you how you expose yourself, because the first logic that you pointed out was that LeBron James had a super team. That was an excuse. That's a bad excuse. The super teams do not exist. That's one that you fought yourself.
That's a stone cold lie, Playboy. Super teams do exist.
Super team does not exist. What makes a super team? I won't even go, but we'd already debunked it. But tell me your logic. What makes a super team?
Three Hall of Fame All-Star players in their prime on the same team.
Okay, now watch this. My question is: the Bulls in the '90s a super team?
No.
Michael,
wow! No, they were not a super team. Neither one. Jordan is the only. Hold on. Jordan is the only player in NBA history to lead multiple top 10 lowest scoring supporting cast to championships. No, they were not a super team, sir. No, they were not a super team, sir.
You're not even using your own definition, bro.
Dennis Rodman wasn't even an all-star. They were all past their primes, dude. No, get off the
drugs. It was all in their
mid-30s.
That's their prime.
No, that's not their primes, dude. They were out of their primes. Rodman was 35 when he went to the Bulls.
One at a time. Hold on. And nine. Rodman, when he got to the Bulls, was first team all defense.
Thank you.
And he led the league in rebounding.
He wasn't an all-star. Was he an all-star? Was he an all-star?
Hey, bro, let me ask you a question.
Was he an all-star? Was he an all-star? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. He wasn't even an all-star. He was still a great player, but he wasn't even an all-star.
Listen, bro. Your logic was clear. You said what makes a super team is 3 or more Hall of Famers.
You did say that.
Last time I checked, the Bulls
all-star. I also said all-star.
Let me finish.
No, you didn't.
I also said all-star.
Nah, he said all-star. He tried to throw it in later.
No, you didn't. No, I didn't. I said 3 Hall of Fame all-star players.
He said it, but he knew what he was saying.
God, did you miss that? You want to pigeonhole?
He said all-star. He said all-star.
When I say
he said it.
the second 3 people in their primes.
Hold on. We got to get some control.
You're trying to change my argument because you don't have one.
Hold on. This is I'm gonna mute a 9, so I'm gonna mute him so SB can cook, and then I'm gonna let a 9 rebuttal.
Okay, wait. Let me.
Hold on. You need to throw that nigga in the trash can because
no, wait, Bees, I got something for that. Lamont, you might want to put me on the big screen. It's gonna be the first time I get somebody.
Yo, Lamont, let me go after the debacle, all right?
I got you, Sturdy.
I'm gonna use 2 of your logics.
I got to get to TC as well because TC and Muhammad both been waiting too.
I got to put your own logics against you. First with the Hall of Fame point, then I'm gonna go with the All Stars. Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, Dennis Rodman, and Tony Kukoc are all Hall of Famers. That's 4 Hall of Famers on one team that 3-peated and 1 champion. That's a super team. Then also by your logic, they got to be an all-star, right? You got the Detroit Pistons. So does the Chauncey Billups, Rip Hamilton, Tyshawn Prince, and Ben Wallace, or was it Rasheed? Is that a super team? Because that could have been one team without superstars. And I also got a question, bro. What's your name again, bro?
And Non-Truth.
Non-Truth. I'm going to go ahead and put you in the book for this, bro. Man, this is the bad take there. What's your name again, bro? A Non-Truth. We'll put you in a book, bro. This is what we put people at when you have bad takes. Bees, it ain't the trash no more. To tag me and this is what they going, bro. That's got to be one of the most dumb, stupid logics that you ever put. I told y'all, even Bees made me even notice the point. Y'all only bring up super team like this are the philosophy of why y'all hate on Bron. To demolish LeBron James' legacy and Kevin Durant. That's the first thing I literally said when I came in here. You only saying this is a super team because he chose to go to this team. When all these other teams put together. So another question: was the Rockets team with Charles Barkley, Scottie Pippen, Hakeem Olajuwon? Was that not a super team? Non-truth? Was that not a super team?
He's got me muted, guy. No, that's not a super team either. No.
How is that not a super team?
Oh,
So you
cook yourself then. You just dudes were past their primes, dude. You seem to want to avoid the whole fact that I'm talking about in their primes.
You said three different things.
You actually add another thing to it.
Wait, that last thing I'm done.
I put that in my first argument the first time. Y'all been trying to chop up my words.
Okay, now was the Lakers in the 80s and the Boston Celtics in the 80s, was they super teams?
Those were super teams.
Okay. What's the difference? What's the difference between
those were dynasties? Yes, those were super teams.
What's
the difference was Michael Jordan was playing against them. What's
the difference between the Heat and the Boston Celtics in the 80s or the Lakers in the 80s?
What you mean? What's the difference? I consider the Heat a super team as well.
But what team?
It's just the Boston Heat team was much deeper in Hall of Famers.
So
they were much deeper.
Besides they big three, who else did they have?
Oh, who you talking about?
That made them super team. Who else did they have?
Who you talking about, Boston or the Heat?
Miami. Who else did they have besides they big three?
They had Ray Allen.
Was he in his prime?
That wasn't the first year either.
That wasn't the first year.
That was in his first year. That's correct.
No, it don't matter. You can have Ray. Was he in his prime?
What?
No.
You don't even need that because Chris Bosh and Dwayne Wade were in their prime. That's all I need right there.
He said besides the big three.
So Ray Allen
a roster's 14 players.
Super team was 3 players, man. LeBron James make a third. You asking me who else did they have is irrelevant. They had competent role players like Ray Allen, like Mike Miller, who were sharpshooters.
Bro, Chris Bosh has literally never played out of the first round besides playing with LeBron.
That's not an argument, sir.
No, hold on. No,
that's not an argument. He was a franchise player when he went to Miami. Cut that out.
The first round.
Hold
on. Let me. This is a narrative that I wanted to touch on.
What kind of quality player was he?
Hold on. This is a narrative that I wanted to touch on as well, because I know a lot of people like to use the teammates that LeBron James has played with as one of the things, like he's created these teams, but I want to know, outside of D Wade, who's the only guy that he's played with who won a chip.
And he had Shaq.
Hold on 1 second. D Wade's the only one that actually won a chip without LeBron on his roster. Mm-hmm. We see how Kyrie's struggling without LeBron before and after. We see Bosh and D Wade together when LeBron left, couldn't do anything with Miami. We saw Anthony Davis in New Orleans, even when he played with Rondo, Drew Holiday, and DeMarcus Cousins, they couldn't win anything. We see all of these guys. Kevin Love struggled in Minnesota, even though he put up big numbers. All of these guys that y'all say shaped out these super teams and made LeBron James a winner, how come individually they never had any success, even when they were placed on good teams? We just watched Kyrie Irving with a James Harden and a Kevin Durant fail miserably in Brooklyn. That was a super team in his own right.
Kevin Love never get made.
Hold on 1 second. I'm going to let you go. But what I'm saying is, all these guys, no matter what situation you put them in, whether it's super teams, without LeBron, they struggle mightily. So I want to know, is it LeBron that's making these teams super? Because these other players don't seem so super without LeBron on the roster next to him.
The league has never catered to those other players like they've catered to LeBron.
Oh my God.
LeBron, exactly. Because no player in history, especially in the last decade, has been allowed to move like LeBron from team to team and trading players at will.
It's called free agency, bro.
Every franchise LeBron James goes to, he overhauls the roster, has them trade draft picks for all-star players. He's been doing that his entire career. None of those other players have been allowed to move like that.
What did LeBron?
Hold on. That's a lie, though, and not true.
That's not a lie. That's not a lie.
Hold on. Not true.
Since 2010, LeBron James teams has the most trades of any player.
Anon. First of all, LeBron's a player. He doesn't trade anybody. And then you have to understand, whenever LeBron James is on a roster, similar to KD and any other superstar, teams are going to be making a ton of trades because your team is in win now mode. How many moves have the Brooklyn Nets made trying to put a feasible team around Kevin Durant and that big three that they had just to win? Even though some of the moves didn't make sense. Getting DeAndre Jordan, Blake Griffin, LaMarcus Aldridge, Paul Millsap, Patty Mills. All of these moves that they make, whenever you have a player of that stature, you have to be in win now mode. So anytime you have players of that stature, the LeBrons, the KDs of this era, even if you look to the Warriors and all the moves that they make, you have to do that to win. Because a lot of these teams are so cap struck, they don't get good draft picks. They have to go out and make moves to shape out their roster. So why are you using that, a strategy to shape out these teams? Why are you using that against LeBron?
Wait, Kobe definitely posted a trade to make the Lakers.
SB, hold on.
Go ahead,
Lamont. Can I get my take? All right.
Yeah.
A lot of things. This dude. Hold on. First of all, how you doing, brother? The dude who just talking with SB. What's his name again?
A non-truth.
Non-truth. Coincidence.
Okay, he lived up to his name. But how you doing, brother?
Non-truth.
Yo, how are you doing? How are you feeling?
I'm muted, player.
You can take yourself
taking me off mute. I'm good, player.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure before I cook somebody, I got to make sure they're good. All right. So, a lot of things you said was very hypocritical, but I need some clarification. All right. Number one, you said LeBron was the only guy that moved that much and caused teams to overhaul their rosters. That's a lot. We literally saw Kawhi.
Can I rebut?
Sir. You talk. I listen. I'm talking. You listen. When that's a lie, because we literally saw Kawhi and KD do it within a 5-year span. Wow. They literally did in the 5-year span. Right. Second, and I just need a quick question, a quick answer. How many players that you know in NBA history played at least 19 seasons?
Well, it ain't many. It's a few, but it ain't many.
Do you know the number?
I don't know. No, I don't know the exact number. Why does that matter?
Okay, there's only been 10 guys. No, only been 10 guys in the history of the game that played at least 19 seasons. Do you know how many guys played over 50,000 minutes?
No, sir, but I bet you know.
7. So the reason why I
you want a cookie now? You want a cookie now?
Sir, I understand you. Sir, I understand you're sensitive. I didn't insult your sensitive ass. Like I said, I'm talking. When you talk, I listen. Now I'm talking.
You got any more irrelevant arguments? You got any more irrelevant arguments?
Let him finish, man. You gotta let him finish, man.
Hey, once again, when you was talking, I didn't say nothing.
Let me go.
Now when I'm talking, shut the fuck up.
Go ahead, play.
Now, in regards to these 10 players, in case you don't know, because you obviously didn't know, it was Melo, LeBron, Jamal Crawford, Kobe Bryant, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Kevin Willis, Kevin Garnett, Dirk, Robert Parrish, and Vince Carter. Now, I'm pretty sure you're familiar with some of those names, right? If not most of those names, correct?
Yes, I am.
Okay. How many of those players I just named in their 19th season were you would A, expecting them to play elite level defense, and B, carry a team to the playoffs?
Well, this is the thing. I don't expect LeBron to play elite level defense at age 37. I expect him to play some. I expect him not to walk back on defense and leave his team to play 4-on-5. I expect that.
So once again, you didn't answer the question. How many of those players I just listed?
No, I don't expect any of those players to be all first team defense. No, I don't expect them to be there. But like I said, I do expect them to play some. I've seen LeBron James his entire career slack off on defense, but especially when it comes to the Lakers. I've seen this man walk back countless times on defense. Kyle Kuzma had, how about this, Playboy? How about you name me another player where a rookie or underling had to push a Hall of Famer out to the three-point line because he wasn't playing defense?
And actually started, it's 22 players.
Oh, I got you.
Name that
I can
guy.
tell you when.
Oh, hold on.
Jason Caffey had to push Michael Jordan over in a game in what was the year? Was it 1996? Jason Caffey had to push Michael Jordan over on a defensive rotation that he missed. He was a rookie, I think.
Don't let facts get in the way.
I'd have to see that one, player.
Hey, can I ask a question?
I did it. On my channel.
Perhaps you can pull up that footage so we can all get the consensus on that.
It's on my channel. It's already on my channel.
Okay, sure enough.
All right, let me just get straight to the point. The reason why, part of the breakdown of these mental midgets that hates on LeBron to this degree is I don't honestly, Lamont, I have no reason what's the incentive behind it. I don't know what the actual origin of it, Maybe LeBron then saw their autographs or something. Maybe LeBron took their bitch. I don't know.
I can tell you.
But-
I can tell you in a second. I know
You want
exactly.
to
what it
make
is.
female
but-
arguments now.
but-
you want to make whole arguments
But
now.
dude. For the third
You're
time,
not hot,
bro.
homeboy. You're not hot.
You're the only one with the feminine energy up here, bro. You're the only one.
I'm
You're the
not
only
the one
one
talking like a hoe.
You're the only
I'm not
one
talking like
not
a hoe.
controlling. You're the only one not controlling your estrogen level, bro. But you interrupt me like a hoe.
No, I can rebut.
You're the only one.
I can rebut on a whim.
Dude, I understand that.
Let him finish.
You haven't
Let him
said
finish, and then you
anything
can
yet.
rebut. Let him finish, and when you cook, I'm gonna mute everybody and let you cook.
Damn,
let him
bro.
finish.
This nigga-
Let him get to
damn,
the.
this nigga-
Let him bring it home.
These niggas are pathetic. I'm not gonna lie.
Spit it
bro.
out, nigga.
Like,
Spit it out.
I just said it, nigga. You pathetic. Your boyfriend Ticket, your cousin Maz,
My boyfriend.
all them niggas.
I have
All
no
y'all
connection
niggas
to those
are
people.
pathetic.
So now you're exposing yourself. Now you're exposing your own feminine hatred for other YouTubers. Play. I'm not
Dude,
a
I
YouTuber.
haven't said
I'm
two
not a
full. Dude, I haven't
YouTuber guy.
said two full
on,
minutes.
Take your
like a
panties off,
female.
Playboy.
Hold on,
Take your panties off.
sturdy. Go ahead and get to your point. Get to your point, because I got to get to a couple guys that haven't had a chance to talk.
The point is, I don't know, like SB and you got to mute up. You got to echo.
Yeah, you got to echo. I'm gonna put you on mute.
The point, like SB and I believe CJ alluded to, the reason why these guys hate so much is because LeBron's better than their favorite player. The reason why these guys have hypocritical logic and standards for LeBron is because they have to set that level of expectation that he no other human being in history can match. Even then, LeBron still came close. The reason why I was naming all those players that played over 50,000 minutes, that played at least 19 seasons, because LeBron is yet the only one. And I named Kobe and all-time great players like Kobe and Kareem too. He's the only one that has that same level of expectation to carry a team and play elite, play at least good to great defense while producing his numbers offensively. He's the only guy. But you have guys like Mr. Sensitive over there who will keep him to this ridiculous expectation and then criticize when he doesn't meet that. So to answer the original question for the video, I don't understand why these dudes have that type of mentality towards just a player, bro. He's just a player. He shoots, he passes, he dunks. Yay. That's it.
No, it's bigger than that though. It's a lot bigger than that. It start. There was a machine created when Michael.
Can I
Jordan
respond to that?
Go ahead.
Can
I
I
gotta let Anon respond. I told him I would let him respond, but Anon, you gotta echo. Something's going on. You gotta echo.
I gotta echo.
Here, I'm gonna let.
I'm gonna say, if y'all was really being honest about it, the problem that LeBron has of getting that elite
Is it better now?
If people try to make him a top five player, that's the only legit thing that y'all can say with the problem with LeBron getting that high criteria, because they ranking him as a top five player, which he's not no more. That's the only thing legitly. That's the problem that's going on. If y'all was being honest.
LeBron James told everybody to keep that same energy. LeBron James said that. I didn't say that. See, another reason why LeBron gets criticized the way he does, because he puts his own foot in his mouth. He puts his own foot in his mouth time and time again. He told everybody to keep that same energy. So that's all I'm doing, is keeping that same energy. None of these other players that y'all like to compare with LeBron, they don't put their foots in their mouths. They don't write checks that their ass can't cash.
Kobe did.
LeBron does that all the time.
Let him finish, y'all.
No, and when it blows up in his face, after he puts his foot in his mouth, everybody wants to act like everybody's piling on LeBron. No, he brings this on himself.
Now, one question for me, because I got to get to other people. My question for you is this, because now we live in an age where social media, all of these players, you can follow and hear everything that they got to say. Now with access to so many players, are you keeping up with everything that all of these other players are saying when they say things?
Absolutely.
Well, I would say not really, because are they calling themselves the GOAT?
I mean, how do you know they're not?
I've yet to see them come across my screen.
I mean, what I'm saying, no, my whole point is that, is it only bothersome to you when they talk about it on ESPN? If they say it on their IG page and only 10,000 people see it, it's not that big a deal.
No, look, I have no problem with a player having their own self-confidence. But if you're going to say you're the GOAT, then I'm going to expect you to live up to being the GOAT.
Okay, so what are your expectations of the GOAT?
Hold on.
What are your expectations of the GOAT?
If you're gonna call call yourself a black man, I expect you to live up to those same expectations, nigga.
That is not the same thing, Playboy. Shut the hell up.
Hold on, let me just ask him real quick. That
don't even make sense.
Hey, let me just ask him real quick.
Hold on, real quick. Beast. That's not fair, bro. He did not.
That's a dumbass.
Hold on, Beast. He identified. That's a proud black woman, bro. We're not gonna do that. We not gonna do that, man.
He coming here.
FYF, this is what you got from me, Playboy. These little girly insults, these schoolgirl insults.
With that white
we gotta share this like ticket channel.
Wait, let me.
Come on, FYF. I know you better than this, Playboy. I know you better than this, Playboy.
All right, y'all. Come on, let's keep it basketball because I gotta get the
That's a serious question, man. I had a serious question.
That's all you got.
Hold on. Let me go. Hold on. I got to get around to everybody. Look, everybody gonna throw jokes every now and then. It's okay. They kill me sometimes. I just gotta laugh at it, man. I never take nothing serious. If they throw jokes, just laugh, man. It's not serious. Yeah. We got Let me let Bees go, and then I'm gonna go straight to hoop joke.
Let the dude with the Houston Heat. I'm sorry to interrupt you, brother. You go ahead.
Let me ask this question real quick. I'm just listening to what you're saying, brother. So, at any point in time of LeBron James' career, do you have him as the GOAT? Did you ever have him as the GOAT?
No.
Okay. So why does it bother you what he says? Why does that bother you?
Why does it? What that doesn't bother me. But when y'all try to call him, when they try to say that he's the GOAT,
I'm asking you what you say.
In his career, then I'm
asking you what you say. I don't care what nobody else say. I'm asking you what do you think about LeBron James?
Well, when he was coming up, I thought he had GOAT potential. As a matter of fact, I was a fan of LeBron when he went to Miami. I didn't have a problem with that.
Okay, and what happened?
But I got to see more of his career.
He was great. Okay, go. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he was great. But some of the other things that he would do, like throwing his teammates under the bus.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like walking back on defense or walking off the court entirely.
MJ threw his teammates under the bus.
Jordan literally punched one of his teammates in the face. He literally punched one of his teammates in the face.
That was in practice.
Do
you remember Isaiah Thomas? Isaiah Thomas exposed. This is another thing that I don't like about LeBron is he shortchanged the game in little ways, like practice. What? I remember when Isaiah Thomas exposed the fact that they weren't practicing in LA because of LeBron. What happened to him? He got traded.
Hold on, Anon.
He got traded.
That's commonplace with most veteran teams.
Hold on. No, that's commonplace today because this day is more soft.
Anon.
That started.
What you have to understand is that throughout history, this stems back from Popovich was always a fan of it. Phil Jackson was a fan of it. Giving your stars, or especially during the season, especially now with so much travel. Remember back in the day when there was less travel and the schedules were aligned where teams could actually bust to the next game, you might have time to practice. But now when these teams are playing back-to-backs and it's your rest days, you have days that you could normally practice, you have to use as rest days because they don't have as much time. So it's a different NBA because of the travel.
I agree with that to a degree. That you have to find a balance somewhere in between that schedule of rest.
Most teams don't practice during the regular season. Most teams don't practice a lot, a ton.
Well, I would say more so today than back then. But that's one of the things that's one of the things that has bitten LeBron James led team. Because come on now, I understand when you're taking some days off, but whenever one of your teammates comes out and says that we don't practice. Okay, that lets you know that you turn practice into a shoot around. Shoot around ain't practice.
What teammate said that?
Isaiah Thomas.
And how long did he play with LeBron, bro?
Does it matter?
No, it does. Yes, it does. Absolutely.
No, it does. No, it doesn't. He didn't play long because he got traded. He didn't play long with him because after he said that he got traded.
Then he get another surgery too after that.
Let me address another point that you was wrong about because you act like that started with LeBron. Bro,
what do you mean? Act like what started with LeBron? Acting like what? What did I say started with LeBron?
taking practices off. You literally came out.
I didn't say that started with LeBron. Stop putting words in my mouth. You clowns
you
have to
said
keep
he
putting
shortchanged
words in my
LeBron
mouth.
for that.
You
Did
have to
you
keep
not say
chopping
he
my
shortchanged
arguments
the
up
league?
to even
Stop.
rebut
Well,
me, man. You
well,
guys
shut
are
up. Shut up so
clowns,
I can tell
man.
you what you said. Shut up so I can tell you what you said.
No, you can't
Did
tell
you?
me what I said because you can't
So
even
you
repeat
did.
Hey,
back
come
So
to
on,
me
you
what
y'all.
I
Look,
said.
we just arguing. I want to hear him.
Come on, dude.
Finish.
If you're gonna
All right,
argue with me,
let
at
me
least
say
get
this.
my argument right. Don't
Let
put
me say
words
this.
in my mouth. I never
All right,
said
let
that
Ross
started with
let
LeBron.
Ross
Calm
finish.
down,
Let
bro.
Ross finish.
I'm the only nigga up here who haven't insulted you. Calm down.
Don't put words in my mouth.
You did come out your mouth and literally say he shortchanged the league. Somebody asked you how, you said things like practice. Those is your exact words, bro. I didn't make that up. You did say
Female
that,
energy.
and that's when you went on with your IT quote.
I could keep going.
So my point is stop.
I could keep going.
My point is, to your point, not while I'm talking, you can't. So my point to your point is that didn't start with him. It did not.
I didn't say it
He
did.
didn't shortchange shit, nigga. You just
You're
said okay.
you're
maybe
rebutting
you need to
arguments
listen.
I never made.
Maybe you need to listen to what you just said.
Bro,
You
you
just
was
made an
basically
argument, bro.
implying that it started with LeBron, man.
No, I
Yes.
no
Yeah,
nothing. That's what he's
yeah.
implying.
That's
No, I didn't
exactly
say
what
that,
happened.
clown. I never said it started with LeBron. I said he
Well,
That's how
shortchanged
you said it,
the
bro.
game by not practicing.
Come on,
I didn't
man.
say
You
it
grown. You
started
know
with
how you
him.
say
Then how
stuff.
did he
But if
shortchange the game?
Clown.
Hey,
I would say,
hey,
man, let
Lamont,
hoop jargon go. Let hoop
Lamont,
jargon
Lamont,
go.
let
Lamont,
Let
go
hoop
ahead.
jargon go.
I'm just saying is this. How do I
Lamont.
let's say we was having a pick up
Hold up, cuz. Hold up, cuz.
all
Lamont,
right.
man, put this nigga in the cooler and get on with the stream and let people give
Hey bro,
some
I
real
said all
Hey,
right,
no,
bro,
hey,
go
bro,
ahead.
hey, bro, hey, bro, hey,
Go
bro.
ahead.
What they
I
saying
say let hoop
is,
jargon go, man.
what they saying
Yeah, Hope
was,
Jargon. A couple guys I want to
all right,
get
go
to.
ahead, go
TC
ahead,
and
You
go
Hope
ahead.
just need to
Jargon.
keep putting words in my mouth in
let
order to
some
even
niggas
rebut me,
really
man.
get
You
Bro,
their
guys are
nobody put
clowns.
opinions off,
words in
man,
your
and
mouth, bro. You said that.
No,
let
I
the
did
black
not say it
lady
started with
chill,
LeBron.
bro.
I never said that. You're putting words in my mouth,
Hey,
No,
guy.
but
nigga, go
You're a
put
how
your
clown.
you
weave
worded
in,
your
nigga. Chill.
explanation, how
Yeah,
you
but
worded your
I'm gonna go to
explanation
Hoop
said
Jargon,
it
but
all.
Anon, the problem is when you brought it up. But again, it's not a context that you would probably use if we were talking about Tim Duncan. You would never, in a Tim Duncan conversation,
No,
say
but
that Tim.
that's a
Thank you.
coach's
Hold on. Let me
decision.
finish. Let me
Thank you.
finish. You would never, in a conversation about Tim Duncan and the Spurs, say, "Oh, they
Thank you.
shortchanged the game because they wasn't practicing." See,
Thank
you
you.
would never use it with
No,
Tim Duncan. So the
Thank
thing is,
you.
if you wouldn't
I
use
can
it
tell
with
you
Tim
why.
Duncan and it
I can tell you
originated with
why.
that team, then why would you use it with LeBron? But
Let,
hold on,
let,
I'm gonna let you explain that in a minute. I want to go to Hoop.
Can I
Hoop.
get him real quick before he go, please?
Who is
let
that?
the hoop go again,
Yeah,
man.
because
Just
I
let hoop
don't want to.
go.
I don't want to hold the
Go
whole
ahead,
show.
go ahead, go ahead.
Let hoop go.
No, I gotta let Hoop go. Hoop been waiting, man. Hoop pulled up, man, and he's another
No, go
content
ahead.
creator, man.
I'm sorry, Chet.
I gotta let Hoop cook on this, man. Go
Hoop
ahead,
going
Hoop, man.
crazy in the
Hoop,
chat too. I heard.
what's good, man?
Oh, this hater.
Yeah. Hey, I got a question.
What's
So
up, Hoop? What's
I
up,
ain't
Hoop?
gonna lie, it's when round and round and round. What's the context of the argument so I can know how to focus my commentary?
The premise of the show today is the psychology of LeBron hate.
Okay.
And again, the guy that has been really getting on LeBron, we just attacked an aspect of the psychology he was using, how he used an aspect of talking about practice. But again, he admitted that it didn't start with LeBron, and there are other players like Duncan and the Spurs, Phil Jackson and the Bulls. Those teams have used it as well, but he won't use that context to label or use it as a negative connotation for them, but he will use it as a negative connotation for LeBron. So we just tackling the psychology of the LeBron hate.
Just a quick joke. Those are coaches' decisions.
Nigga, shut your mouth. Let this
That's all.
nigga
That
go,
was.
bro.
I'm just saying that's my rebuttal to that. Those
So
were
you don't
coaches'
think it was a
decisions.
coach decision for LeBron?
Who was the coach? Who was the coach in LA? You think Vogel was calling the shots or LeBron James?
Hold on, that was for Hoop Jargon. I gotta let Hoop Jargon go. That was for Hoop.
And what you referred to was in Cleveland, bro.
No, that was in LA, player.
Was the coach.
Go ahead, Hoop. Go ahead, Cook Hoop.
Lord have mercy. All right, okay, bet. So
no, my bad. You're right. That is Cleveland. My bad. That's not LA. That's Cleveland.
Oh, I know. I wasn't guessing, my nigga. I know.
Come on, y'all. Like, we gotta let Hoop go, man. Just show some respect to Hoop Jargon, man. Let's ride.
Go ahead.
Ass bitch, bro.
Chill, B. God damn.
Man, God damn.
All right, yo, y'all niggas wilding now.
Hey, go ahead, player.
Well, I'm gonna take a knee on this one, bro. It's
Nah. Cook B. Cook. Go ahead, Cook.
No, bro, I did all
I
that
ain't
for you
tripping,
to
man.
talk,
Y'all
bro. You go ahead, bro. You go ahead.
Well, so the reason why I asked, I like to get clarity before I start speaking. So with the LeBron hate, So to that, I retorted it's probably a variant of the love. So the love always got to match the hate. You know, so for basically that means you're polarizing. That means people got to care enough to hate. So in that context, if you're saying that some people over hate on LeBron, absolutely. And I'm coming from a guy, I'm not a LeBron James fan at all, but I got him ranked. So I heard the top 5 discussion being, you know, the GOAT category, i.e. Kobe Bryant's my favorite player of all time. I'm a Laker fan. I live in LA. Like Kobe, you know, for the most part, I wish I had it my way. He'd be the best player ever. He's not. I got Kobe around 11. I got LeBron at 5. So I'm the dude who I hold everybody to that heat as far as scrutiny of your career, things that, you know, knock you up and down. Because if we're being honest, in this type of discussion, it's semantics. It's nitpicking. So it's why, like, you know, and it's funny kind of, I mean, I don't even like using this word, but kind of the gaslighting when you try to simplify or over explain something that, you know, LeBron does, and then you make it like somebody just saying some bullshit. It gets conflated all over the place. So that's what I kind of been hearing, and I'm not even trying to do that shit. I just want to get down to the crux of it. And so if you telling me that's what y'all talking about, or people hating on them, okay, I want to hear a little bit more so I can attack it, because I'm not trying to come on here. And you know what? I think the brother made up some good points about why people critique LeBron James, but I don't want to overinflate it like this man ain't still great and like this man ain't still, you know, one of the best to ever do it. So again, I'm just trying to get the lay of the land so I can make my comments in the right context.
Hey, I got the perfect example for you.
All right.
And this is an example that I brought up in a previous video that I did, right? We heard a conversation with Ticket TV. This was literally within the span of 10 minutes. And talking about Draymond Green, he said Draymond Green wasn't great because he didn't believe Draymond Green could go from team to team to team and do those same things and be great, right? So when you say that, you set the foundation of your logic, basically saying if you haven't seen a player bounce from team to team to team and show this greatness, then they're probably not as great as what they hyped up to be if they've only done it with one team. Okay. But then when we go to the LeBron conversation, he says LeBron isn't great because he's went from team to team to team, even though he's won championships on all these teams and been great on all these teams and done great things. But he uses in that context, he's now using it as something to tear down LeBron when he just asked Draymond to do the same thing. And that's what I'm saying. I don't mind what your decision is on LeBron, whether you love him or hate him. I just ask that your logic be consistent, because if we apply your same logic, if you labeling this logic to make him lesser of a player, then can we use that same logic against your favorite player? And does it hold water? And I think one of the struggles with a non-truth is that the logic that he's using doesn't hold up when we talk about players like Kobe. And he's kind of got caught up in that a few times.
I don't remember ever addressing that.
Go ahead, bro.
No, I'm just saying I don't even remember addressing that. I'm just saying I didn't have any input on what you just said.
Nigga, shut up.
No, I'm just trying to clarify what's going on, player. Don't attribute something to me that I didn't argue or say anything.
Talking to
practice. You said practice.
I didn't attribute anything to you. What I'm saying is I feel like you got caught up in the Kobe narrative when you talked about how LeBron had a stretch of years where he wasn't great, but then when they brought up how Kobe had a stretch of years when he wasn't great, and then you kind of got caught up in your logic because you said Kobe's was fine, it was okay, it wasn't as bad, but then LeBron's is just all bad. It's staying on his legacy.
I didn't say it was staying on his legacy because I've seen nothing different.
Failure. You said it was a failure.
It was a failure. Yeah, it was a failure.
You said Kobe's wasn't. So that's a circular logic.
Well, did Kobe have super teams?
Yes, nigga.
Yes, he did.
I'm sorry. No disrespect.
That's right.
Yes, ma'am.
What super team did he have?
Remember, he had Steve Nash. He had Dwight Howard. Remember that team?
A 40 of
they
Steve
failed
Nash?
don't mean they won the super team, bro.
Bro, stop.
I don't really see that as no super team.
Ass nigga, bro, and let Hoop Jargon finish, bro.
I don't see that as a super team.
I didn't want to get too far away. I was just explaining it to Hoop so he can understand the context of the conversation.
Can I
respond
to Hoop? Can I respond to Hoop? Because I think I can give him what he was looking for.
Be quick, just be quick so we can. Well, I don't want to lose Hoop on this one.
No, because he made a point, and I think he's kind of where I am on it. I don't really believe in the GOAT debate anyway. I don't believe there's one greatest player. That's why all this shit is a dumb argument to me. I believe you can judge by errors and then you can compare from there if you want.
I agree.
But the thing with LeBron is LeBron was the one and only player that could threaten the MJ machine. That's where all the hate comes from.
I agree
with that.
Like you can have legitimate criticisms about every great player that ever played the game. But when LeBron came around, Jordan became perfect, and he was the most perfect player ever, and nobody could touch that. Kobe was basically MJ, but he couldn't threaten MJ being MJ. So we never really took that shit seriously. It wasn't until LeBron that we took it seriously, and that's when, I mean, think about it. Skip Bayless made a TV career out of hating on this nigga.
That's true.
None of us knew who this nigga was, but literally his only reason for it is because we said he might be as good as MJ. That's it. Yeah. That's it. All the shit comes from there.
Okay. Well, I got a slight problem with that. So, here's the thing. I'm not a Jordan fan, dog. I just respect greatness.
Ironically, though, I am. MJ's my favorite player. I think.
Fair enough.
You know.
So my whole thing is, okay, you said Jordan was he was automatically, all of a sudden perfect when LeBron became a threat. So I remember rewatching the Last Dance, and actually that's not necessarily true. Jordan became, almost like LeBronish to the guys, his predecessors when he won his third championship. That's when the Jordan hype machine kind of reminiscent of LeBron, what we see as far as
it started before that.
It started before that, bro.
Fair enough, but that's when the stamp was on it. That's when Amar Rashad was his biggest cheerleader.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. What Hoop is saying is true. That is true. I give him that.
Sports Illustrated cover calling him the GOAT with 3 rings. You right?
Yeah, exactly. So, and I don't subscribe to that. I just don't think like 3. When you get into those numbers where it's not immaculate, I don't think that's enough. So I don't agree with them rewarding Jordan with that so quickly.
Thank you.
And that's my point.
Now I was like 10 years old when this shit was going on, so I couldn't wrap my mind around it during the time. But going back and look at things contextually, like that's too early, and that's some horse shit. So,
but he had a great marketing machine behind him.
Absolutely.
He had Nike.
He also had
let him finish. Let him finish. I'm coming right back to you.
It wasn't even that. I keep telling you, everything overhyped in the 90s, bro. Everything.
That was
he also
true.
had a 3-piece.
I'm gonna go somewhere with this. Well, I don't agree with that either. I think in any era you adapt to the media machine, and if we're being honest, LeBron James, as much as he got a hater like Skip Bayless, like the brother just said, that's true. But you also got a lot of guys who, I think they're industry plants, but whatever, maybe they're not. Guys like Shannon Sharp, guys like Nick Wright, guys like now early in his career, your boy Broussard.
But look at how long it took them to come along. Not to cut you off. That was 15 years.
But it doesn't matter.
That's not necessarily true because Skip Bayless.
That's not my point.
Skip Bayless used to be a reporter for the Bulls.
Let him get to his point, y'all. Let him get to his point. I want to hear how he brings it home.
So again, with the hate matching the love, the point is you got these guys like your Ryan Hollinses, your Damon Jones, and we know Damon Jones is at the hip with LeBron James. If you guys don't know, do your research. So these dudes come in and do the same thing. So that's off-putting to some people because now if you're a neutralist or you like LeBron, you don't really catch it like that or it just doesn't bother you that way.
It's not on the same level though.
No, yes, it is. You're saying that, but all you named was Skip Bayless.
Yes,
so I give you Rob Parker. I'll give you another one. I'll give you Rob Parker.
Rick Bucher.
Rick Bucher. And I'll give you Kendrick Perkins, a pro LeBron guy. We can name guys all the way.
Perkins is like the last 2 years, and he switched back already.
Thank you.
Fair enough. But y'all are being tone deaf. Hold on. But y'all are being tone deaf. You're being tone deaf of how the other people perceive it.
I grew up in the 90s and in the 80s.
Yo, let him let us play, my nigga.
Lord have mercy. Dude, all I'm saying is for you, that's why I asked for clarity before I speak. You said that the psychology of LeBron James hate, and I'm telling you the hate matches the love. Agreed. So with all those people that you see it your way that hate on LeBron, I gotta say, sitting back as a neutral to like, not a big fan of LeBron, you see a overload, and let's not even talk about social media, just the moderate people. And I'm sorry, not the moderate, just the casual people who have been on LeBron James bandwagon, because he's a great player. Like I said, I got him above my favorite player, way above him. But so that's to answer your question. That's why people feel the way they feel about LeBron, because as far as people bloviating over him, it's a lot of information out there, and it lands unfavorably. So when you start kind of parsing his career a little bit, you're like, okay, well, I see a little imperfection there. Okay, well, I see that. That's why you get the anti-LeBron stuff, in my opinion, from my view.
Okay.
DJ Mars, right?
Who Jargon tell the truth, because why would they only have shows with just showing love to or Jordan? And I hate they gotta have it even matched out. They got the yin and yang of everything.
I mean, but they wouldn't have had they didn't have that with Jordan though.
But there wasn't no sports shows during that time. It wasn't.
Hold on. But even like he had Ahmad Rashad traveling with him. One of the foremost voices on basketball at that point.
That's fine.
Was on his side.
That's his job, bro. He
no,
was doing his job.
Time out. Let me say this. Look at Brian Windhorst and compare him to Ahmad Rashad, and tell me which one just did their job.
Did Ahmad Rashad have a show where he was interviewing players all the time?
No. Hold on.
Inside the NBA.
What you said he doing was his job, bro. That was
NBA inside stuff.
No. Time out.
But he did follow Jordan around.
He followed. Not only that, he was Jordan's damn near best friend. He was part of his entourage.
Exactly.
Like, and it was more than just reporting.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
Like he was a part of his brain trust. So Jordan's connection to the media was a little different. LeBron has had more objective people in the media than Jordan did. And niggas, no, time out. Niggas were afraid to say the wrong thing about MJ back then.
Exactly.
Like literally, you could get off on LeBron and nobody cared. He can't do shit to you. Like I said, Skip has made it a whole career of hating off this dude. Literally.
Is it okay? My question for you is this: is it more because of the era now that we in that more people have a voice than back then? Like everybody didn't have a voice. It was selected to have.
It's a combination of that. Like that is a legitimate point, but it's also the fact that like literally. All right, put it this way. I'm gonna go off topic real fast. How many of y'all familiar with boxing? And
boxing?
Yeah. Remember the issue Floyd had when he started bucking the system? And they tried to put Diego Corrales on him as a hit.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the media was doing to LeBron. It was he had too much hype. He's not MJ. He don't smell like MJ. He don't look like MJ. So we gonna show y'all he ain't fucking MJ.
And I think that turn really took place after the decision.
I think that was happening long before the
decision. It was a decision.
And you know, and I think the one thing that highlights what everybody is saying the most, I think, is the issues surrounding Jordan's gambling, and it almost seemed like the NBA was working hand in hand with Jordan's team to really hide that. There were a few people out there reporting it on it.
Why wouldn't they do that?
Hey, I'm gonna come at it like this, bro. LeBron James, Michael Jordan, ain't neither one of them niggas to go, bro. They both been pushed by the media. They both got the style. They the same player, honestly. They get the same pushing.
No.
You know what?
Let him finish. Let him finish.
Look, bro. I'm 50 years old. I'm telling you, they both been pushed the same. You can think they haven't.
Let him finish.
The best player I ever seen play is Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Agreed.
I'm not mad at that.
I can't argue with that.
You can tell me about 6-0 and all this. You know what I'll tell you? Mike ain't beat no great teams. Mike lost to every great team he played until 1991. And what I'll tell you about 1991, there's two things that allowed the Bulls to dominate the 90s. Not only was their team great, but the expansion had a huge deal to do with the 90s basketball.
Yes.
And number two, Isaiah Thomas got hurt.
Yep.
The year they beat the Pistons, and he was never the same player. I'm not telling you that Mike wouldn't have won titles and did great things, because he is one of the greatest basketball players that ever played, bro. It's just that we put him in this stratosphere.
Yes.
That's crazy.
No, you're right. You are
and
not
when
right.
When you look at a dude like Kareem, bro, and he don't fit the narratives.
The media hated him.
He gets no love. Bro, just sit down one day and go through his accolades and put him next to Michael Jordan, bro. It ain't close.
No.
It ain't close.
You're right.
I agree with you.
Hey, can I follow you up, Mr. Bees, real quick? Can I follow you up real quick?
League scorer never done it.
For years.
Hey, let me say this real quick. I think
the main problem when I hear all of these arguments is that two different arguments come up and people don't even notice that they having two different arguments. You either talking about when it comes to the GOAT, you either talking about the individual or you're talking about the team. Because as soon as you start saying, well, this person got this many championships, then you're talking about the team. Now the reason that I say that Michael Jordan is better than Kareem not Michael Jordan, LeBron is better than Kareem, MJ, Kobe, whichever. I will always tell you, no matter, and my argument is going to go across, no matter what the paradigm is. LeBron James is the most overall talented player that I have ever seen. I'm talking about as a passer, as a defender. I've watched this man lead his teams repeatedly in all phases of the game. He gets on the best player from the other team. He got to score the points. He got to rebound. All that. Yeah. So only thing that I'm speaking on is his game. That's it. As soon as you come to me about what a team did, I'm gonna cook your ass every time. You making yourself an easy target when you say that.
But let me respond to that though too, though, because wait. Now, from my perspective, look, go ahead. All when it comes to the GOAT debate is it's pretty much opinionated. Because for me, like B's got Kareem, you got LeBron, I got Jordan, and I can say I got Jordan. I never seen a player, no matter what, always been the best offensive player and best defensive player in the league, and he didn't take away from his game.
You didn't watch Kareem.
I did watch Kareem. I'm just saying, but everybody has their own. My whole point is everybody has their own purpose or reason for putting somebody to go.
But I can cook you. I can cook what you just said with facts, though. I can cook what you just said with facts.
But I could cook the same thing with you.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
And look, but you know what? But look, H-Town and SB. It's not about trying to debate who your GOAT is.
Right.
I just like the fact that everybody, like Bees has his own logic for why. Bees just explained why he feels Kareem is his GOAT, which I accept it. I know nobody. I'm not here to try to convince anybody that LeBron is the GOAT, MJ is the GOAT, Kareem is the GOAT. It's your logic. Because again, if we have another conversation and B completely flips his logic, the same logic that he just used, I can call him out on it. And that's what I mean. When you start being what I've been noticing with LeBron is some of the most hypocritical takes that I've ever seen, just to make up hate, just to tear down the things that he's accomplished. Like I've never seen a player accomplish so much. And then people come behind those accomplishments and then try to tear each good accomplishment down with some type of asterisk, right? Oh, he only won this championship because of the super team, or he's switching teams, he's building his own team. And it's just these weird narratives that you try to put on top of his successes and then on the failures that he has. So you try to use all of his failures, which all players have, and then the successes you have, you try to diminish them with hypocritical takes. That's what I mean when we talk about the psychology of the hate behind LeBron. People will go beyond to tear down every aspect of what he's done, good or bad, impressive or not really that impressive. However you want to define it, they will try to tear it down by all means using any resource, regardless if it's hypocritical or not.
Right. I used to do it to Kobe. I used to do the same thing to Kobe.
Let me say this real quick. Of your favorite player, like Jordan, everybody forgets about in the 80s how he was getting his ass kicked by the Pistons, by the Celtics, by the Bucks.
But that's a team thing, though. That's a team thing. That's a team.
Hold on, let me finish. Let me say this thing.
I know. They ignore that and then just focus on those 6 chips.
Can I say this?
And then they act like he.
Hold on. Guys like that, right? In regards to say, that's a perfect example when Jordan have his short losses, when he loses, they will say it's a team thing. But literally, when you say that dumb ass narrative like LeBron is 4 and 6, which is a fact in the finals, that's literally a team thing. That's a team record.
Can I challenge that?
So hold on. So that's the point Lamont was talking about. There's a lot of things that people would say would not keep the same energy for. There's people to this day say the commissioner gave LeBron a stimulus package in order to win his 2016 title. When reality, the biggest difference between Jordan and LeBron, besides those things that Bees was mentioning earlier, was the fact that LeBron didn't have that much favor with the commission like Jordan did. What David Stern did, he completely changed the marketing scheme for basketball. It went from marketing your team to marketing individual. And no one was more marketable than Jordan. especially during the 90s. Nobody. So in order to keep that persona, in order to keep that marketability, they literally added and prevented the installation of the zone twice upon Jordan's request and other superstars' requests. They implemented the flagrant foul rules.
Yes!
Literally the offseason before Jordan won his first title.
Right.
So
he was crying about the.
But when you when you mention that to these LeBron tractors, there's some on this panel, then they will say they will be hypocritical and be consistent with their logic instead of acknowledging the fact no player had a perfect career. No player is the perfect player. But if I can be honest about one player, why can't I be honest about the other player without it being a whole debacle?
Can I challenge that?
That's true.
Can I challenge that?
Go ahead.
Challenge facts.
And I'm just gonna speak for myself because I'm an MJ fan. I'm just gonna speak for myself, but I think one. Now, see, you feel better? You feel better now?
Oh my!
All right, now I'm gonna go ahead. I say one of the reasons why is people refer to MJ as if he's never lost. We all know that MJ has lost. He got his ass kicked in the early rounds by the Pistons and the Celtics. We understand that. But one of the reasons why you don't see people harping on that is because we look at that as a part of his journey and how he responded to that journey, how he responded to that adversity. He didn't up and hop onto another team and then recruit other players. He persevered through that adversity and he broke through. Now, if you want to highlight, the rule changes, that's fine. But
he also had let him finish. Let him finish, y'all. Let him finish, yo. Let him finish.
Chill.
If you want to highlight the rule changes, that's fine. But I would argue that the NBA didn't like the kind of basketball style that the Pistons were playing, throwing the man down to the ground every time he leave the doggone floor with the Jordan rules. They didn't want that in the game, just like they don't want the malice and the palace in the game. So, of course, the game is going to evolve and rules are going to be implemented to extend and make the game safer and more pleasing to the eye for the casual NBA fan. But the point is,
one player.
No, it's not all for one player because the Detroit Pistons won't beating up only Michael Jordan.
No, that's true.
Not true, bro.
Stop. No, they did change that.
So you mean to tell me the Detroit Pistons selected Michael Jordan, the only player in the league to beat up?
Hold on.
I want that. I'm talking about for the fans.
Hold on. I want to hear Beezus' answer to this. I want to hear Beezus' rebuttal to this because he lived through this.
Not gonna do, bro. We're not going to sit here and act like Michael Jordan was the only player getting physically punished.
Fact.
The league,
I didn't say he was.
No, that is not true.
I didn't say he was. I didn't say. I just said that the Detroit Pistons didn't punish only him.
He said everybody bees.
He's the one that said that they changed the rules solely for Michael Jordan. I said that Michael Jordan was the only person that they were beating up on. So you put words in my mouth.
Let B finish. But Bees, he did say everybody. He said everybody.
Was the one complaining about it in the paper.
That's what I said.
Michael Jordan was the one whining about it in the paper.
Yes, he was the only one.
Going to the league, complaining to get it changed.
They're not good guys.
You can pull up.
Is it basketball though?
Finish, bro. You can pull up Rick Mahorn. You can pull up Bill Laimbeer. You can pull up. Look at what Carmelo did to Isaiah Thomas when he gashed his eye open, bro. That is all through the league. That's the way the game was played.
And everybody played
it that way,
except him.
Right. So the Jordan rules is just something that somebody pulled out the ass.
No, bro, do you know what the
Jordan rules was not about Jordan?
Oh, do you even know what
that was not about Jordan?
That was not Jordan rules. Jordan rules was actually a really good defensive strategy.
What were the
Jordan rules is a book.
Jordan rules. Dennis Rodman said it best. Every time he go to the hole, put him down on the ground.
That's not true.
Not true. You don't
Dennis Rodman said that out of his own mouth.
No, he didn't.
You don't even know.
Oh my Lord, he's on videotape literally saying that. He's on videotape literally saying that. But okay.
You know a coach, they took a picture of the clipboard where the coach wrote down the Jordan rules and it has a list of what they actually are.
Right. If y'all want to act like that didn't happen, that's fine. But I know what Dennis Rodman said.
Without educating you, I'm going to tell you what they were. It was a strategy employed by the team.
Yeah, a floating zone.
It wasn't put him on the ground. Do you understand?
It was put him on the ground.
Do you understand what an illegal defense was in those days?
Yeah, you couldn't play zone, but they played what was called a floating zone.
No, you couldn't. No, that was illegal.
That's what they put. It's
bro.
No, playing zone was illegal.
Joe, hold on.
But you disguised it by playing a floating zone.
And now I'm going to read the Jordan rules to you. All 4 rules. These were the
Right.
4 rules. This was as described by the Pistons coach Brendan Malone. He was there. He's the one that helped draft these defensive rules. Number 1, the first rule was on the wings. Push him to the elbow. Don't let him drive baseline. That's a great defensive strategy. All right. So they basically had basically they didn't want him driving baseline, so they forced everything to the middle. All right. They said number 2, when he's on the top, influence him to his left. They wanted him to go left. Don't let him go to his right. Obviously, that's a smart rule. Number 3, this is from the coach. Number 3, when he got the ball in the low post, trap him from the top. That means you have to send the help from the top or from higher players, because if you open up the paint by sending your big guys, he's really good at squeezing through, getting to the other side of the rim. And then it says, as the 4th rule, this is if all fails, if he gets into the paint, knock him to the ground. So the Jordan rules were not just foul Jordan. No. It was a defensive philosophy to stop him.
I get all that, but fouling was a part of that.
Oh, okay, but what I'm saying is y'all dumb it down as if because when y'all just say it was fouling him, what you do is you make all these great Pistons players look like horrible defenders because the only thing they could do to Jordan was just foul him.
But that's what they needed to take him down. They needed to foul him. They didn't
need to foul Jordan to beat him.
No, they didn't. They sure didn't.
Right, so that's why they didn't come. So why is putting him on the ground? Why is that not there?
You can't take 10
clips. Put him on the ground is the last resort.
Hold on. And what you're doing is you're taking the 10 highlights of them fouling him and you're using that to say this is how they guarded him every single time they played him. When every time they played him and beat him, they weren't just beating him up.
I just specified the circumstances.
What you're going off of is the few highlights that you've seen, but
I'm not going off just a few highlights. That was a part of their game plan.
I'm saying the full games are on
knock him down the whole game.
I get all that, falling up to the middle, make him go left. I get all that, but fouling was a part of the game
nobody
plan.
talks about what I'm saying. You rarely hear people talk about how great Joe Dumars' defense on Jordan was.
I'm not trying to take anything away from them.
But what people take away from that by saying they was just out there fouling.
No,
so what you've done is you've now taken one of the greatest teams of the 80s and you dumbed down their great defense to just have Jordan.
Hey, Lamar, hold on, Lamar. I want to say something.
Let me speak. I like hearing old school speak.
I think all this psychology stuff, bro. Here's what's fascinating to me when I hear arguments about GOAT and all this. It doesn't happen like this in the other sports.
True.
It only happens in the NBA. Who's the biggest fan base of the NBA? Black men. We get so damn emotional and we're so easily sold shit, bro. They can market the shit out of us. And we'll get up here and cuss each other out. And you still a bitch though, bro. Hey, we'll get up here.
You can't double back.
Oh my God, bro.
You can't double back.
This nigga pulled the U-turn.
Hey, my bad. No, my point is that, hey, this should be entertainment. We shouldn't take it too serious. We just got to realize that this is part of the NBA's marketing strategy. And as long as they can keep this conversation going, they make money. It's okay to who's ever your favorite player. Nobody can tell you who your GOAT is and who your GOAT ain't. Just remember, this is about making money. They don't do this. They don't do this in the other sports because it don't net them money. But in basketball, it nets them money. LeBron James goes on TV and says he's the GOAT because he knows 40 million people going to be pissed off at him. But what those 40 million people don't realize is hate makes LeBron money. Love makes LeBron money.
Hate match the love.
Attention makes LeBron money.
Absolutely.
This argument, LeBron versus Mike, makes them both money.
Absolutely.
But last time I checked, neither one of them niggas was building factories in the black community. And I'm
No, the citizens of Akron pay for that school. Let's stop that myth, man. He put a million up from his personal foundation.
With that million though.
Kudos
Didn't
to him.
Nike? Did
Kudos to
Nike
him.
put up money too?
Kudos to him.
That sound like shade though, bro. It almost sound like that sound like shade.
Hey, hold on, y'all.
do
Whenever
it,
you
though.
have an organization, the best money to use is other people's money.
Other people's money.
Yeah, he didn't put his
I mean,
money
that's
in
a
the
great
pool.
business strategy. If you
Absolutely.
get somebody else to pay for the shit,
So let's just keep it in context. Keep it in context.
He did
Well, I
do
mean, for you to create an organization and
Hey,
put the
hey,
taxpayers on the hook for that, that's kind of shallow.
I ain't mad at him. I ain't mad at him.
Yo, this dude is
Hey,
bro.
Anon, I gotta apologize to you, bro, for my behavior. So my bad, my brother.
Oh, you all good, man. I'm a good sportsman, man. I can take that.
Hey, Lamont, can I address something that was said about 30 minutes ago?
Go ahead.
So about the practice thing, because again, man, I don't care about being right. I just want to know the truth. Now, I called my boy Dwayne Irving. He's a scout for the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah.
And I asked him the context about practice. And what I got from him is it's a mixed bag, dog. It depends on the health of the team, the senior leadership, yada, yada, yada. Now, the fact that Jay Crowder and IT said something about the rigor that was going on in Cleveland, he's like that. That's valid. But most teams, after a certain point, they're not really practicing like that. So it's coming out of a dude who know how the culture is. So I got to add that to the conversation.
Like if you go with a coach like Tom Thibodeau, he gonna practice his guys to death, whether it's in season or out of season, and it is from coach to coach, and players have to kind of adjust based on the coach, and this determines the culture. And sometimes I think the best coaches in the league understand what type of team they have and will adjust how they handle those. Like a younger team might need to practice more. An older team might need more rest, might not be receptive to all of that extra practice, and you might get more out of them by just doing shoot-arounds. So, again, a good coach is going to determine that. So, for IT to talk about on a team like with a LeBron-led team, he should have known coming in the door they're probably going to be coaching this team a little different with guys that more miles on their legs, longer, deeper playoff runs. You know, travel schedules might be a little different because they got to play nationally televised games. So you might not have as much rest time. So you got to – so, again, he might not have experienced as much in Boston because, again, they weren't getting so much coverage or they weren't winning championships or having these crazy deep playoffs.
A younger coach who came from college. So he got that Butler, style early.
Yeah, so he was going to come in with that. And remember, this is one of the reasons why he lost that locker room eventually.
Yeah.
Because he can't coach in the NBA the same way you coach in college.
Right.
You can't do it. So guys, and you have to be willing to adjust what you do. Even if you've been a great coach, this is why college coaches don't adjust well to the NBA.
Lamont and Larry Brown specifically talked about that. They asked him what's the difference between a championship college team and an NBA championship team, and he said part of it is the studying of the game while building chemistry during practice. Some obviously novices in the game, the more amateur you are, the more you want the team to practice. But he said and the main difference is your chemistry and communication with the players, understanding what your players need, how to push them, how to rest them, understanding all those things. Because not every great coach has their own way of cultivating their team to focus on the goal at hand. No other like people's favorite guy, the Bulls, the Dynasty Bulls. Another Hall of Fame coach that would let that third best player go on vacation in the middle of a playoff run.
But you gotta also think Larry Brown, understanding that he's the only guy that was able to get Iverson to a finals.
That's the point.
Out of Iverson, the guy that we all know Iverson how he felt about practice.
And it's similar. It's similar to what B said. B said this streams ago. The main thing in terms of the marketing of the GOAT conversation is people trying to put it in this cookie cutter of Jordan. Where in reality, you can achieve greatness in a multitude of ways.
He is the GOAT, nigga.
There you go.
Can I cook on this topic, Lamont?
Hold on, MacDev just pulled up. I gotta let him cook. Salute, MacDev. I appreciate you pulling up.
Salute to the chat. Salute to the fan of FYS.
Salute.
Let me start off by saying LeBron James is one of the greatest basketball players ever. He deserves to be in the GOAT. He deserves to be in the GOAT debate for all time. Wherever you have him is wherever you have him. He deserves to be in the GOAT debate. With that being said, The psychology of LeBron is because we put him up to the same standards of GOAT. I don't care if he's in year 19. I don't even care if he averaged 30. When the season started, before a game was played with that team, we said that they should be the favorites in the Western Conference. And I said they should be the favorites in the Western Conference, but they better get the number 1 or 2 seed because the Warriors, the Memphis Grizzlies, and the Nuggets are 6-game series. Y'all laughed me out the park. I'm not going to say any names. That was my expectation. For them to finish 15 games below 500 this season, I'm not saying that's a knock on his legacy, but I can't turn a blind eye on that. I can't just say turn a blind eye and be like, well, Chris Paul at 37 could lead OKC, a horrible team, to the playoffs. Tim Duncan at 36, 30. Hold on. Tim Duncan 37. At 36, 37 years old, never missed the playoffs with Ginobili and Tony Parker. You mean to tell me Michael Jordan with the Wizards had more wins than this Laker team? I can't turn a blind eye at that. It's not a knock on his legacy. He's a great player, deserves to be in the GOAT debate, but I'm not turning a blind eye like this didn't happen.
Injuries.
All right, yeah, right. Injuries,
game,
not only
player.
that, but you brought up Tim Duncan. Bro, Tim Duncan wasn't carrying the load for that team.
Who was the best player on the team?
It wasn't Tim Duncan.
Yeah, 2019. And Tim Duncan's 19th season, and Tim Duncan's 19th season in 2015.
No. It was the Finals MVP.
Hold on. I said at age 30, and Tim Duncan was 40 years old by year 19. I said at age 36 and 37. I said Jordan with the Wizards had more wins. I said Chris Paul at age 37.
Okay, but MacDuff, when you say, I think you have to be careful. I think you have to be careful when you say Jordan at age 37 had more wins, because Jordan didn't have more wins. The Wizards had more wins, and so when you talk about that Wizards team, because when you have to talk about team, and you look at that Wizards team, and then you also have to put context to it. Who were they playing? Things of that nature. And at the end of the day, neither team made the playoffs.
Lamont.
And at the end of the day, neither team had much success.
I said,
what are we picking here?
The Washington Wizards with Jordan at age 38 had more wins than the Lakers.
It's a mute point to talk about, because there's nobody on either side acting as if the Lakers had a great year last year as a team, and nobody's really even trying to glorify that LeBron statistically had a really good year, because it really didn't amount to much winning. So it's a mute point to even go there, because no one's even giving them credit for last year.
But you're acting like it didn't happen.
Lamont.
Okay, so Mac, how many of the years with Jordan do you act like don't happen because the video just isn't popular?
Okay, as a Jordan fan, when do I act like stuff with Jordan didn't happen?
When he was getting his ass kicked.
Hold on. No.
First of all, you never talked to me about Jordan.
No, MacDuff. Hold on, MacDuff.
When did I ever act like stuff didn't happen?
No, MacDuff. I don't want you to ask us, because you're going to be the impartial Jordan fan, and you're going to tell us.
All right, as a Jordan fan.
No, start from the beginning.
Hey, in the 80s, he didn't have his first all-star teammate until 1990.
That's an excuse. I don't need
No. Let me finish. He didn't. That's it's not an excuse.
I need accountability right now.
How can a fact?
No, I need accountability.
Number two. No,
MacDuff, that was an excuse. MacDuff, hold on. I got to mute you because you're giving excuses.
You definitely shot.
I need accountability. You didn't give LeBron the excuse for injuries and none of that. You didn't give LeBron an excuse for Winnie and Gabriel and all these scrubs. I don't want to hear excuses. I only want accountability, man. Get to the accountability.
You immediately shot Bell, though, bro. You did.
No, I didn't. That's hold on. Time out. He asked me the question, bro.
I got you. Real quick. I'll just make this correction. He was wrong. Tim Duncan was 38 years old in 2015. He averaged 29 minutes. LeBron played more minutes, averaged more minutes, produced more. But continue.
I said at 36 and 37. You went to 38. I said 36 and 37, Sturdy, with Tim Duncan.
I said that 36 he was getting booted as a 1 seed by an 8 seed Memphis.
Hold on. At age 36 and 37, Tim Duncan was in the fucking finals. He played until he was 40, people. He played 19 seasons. At age 36 and 37 years old, he's in the finals.
He played till he was 39.
Can we get to my? He still made. First of all, Tim Duncan played 19 seasons and made the playoffs 19 straight years. So that is a mute point. What you guys are saying. Let's move on.
Last 10 years, he was being
Let's
helped
just
along
move. Let's
by
just
better
move.
players.
Can we just move on? He made the playoffs every season. Let's just move on. Jordan, accountability. Now, it's a fact. He didn't play with no All-Star. Now, was Jordan still All NBA? Did Jordan still win Defensive Player of the Year? Was he still winning scoring titles and MVPs? Yes. Now, as far as his team, he went up against. Hold on. Yeah, we're talking about winning because individually he was great. Individually,
why didn't they at least win a game in the playoffs? Why would he get a dog walk?
Hold on, time out. He didn't. He won 3-1 first round versus the Bucks as a rookie.
Why didn't he win 2 games against the Bucks?
Because their team only won, I think, 33 games and was in the playoffs with a losing record.
No. But I'm saying, why didn't he beat them twice in the playoffs and that just didn't lose? They lost. They only got 1 game against the Bucks.
He got 1 game. Yes, Lamont. With a team.
I'm just being petty. These are the petty things y'all do in the
question. You are being petty, man.
I'm answering the question. A team with a losing record made the playoffs, and Jordan, as a rookie, won 1 game. Why didn't he win 2?
Why did they have a losing record to be an 8 seed?
Because he had a team with a losing fucking record.
Was so good. Wasn't Jordan good enough to? How come Jordan wasn't good enough to make him a 6 seed and not an 8 seed?
Right. Okay. So as
you just splitting hairs. You just splitting hairs.
I'll answer the question.
No, he's the GOAT. He's the GOAT.
Hold on. As a
was he considered
you want
the
him
GOAT
to be a
then?
6 seed. So you want him to be.
Hold on.
Was he considered the GOAT?
Can I answer the question?
Hold on, MacDuff. Let me go to a non-truth.
Yeah, because
questions are not serious. My questions are just trolling.
My bad.
I'm using the same logic that y'all try to nitpick with LeBron, and I'm asking the same illogical questions about MJ. Look, I understand why
I didn't even bring up his first 7 years.
I know. So when
I'm only talking about LeBron in the playoffs.
When I ask MacDuff these questions, I'm just asking him the same illogical questions that y'all ask about LeBron James.
And are you going to be in?
So again, when you talk about him, so remember, if the East was that bad where Jordan can get into the playoffs with 30 wins, hell? How the hell is you losing to all of these trash teams?
I'm going to raise my hand. The Eastern Conference in the 80s wasn't bad. You mean to tell me? Hold on.
You played the playoffs with 30 wins.
Let me finish. You mean to tell me you want a rookie Jordan who was drafted by one of the worst teams in the league to be a 6 seed in the Eastern Conference when you have the Celtics? Hold on. You have the Celtics, an all-time great team. The Pistons, an all-time great team. You have the Milwaukee Bucks. You have the 76ers with Moses fucking Malone and Barkley and them niggas. You still got dumb. Okay, then. So you want him to be better than all those all-time great teams who got champions?
Larry Bird had a hurt back.
Yeah, he the GOAT.
Hold on, time out. That's my logic. That's my logic. You want a rookie Jordan to come in the league and have a top 5 team.
Won the NBA championship as a rookie.
No, hold on. But MacDuff. I said, where's your accountability for Michael Jordan? Right now, you're making excuses for MJ.
Those are
I want you to hold him
That's just
accountable.
what it is.
I told you he was great. His teams wasn't.
No, Lamont just exposed some shit though. Y'all didn't even see what he did. And that was some shit that you just did. Because really, and y'all all got on the defensive and y'all trying to defend it. Y'all sound like LeBron niggas. You just got finished saying that we gonna act like that didn't happen. Now you shooting all the bail in the world for MJ.
Did I act? I'm not acting like it didn't happen.
Ain't nobody saying it didn't happen.
When I asked you to give him accountability, you just started running off excuse after excuse after
first thing you did was
team. No, he's just telling you what it was.
No,
you call it excuse.
First of all, I didn't.
Okay.
Did
so
I
why
say
can't you tell us what it was last year with LeBron?
Bad about LeBron.
So how come you can't be honest and tell us what it was last year with LeBron with all the guys?
LeBron quit on his team. LeBron quit last year. I'll tell you what it is. Last year, LeBron quit on his team and pursued
LeBron averaging 30 points a game, quit on his team.
Yes.
No,
in
I didn't
pursuit
say
of the
that. I
scoring
didn't
title.
say
He
that.
completely abandoned
Hold
the
on, time out.
defensive end.
You're not
The
talking
entire
to every LeBron hater. You're talking to Mac Def. Did I say that he quit on his team? Did I say anything
I
about
said
practice or
that.
Mac
bullshit?
Def, you said you can't get around what happened last year.
I said I'm not going to turn a blind eye.
I
It's not
can't
a
get
knock
around
on
what
his
happened
legacy.
Jordan's first 3 years. I can't get around what happened in '95. I can't
Okay,
get around what
but
happened in Washington.
but bro, I put context around it.
But
When
you
LeBron,
didn't put
hold on, time
context
out.
in
around the
LeBron's
Lakers
season
last
last
year,
year.
though.
Can I
You didn't
finish?
put
Can
context
I
around that,
finish?
though.
I did put context. I
You
said,
didn't
"Hey,
say
I'm
nothing
not going to
about.
act like
You
it
didn't
didn't
say nothing
happen."
about
And I
AD being
showed
injured.
no. I put
You didn't say nothing
expectations.
about Carmelo being old.
Time out.
Yeah, but he couldn't even make the play in.
I put expectations.
You can't even make
on
the play in.
Bro,
Jordan.
let me finish. I put expectation. I put everything in context. I put expectations on the Lakers. I said they should be the favorites to come out the West, but the Warriors, the Nuggets, and
Okay,
the
but what's the number one thing that hurt their chances of coming out the West?
Injuries.
And Russell Westbrook.
Yeah, but they didn't even make the play
No,
in.
Mac Def. What's the number one thing that hurt the Lakers' chances last year?
I think they were a garbage ass team. I'm not.
No. What's the number one thing?
I think they were garbage.
Hold on, Mac Def. Hold on,
Didn't you
Mac
say
Def.
you
How did
started
you
off
pick
saying
them to
that they
come
would
out
be-
the West
Right.
and then
Didn't
say
you
you
say
just think they were a garbage team?
Because to me, you're talking to me.
You
You're
just
talking to
said
me.
you picked them to come out the West.
I picked them to come. I picked them to come out the West.
how they garbage?
Let me finish. Let me finish. I picked them to come out the West. Right now, a team with LeBron James and Russell Westbrook on the same team, and they play 57 games together and have a losing record. I'm not gonna say, "Oh, Carmelo Anthony was bad on defense." I'm not gonna sit up here and say, "Oh, Anthony Davis was hurt." That's no.
You was not no Russell Westbrook advocate.
Hold
I
on.
was
So
the
wait a
only
second.
Russell
You
Westbrook
mean to
advocate.
tell me Russell Westbrook and
They weren't
LeBron
a
James
garbage team. They
have
played
a
like
losing
garbage.
record? That means their team was garbage. You guys were garbage.
They
That's
played like
period.
garbage.
So Jordan and the Bulls were garbage.
Correct.
Yeah, they were trash in his early years.
Motherfucker,
No doubt.
Yes,
He
the
was playing
Bulls
with
was garbage
Kobe.
when he first came
Hold
here.
on, but what you're doing is put context. So you put context to Jordan being trash. So it wasn't just
Yeah.
Jordan being trash.
Oh my God,
It was his
Jordan
teammate.
wasn't trash.
Did
His
I say?
team
Hold
was
on,
trash.
time out. I didn't
Okay.
say nothing
Oh,
about
so LeBron wasn't trash last year.
I didn't say
No,
nothing
LeBron was
about
trash.
LeBron.
No.
he said
LeBron was
quit on his
trash.
team.
He was still trash.
No, I didn't. You guys are putting words
He
in my
was still
mouth
trash
because you
because he
guys are
played
getting
no
cooked.
defense. He
I
played
said,
no
hold on.
defense.
Bro, I said the expectations of the Lakers before a game started was them to get out the West. The team played trash the whole fucking
Was LeBron
season.
trash?
No, LeBron didn't play trash. LeBron played up to his fucking standards.
So why are
I
you
didn't
holding it
hold
against
on.
LeBron? They didn't make the playoffs.
No,
Because he's supposed to be the GOAT, right? He
but
said he
this
called
is
himself the GOAT,
the
right?
aspect that you guys are missing. The expectations was them to be
Then why didn't
the best
Exactly.
team out of the West. The
Well,
team,
okay,
the
Mac Def,
Lakers.
and when I asked
Let
He
me
didn't even make the
finish.
play
Mac
in.
Def,
Let me
I asked
finish
you,
and I'll stop.
what's the
Let me finish
number
and I'll
one
stop.
thing that hurt their chances from getting out the
Let
West?
me finish and I'll stop. I'll finish and I'll stop. The team played garbage. And when I look at LeBron,
No,
it's
man,
not
it's
a knock
injuries,
on his legacy. You have him cemented wherever you have him cemented. But I can't turn a blind eye and say, damn, at Chris Paul with a fucked up OKC team went to the playoffs. Tim Duncan at 36, 37 years old went to the playoffs. Jordan had more wins with the Wizards. I expected. It's not that they didn't make it out the West. It's that they finished 15 games below 500. They were horrible. We didn't expect that.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. It's not like they didn't make the playoffs. They did. They were horrible.
Yo,
They were one
I
of the
give you
worst
that
teams in the
FYF.
league.
I give you that FYF. As far as what you said, as far as them coming out the West, I'll give you that. As far as injuries, yeah, we can totally go with that. But he didn't even make the play in.
What you mean he?
You can't even get to the. You can't even get to the play in. You can't even get to the play in.
Hold on, y'all. We're gonna go back. Hold on. We're gonna go. Let's just dumb basketball down just to basic sense. I don't care how if Jordan is y'all GOAT, Jordan should have easily proved to y'all in his first couple years in the league that no matter how good one single player is, you ain't winning shit if you don't got a good team. He should have proved. Hold on, let me finish. Hold on, let me just say this one thing. So as great as Jordan was his first 3 years, 37 points per game, 30 a game, all these ridiculous numbers. it don't matter if the team around you either is hurt, ain't playing up to par, ain't good enough, whatever it is.
It kind of
if
does.
they ain't playing right, you ain't winning nothing. I don't care how you slice it. And Jordan was lucky to get into the playoffs with a 30 and 52 record because the East had to have been some hot garbage for him to be 30 and 52 and still make the playoffs.
That's fine. But that's fine.
Hold on.
Jordan don't
22
control
games
that.
under 500. All I'm saying is, so
and he did that
going
with cokeheads.
if first of all, you guys have already said LeBron played up to par last year because he did average 30 a game. He was balling. But what y'all do, what y'all now have to do is now y'all have to. It doesn't matter how you explain it. Like I said, 30 a game.
That's just what it was.
Like what I'm saying is, okay, I didn't know he was supposed to be Thanos out there doing everything.
No, I didn't say Thanos. I didn't say Thanos. I just said no. I didn't say Thanos. I said at least play.
But what I'm saying is,
defense. He
what you're doing,
abandoned the defense.
Either way you doing
because he was the only offensive option.
You trying to nitpick small stuff.
He wanted the scoring title.
Hold on, Adnan. What I'm saying is, it was clear last year that anybody that's being impartial, you're not being extremely biased, that Laker team from the start of the year was decimated not by injury, first to their bench, so they didn't have much of a bench, then to AD, then on top of that, Bron goes down with an injury. There was no consistency because you have a new player in Russell Westbrook that you're trying to integrate, so you're never able to properly integrate. So everything just kind of fell apart. And you know what? Sometimes that can happen. Sometimes that can happen.
Oh my Lord!
Right?
Yeah, that's a convenient excuse. FYF. That's a convenient excuse. But who picked the team?
Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. First of all, I don't care how you slice. Hold on. First of all,
pick a damn thing.
Hold on. What I'm saying is, it doesn't matter. The one thing
it does matter.
The one thing you can never forecast is injuries. I don't care how good of a team you is. So again, you can say he handpicked the team all he wanted. But if players start getting injured, that's one thing that's out of his control.
And especially
even if you want to say he was playing GM.
Did Jordan pick the dope heads he played with in the early 80s?
Hold on. First of all, how do you know he did?
Nope.
He picked
he
all
was
the players he played
drafted to
with
the team, guy.
What I'm saying is, hold on. But if you're going to go to the beginning of careers, because you cannot compare LeBron in year 17 or whatever to Jordan in year 3, because LeBron in year 1, 2, and 3 couldn't pick his team. And he had to play with whatever was given.
I didn't make that comparison.
And hold on, and LeBron in year 1, 2, and 3, do y'all want to compare? Success.
I never even brought up his first 7 years.
Do you want to compare LeBron's first 4 years to Jordan's first 4?
No,
as far as success,
what's that going to prove?
I'm just
do the first set.
What's that going to prove? Or you just being petty?
I'm just saying, do you want to compare team success?
What's that going to prove?
Keep it on topic, bro. The thing, my whole thing was Lamont. I said expectation.
Because y'all act like Jordan didn't have any say-so over the roster when he was later on in his career.
What expectations did Michael Jordan have at the beginning of his
players?
career?
Why
did the team? Who did the team ask first about bringing in Rodman?
They asked Jordan and Pippen.
There you go.
No, but Jordan. They didn't ask no
Jordan
Pippen.
said go out and get me Rodman.
Hold on. Pippen hated Rodman.
Jordan.
Hold on. Pippen hated Rodman.
Bro, y'all done skipped the whole decade.
Hey, let's see what B got to say.
But they came to Jordan. Jordan didn't go to them and say, I want Rodman. They came to him.
Hey, brother, you said Mike had to play with drug addicts.
He was playing with dope heads.
How you know that?
He said it.
That snitch ass nigga. You only advocate for a snitch, bro.
Oh, yeah.
So now you want to make this about snitching, man? Cut it out, man. Take your ass down, man.
Hold on. To everybody in the panel and in the chat, what were the expectations of the Lakers before the season started?
Right. There were no expectations on Jordan when he got drafted. There were championship aspirations for the Lakers because they had three top 75 players. Cut it out.
We just had this argument. We just had this conversation the other day on my other channel. And the one thing somebody said the same. Well, I said expectations coming into the season, the Lakers were picked to get to the finals. That's a fact. Now, the one thing that changes expectations for any team is injury.
Mm-hmm.
Right when Kawhi Leonard with the Clippers went down with that knee injury, as good as the Clippers were playing, their expectations changed when he went down.
Yeah, but you weren't expecting to fall completely out.
Hold on 1 second. We can go through everything, and if there's an injury, it affects like y'all say. A lot of people say the Rockets would have beat the Warriors if Chris Paul didn't get injured. Injuries change the expectation, and it changes outcome. You can't be the same. So we know that injuries have a big impact on success. And when we talk about Anthony Davis, who you guys, I think somebody was saying that Anthony Davis basically was leading every statistical category except for assists. He had a big role in that team's success. When he goes down with injury, are you saying that you still have the same expectations when AD goes down with injury? Trevor Ariza goes down with injury. Kendrick Nunn gets out for the season. LeBron James goes down with injury. So your expectations. Are you saying
injure the whole season? You can't. Are you saying the expectations were the same? You can't even make the pity game. You can't even make the pity game.
Hold on.
Anon. What I'm saying is, are y'all saying the expectations were the same with all the injuries?
No, without injuries, of course you're not going to expect him to win the championship. But you can't even make the pity game.
Okay, but once they started getting injured,
just for you to for bad things to get
hold on. So many people yelling.
Go ahead.
Once they started getting, even Laker fans like a Wheezy Bang was even early into the season came to the resolution that this team can't even make the playoffs. So I don't, you're not going to find bigger LeBron fans than a Wheezy Bang, and he was honest early on. And said, this team can't make the playoffs. Ooh. They were honest. Okay. So why are your expectations so high for a team that's more common sense? You look at them and be like, they're going to struggle. Early on, ESPN, all these commentators were saying, this team is going to struggle. This team might not make the playoffs. Everybody's saying it. But you still had these high expectations. Why were your expectations much higher?
So I can keep criticizing them?
No.
And the only reason you leave your expectations high is so you can have something negative to say when the season ends.
No.
But there was still people that
nobody with a brain would look at this team and be like, I still expected them to be in the finals.
In the playoffs.
My expectations with injuries. You're right, they do change. But let's not act like injuries have not changed expectations. People have fought through. Hold on, I'll give examples. First of all, let me fucking finish my statement, and I'll give examples. Injuries, does change things, so I agree with you. But also, injuries have not changed expectations. I'll give examples. When Kareem Abdul-Jabbar got hurt, did it change the expectations of the Lakers? Yes, but did they fight through those injuries and win a championship? Yes. Let me finish. When Scottie Pippen was hurt the first 35, let me finish.
No, I can't let you finish. MacDev, hold on.
I'll give you more examples.
Hold on, MacDev. Give me an example where there were multiple injuries, not just one.
A team. I will.
Hold on, MacDev.
My next example.
Hold on, MacDev. Hold on. A team, sometimes, especially if you have the bench depth and good coaching, can sustain and have through injury to one player. We saw that last year with the Clippers. When Kawhi Leonard was out, the Clippers were actually still formidable, right? But they weren't going to win a championship, but they were still formidable to a certain degree. But imagine if Luke Kennard got hurt. Imagine if all the guys on the bench, Man and all these guys also got hurt, and PG was just out there by himself, and they had to go to the G League to get guys. Are you saying that they still would have been a team that had that much success? Probably not. So use an example. Don't just talk about one player, because with the Lakers, it was never one player. It was multiple players, including injuries to LeBron himself. Show me an example of that.
I'll give you.
Give me an example of that.
An example: the 2003-2004 Lakers were expected to dominate the league and win the championship. Karl Malone got hurt. He only played 40-some games. Gary Payton got hurt. Kobe had a fucking.
No, he didn't. Gary Payton played almost every game.
Kobe had a rape case in miss. I'm lying that he had a rape case.
He still played though.
He still played. He wasn't injured, nigga.
In fact, the nigga was playing.
No, motherfucker, did he play 82 games? No,
he wasn't injured.
Bro, they're missing games. So you mean to tell me Kobe Bryant, calm down. You mean to tell me
Payton played all 82 games?
Bro, listen.
He started all 82 games.
Bro,
he lying now.
You making up shit.
Yo,
yeah,
come on. All 82. What the fuck?
Bro. Karl Malone, the expectations of the Lakers was what? Championship and dominate the league. Hey, Gary Payton missed games.
We all know why they lost the championship that
bench
year.
with
Because
Derek
Kobe
Fisher
got
missed
selfish.
games. Karl Malone got hurt.
Stop it.
They still made it to the
They
fucking
still had
playoffs.
their main one.
Did they not
Can
have
I
a prime
finish?
Shaq?
Hold
Did they
on.
not have a
I'll
prime
give
Shaq?
you another team. I'll give you another team if you
Bro, you
if
just
that's
make
if
that up,
that's not
Mac.
good for you with their expectations and they still made the playoffs with
Bro,
injuries.
we
I'll
just
give you the
called you out for
2000.
lying, man.
I'll
Bro,
give you the
Mac,
2008
you lied
Lakers.
about half the injuries.
Bro, so Karl Malone didn't get hurt. Gary Payton didn't get hurt.
No,
Derek
Gary
Fisher
Payton
didn't get
played
hurt.
all
Bro,
82
Gary
games.
Payton.
Gary Payton
Hold on,
played
Bro,
82
did Derek?
games.
Hold on, time
Gary
out.
Payton. No,
Did Derek Fisher get hurt?
No, Derek Fisher played all 82 games.
Not only Gary Payton,
You guys are lying. Derek
Stop
Fisher
it,
did not
Mac.
play
I
no
got it
82
right
This
here.
games.
lying
I got
ass
it in front
nigga,
of me.
man.
No, he didn't.
Lamar, put it on the screen. Lamar, put it on the screen. He's not gonna believe you. He's not gonna believe you. Because not only Gary Payton did not miss a single game during the regular season, he didn't miss a single game during the playoffs either.
Bro, they all missed games. What are you talking
But
about?
they still had a prime.
Go
Maybe
ahead.
that was on 2K. Maybe that
I'll
was
give you
This
the
is
hold
Michael
on. And
Jordan
if that's
fans,
not good for
man.
you, go to
They
the
gotta lie.
2008 Lakers. Go put it
They
on
gotta
the
lie out
screen.
the
Put us
ass,
on
man.
his.
The link is in the backstage, man.
Time out.
We heard enough, you lying ass nigga.
Maybe
Nigga,
that was
shut up. Nigga, the 2008, look, fucking Andrew Bynum got hurt. He didn't even play the whole fucking season in
Hold
the
on, what does
playoffs,
it
and they
say?
still made it to
Hold
the
on.
finals.
Oh shit!
Because they had Pau Gasol and Kobe Bryant.
Fucking Pau Gasol. Stop it.
The Lakers about to retire that nigga's number. What are you talking about?
Gary Payton, how many games does it say?
82.
Shaq,
God
67.
That
Kobe, 64. Thank you. Go to Karl Malone.
82.
Go to Karl Malone. So
Yeah,
Gary, hold on. So
Gary,
Gary, time out. Hold on, time out. So you guys said
No,
Kobe
but
played
hold on,
82
hold
games.
on. No, Mac,
Go ahead, bro.
No, Mac Def. The standard was a star player, the number 2 guy hurt for most of the season, which is not the case. Other guys on the bench hurt. You tried to say Peyton and Derek Fisher were hurt. You lied because both of those guys played 82 games.
Go look
so you
at
had to go run the
look at
Karl
Malone. Thank you.
But
so you mean
not the majority of
time
their
out.
team? I said with
Time
the
out.
on top
Time
of the
out.
fact,
Fucking hold on. Time out.
More games.
Lamont, are you comparing?
I told you to find me a similar situation.
Time out.
This
Are
is
you
not
comparing
similar.
Gary Payton and Derek Fisher 82 games and
You
LeBron
brought
and
him
Westbrook
up.
play that many games together and they still
You
made it
brought
to the
them
fucking
up. I didn't
finals.
bring up them 2 guys. You said they got hurt.
Look at Kobe and Shaq. Thank you.
Bro, they didn't miss that many games.
Lamar,
are you
know what's
serious?
crazy?
67 games.
Karl Malone played more games than AD this year.
Karl Malone had 42. Bro, you said give an example of a team that missed their star players and role players due to injuries.
To be honest with
This
you,
is an example.
Lamar,
Did Kobe, Shaq, and Karl Malone play?
It was a good effort, though, Mac.
No,
It was a good effort.
No, it's the exact same effort.
Mac, you know we pull
how
up this stuff.
many games did Russell Westbrook play?
Mac,
you mean to tell me Gary Payton and Derek Fisher is better than Russell Westbrook and LeBron?
Yes, nigga, have you seen Russell Westbrook fucking play? Are you serious?
Gary Payton at 36 years old.
Mac, I don't want to hear no Russell Westbrook slander going into next year.
That's disrespectful.
Mac Def talking like Russell Westbrook's still a superstar. I don't want to hear no Russell Westbrook slander.
He's better than fucking Gary Payton and Derek Fisher.
Ooh,
You
definitely didn't watch
basketball right now over fucking Russell Westbrook.
Shut the fuck up. Y'all are tripping.
Nigga, did you watch him last
17,
year?
7 and 7. Yes, nigga.
Did
Y'all
you
act like
watch
that's
him last
horrible.
year?
How old are you, son? How old are you?
Don't give me numbers, bro. Did you watch? The
Yes,
nigga was
I
dribbling
watched fucking
the ball.
Russell Westbrook and I watched Gary Payton.
A point
How old are
guard
you?
can't dribble the fucking ball.
How old
Bro,
are you?
y'all
Bro?
tripping. Y'all gonna take a
old are you?
36-year-old Gary Payton. It's cool.
Nah, but Gary Payton at that time was not on
It's cool.
Westbrook's level.
It's
How old
cool.
are you?
No, you guys wanted me to hold on. Time out. You guys wanted me to give an example. I gave you an example. Kobe, Shaq, and Karl Malone didn't play the whole season. The niggas was hurt and dealing with break cases. Time out. I'll put it to you like this. I'm gonna ask this question and then I'm gonna stop. What is the expectations of the Lakers this year coming up? What is y'all expectation?
What is your expectation?
My expectations is a play-in game, and they ain't making the fucking playoffs. That's my expectation.
So you got low expectations for him. So Mac Def, so hold on, y'all, hold on. Mac Def, so you coming into the season with low expectations for LeBron James.
For LeBron James, yes.
If they usurp those very low expectations, then you're gonna have to do the opposite of what you're doing now.
No, I'm not. How am I gonna do the opposite?
That means you're gonna have to over glorify if he gets past the playing. If he is a 3 seed in the West and gets to the Western Conference Finals, you're gonna have to elevate him in your GOAT GOAT numbers.
LeBron, I said at the beginning, LeBron is an all-time great player. You can have him cemented where he cemented at, and he should forever be in the GOAT conversation. I came on the panel and said that.
You came on the panel talking about one season, and nobody was talking about one season.
My expectations based on last year, how garbage that team was, I don't see a fucking
What if they usurp your expectations?
That plays 82 games is going to make up 15
What if
games
he usurps your expectations though?
You said what?
What if he gets to the finals then? Because you've already set a low standard for that team.
If the Lakers
so if he carries this bad team to the finals, how does that elevate him?
Is it supposed to elevate him?
But if you're giving them low expectations of the play-in and they get to the finals, this means this is a historical accomplishment.
A historical accomplishment. Okay. Then call it a historical accomplishment then.
No, I'm saying where you going to put them? How does it elevate
Call it a historical accomplishment then. I think it would be a historical accomplishment. A 38, 39-year-old LeBron James leading the team to the finals in the Western Conference, and you got a dynasty versus the Warriors. I do think it would be an exceptional accomplishment. Yes, I do.
To be honest, no, Lamont, can I say this?
Who wouldn't?
To be honest with you, Lamont, it's simple on the basic psychology of a pathological LeBron hater. These guys aren't smart. That's the basic shit about it, bro. These guys just aren't smart.
No, I have the same expectations.
Hey, yo, Lamont,
bro.
can I chip in on this topic?
Who is that?
Hey, it was TJ Lee. What's up, man?
Pascal.
Hold on. We got a couple new people in here, so I want to make sure we go in order. So I'm gonna go to TJ, then I'm gonna go to Kenneth, and then I got Xavier and Jermaine. I got to make sure I get all it takes because they just came in and they've been waiting. So go ahead, TJ.
Right. Hey, yo, salute the panel, salute the chat. I'm gonna touch on the topic. So the psychology behind hating on LeBron. See, I'm not a hater, so I don't know. I couldn't really tell you why these niggas hate on him so hard. But I'll say this. In my opinion, he's the most hated basketball player in the history of basketball. He's the most points ever, and niggas will say he's not a scorer. He is the most clutch shots and game winners ever. Niggas will say he's not clutch. Think about that. He has 6 all-defense teams. Niggas will say he can't play defense. He shoots a better three ball than Kobe Bean Bryant and Michael Jeffrey Jordan. And niggas will say he can't shoot.
They say
that sound like pure hate to me.
Hold on.
I'm not even done. He left in free agency, and Bill Simmons, a famous reporter, one of the biggest reporters in basketball, came out and talked about, it's because LeBron was a fatherless child. Think about that.
Wow.
That's pure hate, bro. Nigga said, fuck basketball. We finna talk about your pops, your moms, anything. All for LeBron James. That's a level of hate it's at. And so that's my only thing on the topic. I got some questions
That's
for.
A fair fucking point. That's a
damn, I gotta clip that, TJ. I'm gonna clip that one, TJ.
Damn. Salute. And I got some questions for Anon, man, because he was saying some crazy stuff about LeBron. So I just got some questions for you. Is he there?
Yeah, he's still here.
Hey, yo, so Anon, you was ducking and dodging questions left and right. So I'm still waiting on the answer. What 37-year-old did you expect to win a championship other than LeBron James?
God. Okay. I already gave you examples, nigga.
I didn't hear it. Just tell us one.
Me, nigga.
You can't tell us one 37-year-old that you thought was going to win a championship other than LeBron James?
That's a pointless question. That's a pointless question, dude. Because he had a stacked team, dude. He had 2 top 75 players on that team.
Question again?
What do you mean? It's nothing to duck or dodge, man. It's a ridiculous question. It's one of these
It's a
custom-made,
simple-
handcrafted bullshit questions.
Hold on. I got more for him. I'm
You
not
want to
gonna let him
pigeonhole
wiggle
the
out of this.
argument, man.
I'm
Try to
not
do
gonna let him
better.
wiggle out of this.
Question?
Hold, just answer the question. It's very simple.
He
Just
don't
tell us
answer the
one
question.
player.
Can I answer the question?
All right, so crickets. That's one.
If
That's
they,
one.
Hold on. I
Crickets.
can answer the
there's
question.
nothing to say there, dog.
Let 'em
That's an
shoot.
irrelevant question.
No, I let them go
That's
one
an
on one.
irrelevant question.
Let him shoot.
That has no bearing on the
Let him
topic,
ask the
Playboy.
next question. Go
That's
ahead.
entirely about the topic. What are you talking
No,
about?
it's not.
Bro, that
That's a
seems to be-
bum
that
ass
seems to
question,
be your
dog. Get
only
out of
answer
here.
to the
They
question,
ain't gonna
bro.
answer that question, so go to your
All
next.
right, so that's one. That's one. The panel seen it. Crickets. All right, number two. You said the Lakers were a super team. Can you tell us how the Lakers are a super team?
He had 3 top 75 players on the same team.
Hold on. You said it was 3. You said it was 3 all-stars.
Lamar, I got
Well,
him.
they are
I got
all-stars,
him,
aren't
man.
they?
So hold on.
Wait.
You
They
said
are
from your
all-star
own
caliber
mouth.
players,
You
Hall of
hold
Fame
on.
players.
I know what you said. You said from your own mouth, a super team is 3 Hall of Famers in their prime, and they're
In their
all-stars.
Ooh.
Okay, is Russ in his prime?
Russ is still in his prime.
Oh,
That's a
What?
that's a
He's
lie
still
right there.
in his
Hold on.
He's still in his prime. AD is still in his
Hold on.
prime.
Let him cook. Let him cook. Let
Russ
him
is
cook.
on
Let
So
TJ
hold on.
cook.
That's a
He's
lie
at the
right there.
tail end of his prime, but
Russ
he's still
hasn't
in
been
his
an
prime.
Yo, you
all-star
realize
since
nobody in
Houston.
the league wants.
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. The
Russ
bigger
only
question
hasn't been
is,
an
23.
all-star
Wait,
since
let him
Houston.
the bigger question is Bron still in his prime?
He's extended his
Facts.
offensive prime. Yeah, and that's one of the
No.
reasons why he
We
still
didn't say
has those kind of
years old.
expectations. His offensive
He's
prime, yeah, he's still pretty athletic.
He's at the tail end of his prime.
Yeah, he's at the tail end of his prime.
Hold up. I want to address Russell Westbrook still being. You know, nobody in the league wants that nigga, right?
After
Like,
playing
you
with
can-
LeBron,
like
after playing trash
nobody-
over there, yeah, nobody ain't gonna want him
Nigga, they
now.
don't-
scapegoat.
But
The
He's
only
a
people that wanted
scapegoat.
him
I don't
last
think
year was
LeBron.
the Lakers.
I don't think Westbrook as bad as he played last year. I think he
Bro,
can
the
play
only
better.
team- the
But
only
if
team that
you're
wanted him
not
last year was the
practicing,
fucking
if you're not building chemistry, and you
Nah,
don't have
bro.
much of a
Hey,
leader
man.
over there in
Done.
LeBron James, then you're
Cook.
gonna look trash. Now,
Okay,
now
so
I can't excuse
hold on, y'all.
Westbrook for
I'm
hitting
not
back
finna
on
let
the
him
missing
wiggle out of
layups.
this. I got him. I'm not finna let him wiggle out of this. So Russ hasn't been an all-star in 2 years. He's not in his prime. Period.
Wow. Gee.
No,
So that's not no
whether
super
he's not
team.
in his prime
So
is
that's not. So
subjective. I believe he's still in his prime.
So
They
by
don't.
your own logic,
They don't pay.
One at a time.
Hold on. I'm not done. I'm not done. By your
It's just
own
TJ and
logic.
How much is he making? How much is Westbrook making?
Stop cutting me off. Stop cutting me off. By your own logic, the Lakers are not a super team. Period. That's
No,
2.
they are a super team.
All right, that's 2. No, Russ
No,
has
they
been
are a
all-star in
super
2
team.
years.
No,
Nobody
how much
that
are they
know
paying him?
basketball think the Lakers are a super team.
Hold
Nobody.
on.
How much
Now
are they
it's about
paying
how
him?
much they pay him?
Now we
Is
go
he
to
making
contracts.
30, 40 mil?
Talk about, did the Lakers give him that contract?
Is
Yeah,
he getting
that's
that
not a good
contract?
argument.
They sure
When
did take it.
When
They
did he
sure
get
did
that
take
contract?
it.
Answer the
They sure
question.
did take that contract.
When did he sign that contract, bro?
Doesn't matter. They took that
Yes, it
contract. And who
matters,
chose
nigga,
that
yes.
dude? And
You
who
don't answer
chose
the
that
question
guy?
at all, huh?
And
Now
who
you
chose that
answer the
guy?
question at all.
LeBron James.
goalposts.
All
Okay,
right,
hold
y'all.
on.
So
We gotta.
I
Yeah,
just got
LeBron
one more
James
point
chose
for
that
him.
guy.
We
Don't
gotta go
argue
to
with
Kenneth.
me. Argue with LeBron.
Wait, hold on, Lamar. I just got one more point for him. So
Go ahead,
first
player.
off, we already proved the Lakers on a super team by his own logic. That's
No,
one.
they are a super team.
We proved. Hold on.
I agree that LeBron is still in his prime. He's extending his prime. AD is still in his prime. And Westbrook.
So we already proved.
Let him finish
So
it,
we
man.
already
you
proved the
haven't
Lakers
proven
are
a
not a
damn
super
thing,
team
player.
by
We're
your
going to your
own
next
logic. We
No,
proved you
you
couldn't
haven't
name
proven
another
a damn thing,
37-year-old
player.
that
Nah,
you
you
have
gotta
the
let him
same
finish.
expectations for. We
He
proved that
keeps
you
lying. He
couldn't
keeps saying
name
he's
one
proving
other
something. He hasn't proven
37-year-old.
anything.
Come on,
See,
nah,
you
I
guys
don't
gotta
want
cut
to
me
keep
off.
muting y'all, man. We gotta go one at a time, y'all.
But he
You
hasn't
gotta
proven
mute
anything.
him,
He
bro.
keeps repeating that, and he hasn't proven anything.
No, hold
He
on.
keeps
Nah.
repeating
You
that.
answered
Hey,
not
y'all.
one question.
I'm going to let y'all rebuttal if y'all just go one at a time. Remember, this audio is on multiple platforms, y'all. Come on, y'all.
So
bad,
Still in
FYI.
time.
we asked him to name one 37-year-old player that he has
That's
the same
that's an
expectations for.
irrelevant question,
He could
man.
not answer that.
It's
We
an
told him
irrelevant
we told him
question. It
by his
proves
own logic,
nothing.
by his
It
own
proves
logic,
Hold
the
on.
it
Lakers
We
not a super team.
Let him talk, bro. Damn.
You got to mute him, man. So by his own logic, he said 3 Hall of Famers in their prime that are all-stars. Russ hasn't been an all-star in 2 years, so they are not a super team by his own logic. That's 2. And so I got one more question for him. So y'all got to unmute him for this one. So you keep going back to this bubble chip. Last time I checked, wasn't Kawhi in the bubble?
That's
Wasn't
irrelevant.
Jokic a 2-time
That's
MVP
irrelevant.
in the bubble?
That's
Wasn't
irrelevant.
Dame top 75, James Harden top 75 in the bubble?
That's irrelevant.
So
That's
let me
irrelevant.
let me ask you, what sport
Because
were
it
they
was a
playing in the
shortened
bubble?
season. Man's needed a pandemic to even have a shot. You've seen what LeBron James been able to do with other full seasons. He can play the players.
You see this?
You just be saying
Everyone
shit, bro.
got that same break. You getting cooked, my boy.
No,
Just
he needed.
answer the question. Just answer the
What has
question.
LeBron James done on a
Tell us
full
what
season?
sport they're playing in the bubble. Tell us what sport.
They're playing basketball.
Okay,
But
cool.
that's
Case
irrelevant
closed.
though, because he
Case
needed a
closed.
pandemic, and most of the players didn't even want to be there.
All right, can I actually?
Yeah,
Hey, yo,
you know that
rest my case, man.
Hey, hold on. And the funny thing is, you know, the two teams that actually voted to leave were the Lakers and the Clippers.
Man,
They wanted
you
to
know who
leave.
pushed for the bubble? You know who pushed for the bubble? LeBron James.
No, he did. He wanted to leave.
Yes, he didn't. He pushed for the
LeBron
bubble.
walked out. He walked out of the meeting and said they was leaving. Fuck you talking about?
No, he didn't, man. No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
They voted to leave.
Hey, yo,
LeBron
like
James
I
is
said,
the
man,
top man
I
that
rest my
wanted.
case.
What
When
has
we
LeBron
prove
James
that
done
his
in the
arguments
other
are
3 4
inconsistent,
seasons?
he can't
What
answer
has
no
LeBron
questions.
James? What
Where
has
do you prove
LeBron
that,
James
man?
done on a season that wasn't short? No playoffs, first round exit. Next question.
Bro, they were the number one seed in the
What has
West
he
going
done
into the
outside of
bubble.
the pandemic
I'm
season?
convinced this nigga
Not
don't
that
actually watch
He has
basketball,
3 more rings. What are you talking about?
I didn't question his ring count. I said, what has he done out of the 4 seasons with LA outside of the
But
pandemic
his
season?
career is
What has he
bigger than
done?
just LA, though. You know that.
I
Right?
get all that. But I'm talking about
wait.
his
But let
career
me ask you
in
this:
LA.
What was he doing before the season stopped? Tell me what he looked like before the season stopped. You watch. Tell me what he looked like. Just
What are you
answer that.
talking about?
Before the season stopped in the pandemic year, what did he look like? What did the Lakers look like?
I guess they were all right.
They were all
As a matter
right.
of fact, they had good seeding. As a matter of fact, as a matter of fact, they had good seeding in that. They had good seeding that year.
Remember, right before the pandemic hit, he took out the Clippers. He took out the Bucks. And who else did he beat? Like literally
That's
the
great.
LeBron and AD were 2 top 5 players.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, and they played great. But they needed a shortened season in order to do that. They needed a pandemic in order to get that done. Because and the reason why I say that is because outside of that season, what has he done? No playoffs, first round exit.
He got hurt. He got hurt in the first year. The
Excuses.
second year he had AD.
Excuses.
Getting hurt is an excuse.
Hold on.
It's fine. He didn't get hurt last year. He was out for 30 last year. You can't even now. Let me go back to FYF on that custom made argument that you had coming out of the West.
Hold on. I don't want to get
You
into
can't
it.
even make the play in.
Hold on, Anon. But
everybody else had a short season too.
But you got so mad at us when y'all was
Everybody
doing
else
these
had a short
excuses for
season
MJ.
too.
You said what again?
I don't know. Y'all was making a lot of excuses for MJ though.
What excuses did I make for MJ?
He didn't have
Nigga, what excuse didn't you make for MJ?
I didn't say. I never said he didn't have no help.
Oh, he didn't have no all-star playing with him.
I didn't say he didn't have a. What did I make an excuse about?
I said that. I said it.
I said it.
That's the truth.
I never denied that
This
Jordan
man,
got
hold on,
in the
time
80s.
out. He didn't have an all-star playing with him.
Okay, hold on,
This
Mike
man
up.
just said Russell Westbrook wasn't an all-star.
I know,
for the last
Mike up.
two
I was just
seasons.
messing with you.
Same
Hold on.
thing.
I got to get to Kenneth. Kenneth
Hey, yo,
was here
FYF.
waiting.
Hey, man, I appreciate the time, man. I've hold up enough time. I'm gonna let somebody else in, man.
All right,
but I
man.
appreciate you having me on.
Hey, I appreciate you pulling up, man. We got Kenneth here, man. Kenneth is a well-known LeBron.
My man got
hater.
a broken leg. He better win a chip. Wait. You already starting off on me. How am
Kenneth is one of the most. Kenneth is one of the more well-known LeBron haters.
What?
We're gonna see what Kenneth has to say. Kenneth, how do you feel about the psychology of LeBron haters? How do you feel? You know what? How did you become a LeBron hater?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. Well, I'm not a LeBron hater. All right. Oh, you put me on the marquee, huh? Listen, I'm not a LeBron hater, first of all. All right. The psychology, at least from your introduction, I just think a lot of the things you guys say is contextually, I mean, it's true, but you got to apply context. Now, maybe some of the people you talk to don't want to apply context, but not me. I'm willing to apply context. Like when you're making a comparison between Michael Jordan and LeBron James, I think you guys are talking about Michael Jordan in 1986 and LeBron James this past year. And let's understand something here. Personally, for me, I do think LeBron James was more chasing that scoring record, right, as opposed to team success. I think he focused more on his offense and scoring, not even offense, just scoring.
I agree.
But I'm not a LeBron hater. I mean, I think he's number 2 to Michael Jordan. I think Jordan is still the GOAT. But you got to understand something here. Like to the point that the brother was saying.
That joke for a long time. Well, to
the point that the brother was saying.
I was out there because I was on this live
Hello?
call. I was talking to these guys, but I can't.
Hello?
Hold on, Dallas. Dallas, you
Oh,
in
my
here?
bad, y'all.
Dallas, I'm gonna let you go next. Just hold on right a second. All right, I'm gonna let me let Kenan finish.
Yeah. So let's put some things into perspective. You guys were comparing Michael Jordan 86 when he only played 18 games. And last year with LeBron James, right?
We weren't comparing those 2 years.
Yes, you were.
Wait,
Yes,
hold on, brother. The
He was
question
trolling.
is the psychology of LeBron haters. This is not no Jordan versus LeBron debate.
Yeah, it's not a Jordan versus LeBron.
Right.
Why do Jordan fans always go back to that debate?
You know what? You know what's funny? You know what's funny? I said this was gonna happen. Lamont, you opened up saying people come up here to challenge y'all. Y'all shut up and let the people say what they gotta say first. This brother on the bottom decided to interject and is not allowing me to get to my point. I patiently waited.
Go ahead.
So the point is this. It's not LeBron hate. It's a contextual thing that you guys seem to miss. And I'm giving an example of when you guys were comparing LeBron James and Michael Jordan. LeBron James last year, right? Here's the facts. Even if we want to say all these players was hurt and everything like that, LeBron James, right, and Russell Westbrook, who he always had, every time he played, that should have been enough to at least keep them 500. They were 25 and 31.
Thank you.
Okay, 25 and 31. There's no excuse for that in any way, shape, or form. When you have a guy, even like the brother said, well, Russell Westbrook hasn't been an MVP. The year before he joined the Lakers last year, he led the league in assists.
Career high.
Brother, this is why I just cut you off. That's not the topic of the debate. This is not a Michael Jordan versus LeBron debate.
You're
holding an
example. Calm down, bro. Michael Jordan. I am talking about how you guys do not contextualize your arguments when it comes to LeBron James.
But you're not contextualizing coming to Russell Westbrook now with that assist bullshit.
Bro, you guys are talking about how people hate on LeBron James. People are picking on LeBron James. Okay, fine. Last year, LeBron James underachieved leading his team. That's the point. He underachieved. You guys say it's picking, and then what you guys like to do?
But hold on, Kenneth,
and this is the point.
But Kenneth, no, the problem is that
you guys just
Kenneth. Everybody has said that already.
We actually agree with that.
Everybody agrees to that. Kenneth.
We don't disagree with that.
Understand?
He's not even staying on topic.
You guys do not apply context to you guys' arguments.
But you're saying stuff that we've already come to an agreement on.
We already said that.
But everybody said he wasn't the best leader last year. Everybody said he was probably a bit too focused on scoring. I even said I think him focus so much on scoring hurt his team's ability to win because he's a much better playmaker first than scorer second. And it started to show. I think he could have done a better job of getting other guys going. Obviously, we said all these things already.
And when you guys first kicked off, I'm gonna have to go back and play the beginning when you guys was talking. All the things I'm listening to what you guys were saying. You guys, brother, hold on, man. Again, this is the problem. I didn't interject when this brother was doing his line of questioning with the M dude. I didn't say anything. I'm just listening. You give me the floor. Now you want to cut me off. Hold on. Again, when you guys kicked this stream off, a lot of the stuff you were saying was contextually dishonest.
Like what? Give me one example. Give me one
I
example.
gave you one, and then you guys try to say, "Oh, well, we're not talking about Michael Jordan."
No, but hold on, Kenneth. But Kenneth, the point that you gave, Kenneth, the problem with the point that you gave is a point that everyone in here said we're already critical of LeBron James for. No one came in here saying LeBron James was a good leader last year. Actually, people came in. People actually already came in. Hold on, and I even started off by saying, "Hold on, Kenneth. I'm saying speak on to something that was actually said because it was already understood by everyone in here. He wasn't the best leader last year.
Okay. Let's
No, Kenneth, don't gloss over. What specific?
I'm not glossing over it.
Okay, so what specific talking point? Don't make nothing up. Where we weren't putting LeBron James into context because the one you just said was just false.
According to you guys, people give LeBron James a hard time for what happened last year. Michael Jordan fans, okay? But you guys alluded to Lamont. I think you brought up Michael Jordan, what happened in '95. You brought up what happened in '86
as an example.
Okay?
And a troll.
Right, that's an example.
It was a troll.
That's an
example. No, hold on. Basically, what I said, Kenneth, I've done what I said. I said I could nitpick those years and just put all the blame on Jordan if I wanted to. There's certain moments where I could nitpick those moments and just put all the blame on Jordan if I don't add context. My whole point in saying that was so people could start adding context when talking with LeBron. And so when we put context to LeBron James' season last year, the context is when you want to put criticism on LeBron. I've already done a video on this. You can point to his leadership, the laziness on defense, things like that. But then you can also point to the massive amount of injuries on that team that completely disrupted everything that they had going. There's things to contextualize on both sides, for and against LeBron. I'm saying just be fair about it. That's it.
Right. But again, it's the intellectual.
I don't think anybody has a problem with that.
It's the intellectual dishonesty when you draw those comparisons. If you want to compare apple to apples, right? Okay, well, even the 2 seasons you alluded to, right?
I was just using it as an example. I wasn't trying to. I'm not trying to.
Example,
but I'm not trying to.
And now you backtracking. You asked me to give you an example.
I'm not trying to target Jordan. I'm not trying to put Jordan.
Bro, you missing the point. I'm telling you, you missing the point. What happened during what you heard? That was literally a troll, bro. It wasn't an example. Like he was being smart. That's why we was all laughing about it. So now you're attacking a point where he was just being a dick.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I mean, like I said,
Kenneth should know that by now. Kenneth's been here long enough.
Kenneth, go ahead.
Just about
I'm going to go back and play the beginning.
Hey, hold on. And salute to True the King. True the King just pulled up, man. Appreciate him pulling up.
Yo. What up with you, man?
Hold on. True. Right before you go, I know Dallas has been waiting. I don't want to. And Kenneth, I know you want to rebut a few things, but I want to hear what Dallas has to say because he's been waiting just like a lot of people. Let me hear what Dallas got on this, man.
What's going on, fellas?
What's good, man?
What's good? So I've been listening to it about 20 minutes, and I'm just going to keep it straight to the point. This is about, like you said, the psychology of why people hate on LeBron. Well, you got to look at it. Since LeBron has came in the league, the media is been pushing it down everybody's throat. Every achievement, every youngest do this, get 25 points. They're telling you each time how great this guy is. But for those first 6 or 7 years, he was not showing up, at least in the games that really mattered. Like you look at the game like, man, is he going to shoot? Is he going to shoot in the fourth quarter? What is he going to do? So but at the same time, he never really fell off as far as how they actually rated him in the media. They were still telling you he's the best player, even though Kobe was still winning championships and other guys were winning. They were telling you that, and they've been doing that for like a consistent now 20 years. And I think that's where you get a lot of fans that they hate that because, for one, they're not really used to it because we can say, for instance, since Michael was the last big superstar, we could say the media pumped him up, but it still wasn't the same because you didn't have the constant news every day. You had more newspapers and things of that nature. And even then, you still had to win to really get that title. Before Mike won, they were saying Magic Johnson or Larry Bird was the better player. He had to actually really, really win on a consistent basis before they really started giving it to him. They really gave it a LeBron counter early. Even when he loses, when he wins, he still looked at as the best player. And it didn't used to be that way. the guy who got named the best player was the guy who won with the best team. They'll be like, that's the best player for that year. Just like this year, you see people saying Steph Curry is the best player now because he won the championship. The expectations weren't that they're going to win, but he actually won it and he played great in the finals. So where you get into the hate is coming from is the constant saying, this is the guy, this is the guy, this is the guy. Well, you got millions of people watching like, nah, this is not the guy. I'm watching the game and I'm looking at, okay, you're not going to shoot the ball for the rest of the quarter. Now you're saying your hand broke or we had injuries. It's all this type of stuff. So that's the reason why you have so many people that hate him. My thing is I'm not going to get into the ranking about who's number one, who's this, where LeBron ranks, because it really don't matter. That still comes down to a matter of opinion. But the thing about it is that's why you got all that hate, because no matter what, people are telling you, hey, this is the best guy. No matter what, they're saying he's this, he's that. And it's like people just get tired of that. And that's all I really want to say.
My rebuttal. I'm gonna say one thing, and then I'm gonna let you go. My rebuttal to that is, a lot of people want to blame the media, and you know what? The media does deserve a little bit of blame. But
I can't really hear you that well. Something happened.
Hold on, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I got you. Doing that?
Okay, so what I'm saying is, people want to blame the media, but it wasn't the media when LeBron was in year 3. It wasn't the media that said LeBron was the best player in the game. It was Jerry West, a guy that's a respected basketball mind. He had absolutely no. Hold on, let me finish.
I know, but that's wrong. But go ahead.
Hold on. He had absolutely no reason to come out and say that LeBron was the best player in the game at that time.
That still doesn't matter though. I mean, the media does say that.
What I'm saying is, hold on. My whole point is that it wasn't. Obviously, the media is going to do what the media does. They're going to push the biggest name. They're going to push every small achievement, accolade, because, again, that's what the media does. I think if you understand what the media does, you take it with a grain of salt. And like right now, some of the things that they say, you don't have to take everything that they say seriously. So, but when you look to the basketball minds that were speaking at that time, there were basketball minds like Dr. J, people like Carmelo. There were a lot of basketball minds speaking at that time. And when they said, how come no one's attacking them when they say it? Because these are the people I can trust it. If it comes from Jerry West, there's a level of trust that comes with that. With his name, Dr. J and other people. So I don't want to cut you off, but I just want to. My question. I just want to formulate to a question.
Okay.
What was LeBron doing? Even if you can't remember everything that happened back in 2005-2006 season, what was LeBron doing on the court? Even though they didn't win a championship that year, to where
I can tell you what he was doing.
To where you had former NBA players and GMs, and it was a consensus across the league at that time in year 3. He was the best player in the game, similar to how Jordan was labeled the best player in the game before he even won a chip. Let's not act like that didn't happen.
What I'm saying is, it wasn't too. Even though they were saying that about Jordan, they weren't saying as much as they were saying it with LeBron. Like if you watch a game and LeBron if you're watching a live game of LeBron in year 3, everybody on the broadcast, every time he does something, they're going to be like, "This is a great move by the best player in the game." When you go back, you can actually go back on YouTube and watch a year 3 Michael Jordan play. You don't have the broadcast is not telling you that Michael Jordan is the greatest player in the game. They're not at that point. They're just saying he's great, but they're not saying he's better than Magic or better than Bird because he hasn't won yet. They did that with LeBron though. When LeBron wasn't winning, they were telling you he was the best player. When he wasn't winning, they didn't do that with play. They didn't used to. I'm just telling you, this is where the hate come from. They didn't used to do that with.
That's a lie.
I know y'all want to say they do that with Jordan, but they didn't. All you got to do is go back on YouTube and watch an old game. Just go back and watch.
Hold on, but Dallas, you can't compare. You can't compare how they did commentary on games in the 80s to when LeBron started getting covered. When you added color commentary,
let me tell you why you have to. Let me tell you why you have to. Let me tell you why you have to.
I'm saying you can't compare it because
I'm saying you have to. Let me tell you why you have to.
They started covering games differently.
But this is what I'm
Can I get a
saying.
little
Especially after they saw how much money they were able to make off of Jordan.
No, I
and that
understand
coverage
what
of
you're
Jordan.
saying, but what I'm
Hold
saying
on.
is
I've been
that
waiting. Hold on.
it
You made
matters.
so many points. I got to respond to some of them, man.
Hold on, let me just say this one thing, and I got you. I'm gonna let you say. I'm gonna say this one thing. It matters the way they report on the game, because the way they report on the game is how they determine. That's how most people are gonna be talking how the game was reported. They're gonna actually, their views are gonna be changed by what the media is saying, because they're saying something to them over and over and over again. The media was
like
different.
Jordan
The
was the
media
GOAT
was
before he
different
even won a
then.
chip.
Huh?
Yeah, bro. Jordan. Time out. Let me ask you this, bro, because you
What's
got
that?
you
Wait,
also
hold on. I've been waiting. Bro. I've been waiting because
All right,
he's been making so much points.
Yeah, it
I
was
got to
on
respond
TJ.
to
I'm
it,
gonna
bro.
go to TJ and then I'm gonna go to
All right,
Ross.
go ahead.
All right, so this notion that Jordan wasn't regarded as the best player in the world before he won a championship is a lie.
Yeah.
They said he was the best player in the world before he won a championship.
But you missed my point, though. That's not what I was saying. What I was telling
you just said that.
That's not true. What I was saying to you, they weren't telling you nonstop that Michael Jordan was the best player in year
media
3.
was
That's what I was saying.
And I'm
They
about
weren't
to,
saying that to you in year 3.
Subjective opinion.
why they weren't though.
But
But I have proof.
I got more
But look,
points. So,
I have
no, hold
real
on.
proof, guys.
You said a bunch of
I got
stuff.
real proof. I got real proof that you can go look
the
at.
stuff you were saying, bro. You said that LeBron didn't show up for his first 6-7 years.
No, when I
You don't
said
call-
that, I'm talking about.
Hold on.
Go
Let
ahead,
me
man.
respond. You don't call 07 showing up when he had 25 straight points in the playoffs in the fourth quarter.
The finals at 22.
But this is what I'm saying. Let me say what I'm gonna. Let me say this. I'm not just talking about one game, dude.
Answer my question first.
I am going to answer your question. I'm trying to answer your question. You're talking about one game against the Pistons. Where was that game at against the Spurs? That's what I'm talking about. Like, I didn't see no 25 straight points scored against the Spurs.
I didn't see
That's
Jordan
what
do
we're
it
talking
against the
about. When you're
Celtics.
talking about the hate. What?
I didn't see Jordan do it against Orlando in '95.
Y'all's context is
I mean,
all
and that's
over the
fine.
place,
Everybody,
bro.
nobody does not. Nobody admits that. That's true. Nobody's not sitting there like Michael Jordan was still good. Nobody said that.
though, bro.
Yeah, no, I want to address the point. I want to address the point of the commentary, bro, because what you're not accounting for is how it was also like packaged back then, right? So you're saying that the game was commentated on this way, right? You know why the commentators didn't need to say that in '87 and '86? Because the Mars Blackman commercial was running 9 fucking stops. They didn't have to say that. It was a given. Jordan,
but the that didn't have anything to do with anything. No matter how much the commercial was playing, nobody was walking around. Trust me. I'm old enough to remember. I was there. I can tell you. When that was.
Here we go.
I can tell you when they were playing that commercial that nobody was walking around talking about Michael Jordan. But nobody was saying that. Everybody liked Michael Jordan. But he was the best.
Hold on. Real quick. I'm gonna let you get off. Dallas, I'm on your side. All media and everybody in the fucking hood, back of the bus, everybody said Michael Jordan is the best player in the world. Nobody called him the GOAT yet. Continue.
Nobody was calling LeBron to go.
Also, y'all, let me say this. I'm gonna get off. I'm gonna get off. I'm just gonna get off and let y'all talk. But I just want to say this before I get off. All this stuff is important that you got to look at. You got to look at how they commentated the game versus now, because it is different, and it's a reason why. Because that wasn't the game then. You didn't say someone was better if they didn't win yet. It just wasn't what it was.
That's not true.
That is true. You can go on YouTube and watch it now. If you go watch a game on YouTube right now from 1988.
Hold on, Dallas.
I'm cutting you off because you're not telling the truth. It's not true.
Hold on.
Nobody cut you off, dog.
Hold on, Ross. I pulled up some articles. So I pulled up articles. 1989. I believe the Bulls hadn't won a championship yet.
No, they had not.
Okay.
Lost to the Pistons.
So okay.
Hold on.
I just said okay.
We're gonna go through all of these articles. Sports Illustrated. Michael Jordan, best basketball player alive.
Exactly.
1988.
Okay.
1988. Power rankings, USA Today. They have Jordan, best player in the NBA in 1988. That was before he even won anything. So remember, because when you look at the main media back then was the written, the magazines, newspapers. That was the primary media back then. So we know this is what influenced y'all the most back then. It was the written media, not the visual media. So, because that's what y'all saw the most. That's what y'all read the most. We're going to keep going. We got basketball today in 1989. Michael Jordan is the best player alive. So that's 3 articles from 3 publications that were really read throughout the 90s. All right, we got the New York Times. New York Times in 1987. Michael Jordan, poised to be the GOAT. Michael Jordan, best player in the NBA. This is 1987 in the New York Times. So again, what you're saying is, hold on, Dallas.
Go ahead.
You
Go
can't
ahead.
tell us, but Dallas, you
go
can't
ahead.
tell us
Go
that
ahead.
they weren't pushing this before he won.
No,
When
what
I
I'm
pull
trying,
up-
what I'm trying to,
but
you're
when I pull
still,
up the
you're
main
still,
public,
no, hold on, let me say this. You're
No,
still,
bro,
it's still
you're
not,
not
you're still
examples,
saying
bro.
something
You're not
totally different than
examples.
what I'm saying.
That's
You're
because you're
still
not
using
examples of how the
article. I'm
media
telling
works,
you how
bro.
I'm telling you how the game was commentated. I'm not talking about articles. I'm not talking. I'm
that's
talking
all
about
y'all read.
actual. I'm talking about no. Everybody didn't just
Bro, we
read
talking
magazines.
about
People actually watch.
commentary.
No, hold on. People actually watched the game. It came on WGN. They had a station. They showed all the Bulls games.
Hold on. Y'all was reading the newspaper every day.
Bro, everybody
Listen to me, man.
everybody was not watching every
WGN
Madison
Chicago
games like that, bro.
played their games all the time. Everybody didn't just read papers.
That was
Most
their
people
whole network, bro.
People got their opinions off what they saw. They didn't get their opinions off the
Hey,
paper.
Lamar, when's my turn, Lamar?
Bro, hold on. Let me get this out because he keep cutting me
God
off.
damn, you
What's
been
that?
at it all fucking.
Hold on. True. Hold on. We got it. True been waiting. True been waiting. I ain't gonna lie.
All
True
right,
been
let
waiting.
him
We
go.
gotta
Let
let
him
True.
go. Let him go. Because he said a lot of shit that was wrong, bro.
This is
A lot of shit.
Let's get into the topic again. Salute everybody. The psychology of the LeBron James haters. One of the reasons is the fact that he's successful. We all know when you're successful, hate comes with that. I mean, hey, when you get a lot of love, you also probably gonna get a lot of hate. That's just the world we live in. Number 2, LeBron James controlled his narrative because because here's the thing, everybody's not perfect. Y'all pick and choose when winning is important. Y'all pick and choose because if winning is so much important, y'all don't put Bill Russell. Bill Russell should be y'all ghost. If y'all gonna sit there and pick and choose when somebody lose, Bill Russell should be your GOAT. It's as simple as that. I don't want to hear nobody pick and choose somebody lose because everybody had bad moments. Everybody.
Kali, come on.
Everybody had bad moments. It is what everybody cannot be. I don't care how good you is as a basketball player. I don't care what level you play. You gonna have your moments. But what makes you an all-time great basketball player is you have more good moments, great moments than you have bad moments. And that's what LeBron James did. Listen, I don't like LeBron James. I'm a Boston Celtics fan. But guess what? When people, I keep saying people keep denying his greatness and downplaying what he done for the game of basketball. It gets out of hand and contradicting yourself. Like even the point. Okay, I understand your point you're trying to make. Oh, well, here's the thing. You seeing more people pushing LeBron James now because of social media. But if you're compared to what the era Michael Jordan played, it was the same exact thing. Even the same thing
No,
when
it's
even when
not.
Magic
That's
and
not
Bird,
true.
and for
That's
real, it really
not
started with
true.
He's
Magic
not
and
talking about
hold
social
up, and the
media though.
reason
It's not true. You
and then
can't
hold
compare
up,
social media to back then. But
New
go
York
ahead.
Times, New York Times
I know,
started
but
being
be
the
truthful though. Don't say that. That's not true.
Listen,
That's not true.
here's the thing. They were pushing Michael Jordan long before he
Like a
started winning.
motherfucker.
The only difference between the pushing of LeBron James now is just social media, bro.
Let me ask you this:
Hold on, hold on.
Didn't
I'm
Michael
not
Jordan
done.
win a college championship? Didn't he have a reason to push him?
Yeah,
But did he win?
Okay,
I want to be
was he the
true
best
though.
player?
but
Was
this
he
is
the
where the
best
hate
player on the
Just
comes.
tell
Hold
the
up.
truth.
But this is where the
But
hate
you have to
comes.
Time
tell
out,
him the
time out,
truth.
time out, time out.
Hold up.
Who
But this
else
is
Just tell
where
on
the
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 truth.
hate.
team?
This
See,
is
Who
where
now
else
the
on the
you
hate.
team?
Hold up. This is where the hate comes. This is your contradiction. LeBron James is one of the greatest high school basketball players of all time. He had
That
I
went
mean,
straight
what are
to the
you
league.
talking about? That's why
3 national championships.
he was on national televised games. He was in high school. That's why I mean you can say the same
Somebody
exact
that says
thing.
they got no
No,
vested
you
in
can't
that
because
LeBron
because
James
MJ,
is
no, you can't because I can
arguing for
use
LeBron
Kareem
James like they got a
Abdul-Jabbar for that
vested interest.
argument.
But
Kareem,
listen,
I can use
hold
Kareem
up.
Abdul-Jabbar for a high school argument.
Hold
You
up.
Dallas,
can't.
bro,
Hold on.
I'm on
Listen.
your
I
side,
mean,
but you
that's
making me
truth
Hold
though.
up.
Y'all can
No,
look
you
this up.
can't.
This is true.
Hold
No,
up.
No,
But
but
you
that's
see,
not the
can't.
hold
point.
on.
Hold
See,
up. But
we already
Hold on, y'all.
assumed
One
that
at
he's
a
that
time.
player.
hold
Let
up.
True finish,
Hold up.
Just
y'all.
Because
be truthful though. Your name is
hold
Truth. Tell the truth.
hold up.
But you ain't
Anything I
telling the
just
truth.
said
Let him
wasn't a
talk.
lie. Everything I said it wasn't a lie. And here's the thing too. First of all, we can't just talk about when we talk about pushing athletes. You can't put Kareem into. We all know why his personal beliefs, stuff like that. The NBA started really pushing individual players with Magic Johnson and Larry Bird.
Yep.
They had the same treatment. It's been it's 4 players in the NBA history that got pushed and shoved down people's throats: Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, Michael Jordan, and LeBron. It's simple as that.
And Kobe, don't forget Kobe.
Well, it was going to be Kobe. It was going to be him, but things changed.
Yeah, it was going to be him. You're right.
But
Go
that's
ahead.
the point. But the point is, every other player I just named got shoved down people's throats. Let's stop it. And all them players I just named gets a lot of love, and they gets a lot of hate.
And you can't blame the media all the time.
But I'm telling you, we're in that era.
I know a lot of people.
The media is the strongest it's ever been. Y'all realize that, right? Media is the strongest it's ever been.
Nobody denying that, though.
We all agree with that.
But your
so
point was,
why are you making the comparison then?
Hold on, but
what I'm telling you is, you got the strongest media ever.
But hold on, but Dallas though. But your point was, hold on. But your point was
Dallas's point.
People's throats. Was shoving down.
I think Dallas's point is actually in favor of LeBron because he's basically saying, because the media
that's what I'm trying
forcing
to see.
LeBron down everybody's throat, it's creating this warped and twisted psychology for people who now they hate the fact that he's getting pushed, so they turn to these hateful rhetoric and these slanderous things. They try to turn good into bad and then try to double down on the bad and make it seem like it's worse than what it was. Is that the point you're trying to get across with regards to the media? That they are creating these psychologically warped basketball minds?
What I'm saying is, anytime you hear too much of one thing all the time, you're gonna not like it. That's why I say I'm not really comparing players. I'm just saying that's the reason why you have so many people that hate it. When you're talking about somebody all the time, and we have the type of media engine that we have now, where you got shows, you got Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, talking about the same thing all the time, you're gonna get people like, I'm tired of hearing. I don't like this dude. You know what I'm saying? And then when you add on top of that, the way he moved in the NBA, people want a fan of that. You know what I'm saying? Like people don't want to see you leave your team and then go somewhere else, and then you orchestrate 2 other players coming there to win. That just ain't gonna roll over well.
Hold on.
I'm not here to say.
Let me say something out there for you.
What's that?
Hold on, but I just want to say a lot of people. Here's my problem with the logic behind when LeBron went to Miami. First of all, didn't they go? What shouldn't there be more based on y'all logic? Should be more criticism for D Wade because D Wade had those 2 come join his team, a team that already had won a championship without him.
I agree to 100%.
But nobody talks about. But see, the hypocrisy is the fact that when we talk about D Wade's career, nobody talks about D Wade saying he had to stack the deck and win additional championships with LeBron when things got too hard.
Hey, Lamar,
right? Nobody said that. Nobody gives him that narrative. The narrative only.
Hold on, Lamar. He wasn't the guy that got the Finals MVPs and all that stuff.
Can I piggyback on that? What you just said? Yeah, that was because here's which it tied in what I said earlier. One of the reasons why people hate LeBron James is that he controlled his narrative.
Yeah, and it's not like he didn't. He didn't ask for a trade in the middle of his contract.
That's the thing too. He was a free agent. He was a free agent and chose to do freely what he wanted to do.
True. That's true. Look at the way he did it.
Wait, hold on. Let me just say something. See, my problem with you, Dallas. Hold on. Let me say something. I've been waiting. So, my problem with Dallas, your arguments are sloppy and they're all over the place. First, you said that.
It's really not. Because since I've been in the room, you know why they're not sloppy? Since I've been in the room, y'all been responding to me. All of y'all. So my argument is not sloppy.
So let me prove. So let me prove it. So, hold on. Let me prove it.
Let TJ cook. I don't want to hear.
So first off, you said that nobody was regarded as the best player.
Background noise, Lamont.
I don't know. I think that got an echo.
No, I don't have anything playing.
You got an echo though.
You good?
Are you good? No, hold on. I think it's good. No, you got an echo.
Who, me?
Yeah, you got an echo.
I'll turn my mic off and turn it back on.
All right. So first off, you were saying that nobody's regarded as the best player until they won a championship. We proved that was cap. They called Jordan the best player before he won a championship. And then after we proved you wrong, you said, "Oh, but he won in college, so he deserved it." That's what I'm talking about, bro. Your arguments are flawed and they're all over the place.
No, you just said something sloppy because I didn't even say it like that. That was just sloppy what you said. I said
that's what you
I
said.
That
said
was kind of how you responded to it, bro.
no. What I said was when dude said he got Michael Jordan got the same exposure. I said no, Michael Jordan got that exposure because he won a college championship and he won a gold medal. Yeah, you should. If you do both of those things, you're gonna get exposure. That's what I said.
Dallas, on that championship team, who was the best player?
James Worthy.
How come he didn't get as much exposure then?
Because he went to the league
was
that
the first
year,
pick
and
in
Michael
the
Jordan
draft,
won College Player of the Year the next year when he came out.
Worthy was the first pick in the draft.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but the next year Michael Jordan won college. I don't want to make it about a Michael Jordan LeBron thing. I don't really care about that. What I'm saying, I'm telling you why the exposure is not the same.
Well, the exposure is not the same again because you didn't like the point that I was making earlier, right?
What points you thought? What points?
You cut me off when I was talking about the sneakers for a reason, bro. Like don't count Nike out of none of this shit. We talk about psychology and the psychology of the game. Part of the reason Jordan got that exposure was you remember in the first year he sold 10 million in Jordans. They didn't even expect to do that. So don't tell me when you sell 10 million, which no sneakers ever fucking done, that doesn't matter to your exposure and what people think about you on the court. And to your point about WGN, right? That's right there in Chicago, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I'm not mistaken. Tell me you didn't see that Blazers commercial. Tell me you didn't see the Campbell's commercial. Tell me you didn't see the fucking Gatorade commercial during the commercial breaks of those games.
But what I'm telling you, the media, no matter how many commercials they played, the media was still totally different than it is today. It was not as big as it is today at all. I don't even think that you had commercials wasn't like that.
But Dallas, exposure is exposure, bro.
No, let me ask you this then. Since exposure,
because its impact was the same. It's more now, but the impact back then still had the same.
You can't compare errors like that.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. You're gonna say exposure. Let me ask you this one question. Let me ask you this. So with all the exposure, since Michael Jordan got the same exposure that LeBron got, it doesn't seem to me that Michael Jordan gets the same amount of hate. Why is that?
Because of the expectations.
Not only expectations. Not just
because of the expectations. What's the expectations?
No, LeBron gets hated on because of his expectations.
Yeah. Jordan didn't have a Jordan to go up against.
Huh?
Jordan didn't have a Jordan to follow. LeBron had to follow Jordan.
Bro, that's a lie.
Hold on, that's a good. If y'all think about what he just said, that's a very good point.
That's a lie.
What is his point? I'm trying to figure out what his point is.
No, I'm saying if you just take a break and just listen to what he just said, what he said is actually a really good point.
What did he
when he said Jordan didn't have to come behind another Jordan.
No criteria. Exactly.
NBA, if y'all
his name was Magic.
Y'all are really big.
No. This is not a slander. Look, y'all. This is not a slander on Jordan. It's not a slander on Jordan. What he's saying is,
it's facts.
Explain yourself.
All right, look. So no doubt, Magic and Larry brought the league back from a dark place, right? We talked about how they were the first two individualized players, right?
They're really not, but go ahead.
No, they kind of.
Now we're gonna lie. Like, come on, bro.
In the context of
so we're not gonna talk about Dr. J. Go ahead,
Dr. J. He didn't get pushed like Magic and Bird.
He was in the ABA. He was in the ABA.
People don't even know that. That's what I'm saying. Like when it comes to centralized, think about it. They took the fucking game off tape delay for these niggas. They didn't do that for nobody else. So you had Magic and you had Larry, right? While they were great players, they were larger than life for their era. They were never Michael Jordan. They could never, like, think about it. Part of his game was the flare. He could fucking fly. He defied gravity. Like, them niggas were very good basketball players, but they never left the fucking ground. And they had loaded teams to go with it. Michael Jordan was it. He hit the game-winning shot at UNC. He walks into the league as a fucking kid and is just shitting on everybody scoring wise. Nobody can stop this nigga.
Let me respond real quick.
Hold on. Larry Bird says after they spanked him in a game, that was Jesus disguised as Michael Jordan playing basketball just now.
Right.
bro.
In 1986, by the
What
way.
are you? I mean, but what is your
bro.
point?
Hold on.
Point.
So hold on. Let me tell him what the point is. The point he's making is that the expectation is a lot different, and that expectation causes a lot of hate. When LeBron came in, he was called the chosen one. He had all that pressure on his shoulders to be great day one.
A singular
When Michael Jordan came in, it wasn't the same. He could be himself.
Right.
Okay.
Dallas,
Can I
you got
respond
something
to
going
that?
on with your mic, Dallas. I'm gonna have to cut you off.
And that's what I said. That's why I said the hate on LeBron is the expectations. But as a basketball player, Jordan, he had expectations to be as great as Magic and Bird and Isaiah. They had expectations for him, the narrative, to be as great as those guys. That's who he was chasing. That's who he was behind. What Jordan did was globally push the game, and that's what made him the icon that he is. But on the basketball court, that the narrative was you got to beat these guys. You got to beat Magic and Bird. You got to beat Isaiah.
But McDuff, here's one thing I'm going to say about this is one thing I'm going to say about 80s transition into the 90s. See, this is how I know a lot of the big time fans of the 80s and 90s actually got some basketball common sense, because in the 80s going into the 90s, people could look at Michael Jordan, even though he hadn't won, and say, even though he hasn't won, he's the best player in the game. We don't need to see him win a championship to say he's the best player in the game. There were other players who actually had won chips, were able to look at Jordan and humble themselves and say, that's the best player in the game, even though he hasn't won. They didn't say for him to be the best player, he has to win a chip or he has to get an MVP or all these weird labels and accolades that we have to act like players need to achieve now. They were just able to be honest and be like, damn, that's the best player. He don't need to win for us to just admit that. And so I want to know with LeBron, when we look to just last year where they did struggle mightily to win, all of a sudden you started hearing this talk about he's no longer a top 5 player in the game. All of a sudden, he just can't play basketball no more. Like, just because they have 1 year where they struggle as a team, that tells, like, your logic, the way you critiqued Jordan, even though they were losing and getting their head bashed in against some really good teams, you guys, and even the players were able to say that's the best player. And LeBron has one down season or one bad playoff in the finals, or he has a bad playoff in 2011 against Dallas, where you point to all these moments, just trying to use those moments to try to tear him down.
Correct.
When nobody is doing that, nobody's ever did that to Jordan. And y'all talk about this pressure coming in. Yeah, Jordan did not have an expectation to win. Why? Because y'all use y'all common sense and y'all said, oh, he's on a trash roster. But see, when it comes to LeBron last year, all of a sudden, y'all common sense want to go into the garbage can because you want to still say they had an expectation to win, even though AD and half the goddamn bench and some G League guys was on the team.
Okay, so hey,
where does your common sense go? Why does your common sense change? Why?
It goes right out the window.
No, it doesn't. I'll let y'all respond, but go ahead.
They were not expected to win after all those injuries. They had G League guys.
Everybody. When you're talking about what happened last year, everybody was under the impression that at some point they was going to come back and Westbrook and James and they was going to hit the and they all they had to do was get.
If they were expected to win, when AD was out, tell me what the Lakers starting lineup was.
Oh shoot, they had a bunch of starting lineups.
Just tell me. I just want to know. I mean, tell me the starting lineup that you expected to get to the playoffs.
No, it wasn't, brother. Okay, remember what I said earlier.
I just want to know what the starting lineup was with AD out. That was
he can't answer you, man.
To me, here's the logic. Here's the logic, Lamont.
I just want to hear a roster. I just want to hear this playoff roster that was supposed to.
Okay, well, hold on.
And also tell me a 6th and 7th man that was going to carry you on the bench as well.
As long as you have
no. Tell me the starting lineup with AD out that was going to get you to the playoffs, and tell me the bench guys.
It don't matter. It doesn't matter.
These are LeBron haters.
The logic was as long as you had LeBron James,
hold on, one mic,
Russell Westbrook. That should have been enough to get you to the play.
Kenneth, I'm not asking you about Kenneth. I'm not asking you about the general logic. I'm saying with your basketball logic, if you had an expectation that they would get to the playoffs, even with AD hurt, then what starting lineup did they have on the floor that you felt confident saying that's a playoff team with name the starting lineup and two guys on the bench?
I'm telling you, it doesn't matter as long as you have two players. No,
Why
it
can't
does
you just
not.
answer the
As
question?
long as you have two players, I don't. You could put as
I'll
long as you
respond
have
that next
LeBron
one. I
James
got a good
and
rebuttal
Russell
for this.
Westbrook. I don't care what you put around them. Those two alone should have been good enough to at least get them into the play-in tournament.
True.
It
That's
don't
true.
matter.
Hold on,
That's
can I
it.
respond?
True.
Can I please respond to that?
This is the basketball.
Now
I
we
really
gonna
think
we
LeBron
gonna
James-
Hold on.
because of the-
So Kenneth, so did you say the same thing about Steph and Draymond when they got bounced out of the play-in game against Memphis the year before? And did Steph get that same level of criticism?
Crickets.
Even though he led the league in scoring?
Man.
No, I mean I'm
I
saying hold on, but
You
again,
have
I'm not
you
saying
create
I'm
this
not saying
narrative
that they
to hate
shouldn't
on
have made it either.
LeBron, but you don't hold that standard to other teams.
Can I give y'all an example?
I'm not saying
Let me
that
give
they
you a
shouldn't
better
have made it either.
example.
I mean, but you talking about as much as I like, let's say Klay Thompson, right? No, he wasn't even there last year. Was it Draymond, right? As much as I like Draymond Green,
those are two all-stars.
He's not on the level of a Russell Westbrook, LeBron James, and Steph Curry.
Hold on. Do you know in 2016? Do you know in 2016 Draymond Green was in the MVP race? What you mean he's not on the same level? He's
not on the same level, y'all.
You know Russell Westbrook actually won the MVP.
Hold on. Can I respond? Hold on. So you trying to tell me last year y'all didn't have expectations? The Warriors did not have expectations to make the playoffs.
No, nobody said that.
Yes, they.
Who said that? I don't know. I didn't say that. Who said that? Who said that?
Bro, he don't know nothing, man. He can't end the
I got an example for y'all. Y'all answer this one for me. Let me go to a different player. Let me go to a different player. This is the same situation. Let's talk about KD last year. Okay, this is to my man's point about LeBron and Russell Westbrook being enough. Okay, when KD was healthy, Brooklyn was probably number 2 or number 1 seed in the East. Is that correct? When he was healthy last year, weren't they number 1 or 2 in the West?
I don't know.
That's true. Look it up. I ain't gonna even explain. You know that's true. Look it up. Let me finish. I'm gonna give you a good example. So they were number 1. They were number 1 when before KD got hurt. This is what KD 29, 9-9 or whatever. He gets hurt for 20 games. He was out for close to 20 games. I'm pretty sure. I remember Brooklyn lost like 13 out of 14 games with Kyrie. Not more than that when Kyrie came back. When KD came back, they had to get through the play-in, right?
Yep.
He came in, they had to beat Atlanta, then they had to beat, I forgot the other team they had to beat to even get in the first round.
Cleveland.
So what my man is saying is that LeBron and Westbrook, it's the same situation.
No,
you can say Kyrie is better, and I know you're gonna say Kyrie is better than Westbrook.
Hold on. What we're saying, hold on, y'all. Hold on.
But this is the same situation.
Hold on, it's not the same situation because
why is it not?
When we talk about this Laker team,
have y'all watched?
It wasn't just injuries.
Hold
on, Ross. It wasn't just injuries to Bron and AD. You talk about Kyrie being out sometime, and Durant was there with the whole supporting cast outside of Joe Harris. And then when you talk about when AD went down, Kyrie was there with the whole supporting cast. We're not talking about what I'm saying is hold on, Dallas, hold on. We're not talking about Patty Mills. Imagine if Patty Mills and 4 other key role guys were also out. That didn't happen.
Right.
That never happened. So you're just taking the top players.
No,
so what I'm saying,
that is so weak.
Hold on, let Lamont finish, bro. Let him finish.
It's so weak, bro.
No, it's not weak because what y'all saying is y'all still going with this old school narrative. Like basically, y'all still have it in your mind from the 90s that 2 good players on your team can carry you to the playoffs when it doesn't work like it in the league no more. This league too good. Hold on, Ross. 2 good players, because we can go through a myriad of teams with 2 good players that still struggle to get in the playoff. John Wall and Bradley Beal struggled for a long time. We can go through a list of CJ and Dame struggled for a while. We can go through the list of a whole bunch of 2-team stars that struggle. It takes a full team. And then when CJ and Dame were struggling, look what happened to the team when they just started when the others on that team started getting hurt, and and then they dealt with a little bit of injury with CJ and Dame. Look how they completely fell apart last year, and it looked complete.
Let me ask you.
So the argument. What y'all are relegating this to is stars getting hurt, and we're not just saying this is all on AD getting hurt. I'm talking about the injuries. Trevor Ariza not starting the season. He was supposed to be a key call. Kendrick Nunn
never played.
Hold on, Kendrick Nunn didn't play a game. Kendrick Nunn didn't play a game. We're talking about a team that had to start looking for guys that was out the league to come in and play the backup point.
They had around 30 different rotations, 30 different.
I mean, I don't know why y'all like. When is the common sense gonna kick in? The Lakers, once they started getting injured, everybody with a brain said this team
when
is
they
not
were
very
when
good.
they were healthy.
Hold on. I just made the argument about KD. Y'all gonna sit up here and tell me? KD didn't just do the same thing?
But hold up, let me.
Just for the record, when Kevin Durant was in the lineup, the Nets were 36-19.
Hold up though.
Okay, but what about the others?
What you mean the others? KD was leading
when
them to
Kevin
the
Durant was in the lineup. Whoever was around him, they were 36.
What you mean? Whoever was around him, he can't be 36-19 by himself.
Say one thing.
Whoever was
y'all
there.
ain't listening at all. Y'all are not listening.
I just want to say this one thing.
Okay, hold on. Let me ask y'all. Hold on. Let me ask y'all a question. Did he do it without the help of Bruce Brown, Seth Curry, Claxton, and Aldridge, who actually played good during the season? Did he do it without their help? Were those guys injured?
The team was somewhat still.
Hold on. Let me ask y'all this question. Would they have still been 36 Trunks? Hold on. Would they still have been 36-19 if those guys that I just mentioned were also hurt?
Hell no.
There's nobody on that lineup better than Russell Westbrook at all.
Hold on. I want a clear answer to this question, because if you're gonna give KD all the credit for them being 36-19, let's replace Bruce Brown. Let's take off Claxton, Curry, even Dragic, who was solid. Let's take off all their key role guys, and let's say we put the Fort Wayne Mad Ants rotation in for those guys. Are they still 36-19?
Fuck no.
Maybe.
No.
Yeah, you guys, man, y'all gotta stop.
Y'all just saying shit.
Y'all just try to act like injuries don't matter. Let me just say something real quick. Yeah, Lamont, you already cooked him, man. You shooting at a dead body right now. He said that he expected the Lakers to make the playoffs. You asked him to name the Lakers team. He couldn't even name them.
No, what they say is LeBron and Russ are just supposed to do it by themselves. They good enough. No, you cannot do it like that no more. It don't work like that. If AD goes down this year, the Lakers ain't winning shit again.
This is what I think he's saying, y'all. I think
can't even make the playoffs.
You can't even name their team.
They had AD.
No, because we're in an era now where teams have figured out how to play against teams with two stars at the top of their roster and scrubs that fill out the rest. You're not winning with that formula no more.
Let me ask you.
The reason why the Lakers won't win next year is because they're still stuck in the old formula. Can they potentially be better? Yes, but they won't win it because they have a formula that teams have figured out how to beat. The Memphises, Golden State, Minnesota has caught on. The teams are just going to outpace them.
When I'm comparing KD, I'm saying it's a similar situation. They got rolled by those guys. Nobody really, y'all didn't watch Bruce Brown before he played with Brooklyn. Y'all probably don't even know.
Yes, we did.
Don't tell me what I ain't watched.
Who did he play with?
I got a question.
He was with Detroit.
Let me go after him. Let me go.
What did he do?
God damn, man. Y'all like Bruce Brown was just a complete scrub.
Bro, not only that, it's like y'all haven't watched fucking Russell Westbrook. He's not good no more. He ain't good.
Bruce Brown was with Detroit hooping.
Not worse than Bruce Brown. Y'all are tripping.
Okay, so you saying Seth Curry? You saying Seth Curry was just a role player?
He is just a role player.
He is.
You saying he's just you saying he's so replaceable, so they could have replaced him with any G League guy, and
I was hurt that we traded Seth
Russ
Curry.
is a role player too. And
he is not just a role player.
So why LeBron
Russ is a role player, man.
Y'all have not been watching Russell Westbrook play basketball.
This Russ slander got to stop.
Hey, Lamont, though, can I get into this?
Bro, did they not watch
Now they acting like Bruce Brown. wasn't a solid player for that team.
Hold on, Lamont.
So was Malik Monk.
I'm gonna bring this all back.
was
Lamont, hold on.
The last 3 teams Westbrook was on was
can I go
happy to
after
get
True?
rid of him.
Yeah.
They went to the play.
Go ahead, True. I'm after
After 1 year
Hold on.
each.
Damn, God, hold on.
Hold on, let me go after him, man. Y'all niggas making excuses, bro.
This is the point that y'all missing, and this is going back to the title of this video. The hate dog. Listen, if y'all are expecting LeBron James, and this is why, like, it's just basically y'all basically praying for the downfall every time he loses, because the fact that he's older, but he get all these high ass expectations, bro. At this point, if LeBron James do some good shit, that's just okay, whatever. If he doesn't, I'm not surprised. Because in the day, he's about to be 37 years old.
Can I say something?
Hold up. I'm not. And this is the point. I'm trying. And here's the thing: y'all comparing KD. He's still regular. I mean, regardless, he's probably still in his prime. And you comparing LeBron James, that's basically about to be he's on his last legs. And that being said, too, you comparing a player you still comparing a dude that still ain't accomplished nowhere near what LeBron James has done. So that's the whole point, which I mentioned earlier. Just because he has some L's, just because you don't always on top, don't mean it's like y'all just over criticizing everything. It's like
nobody's over criticizing
it is over criticism, because at the end of the day, because at the end of the day, listen, I criticize. Hold on, because Lamont can tell you, and anybody can tell you, I criticize LeBron James what he did last year. But at the end of the day, it's like, bro, it is what it is, bro. It's like at the same time, though, we're not gonna sit there. I'm not gonna sit there and be extra and hate and just giving LeBron. I mean, shoot, that team could have whatever going to the playoff, but at the same time, when AD's hurt, I'm not expecting a guy that's 37 years old to lead a team. I don't expect that. I'm sorry.
They had Russell Westbrook.
I don't care they had Russell. I don't care they had. Hold on. That's not the point. I don't care they had Russell Westbrook, bro.
What you mean, LeBron?
I don't listen.
Hey,
Listen.
I specifically remember you saying Russell Westbrook was ass.
That's a fact.
When I say that,
Tron, don't do that. 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 Tron, you on my channel saying that shit, bro? Don't do that, bro. That's crazy.
That's a lie. I never.
Hold on. So you were not a Wizards. So you wasn't a Wizards fan, and you didn't blame Westbrook. You didn't give Westbrook no credit for getting y'all to the playoffs, and you shit on. Don't do that, bro.
Let me say this. The only reason why we made the playoffs because of the play-in. We was the 9th seed, and we beat.
Don't do that, bro. That's nasty, bro.
He
was
that's
nasty.
That's what you guys
lying ass niggas, man.
Don't do that, bro.
I know I've heard Trunks killing Russ.
He was bad for most of that year in Washington. You
on tape. You on tape, bro. You on
tape. That's a lie.
Don't do that.
But now when it's convenient, you want to big Russ up.
No, this is nasty.
No,
Everybody know, bro. We know you
Trunks.
Trunks. You on these penalties.
So I can't even defend myself. Okay, all right.
Hey, Lamont, can I go?
Can I defend myself? Hold on. Can I say something real fast, man?
Hold on, Chunks. Only reason I gotta let Lee go before you is because Lee been here waiting before you. So I gotta let Lee go first, man. My bad. Hold on. Well, go ahead, Lee.
Well, for in this topic in regards to LeBron, I'm not really going to say much about LeBron, but all I'm going to say is this to what I heard somebody say earlier, and I said this earlier. It's the age. I call it Lamont. I call it the age. I call it the age/old head Olympics. I call it that every time someone said, well, I watched the game. Like, just because you watched in the 80s or the 90s or whatever the case may be does not mean your knowledge of basketball is more credible than somebody who's younger. Like, get out of here with that nonsense. That's trash. That's number one. I wanted to address that because that just irks my nerves. That's number one. Number two, we were talking about, I don't know how we started talking about Kevin Durant's LeBron's roster. So I'm going to, because I know the roster, by the way, but I'm going to name off the Lakers roster, and Lamont's probably going to laugh, and then the Nets roster. So, okay, I'm going by the depth chart and all the players who are on the team. So Russell Westbrook, this is the point guard position. Russell Westbrook, DJ Augustine, Rondo, Isaiah Thomas, and then like Darren Collison. I don't even think he played a minute. That's the point guard position.
He didn't.
Malik Monk, Lamont's favorite player, Taylor Horton Tucker, Austin Reeves, Avery Bradley, Wayne Ellington, Mason Jones, Matt
Oh
Carter.
man.
Hold on, it gets worse. Hold on, it gets worse. Hold on, it gets worse. Kent Bazemore, Trevor Ariza, Chauncey Brown Jr.
Christopher Moore.
I hope Kent Bazemore gets traded to y'all favorite team.
Hold on, it gets worse. Hold on.
He can't make a press squad on
Hold on, it gets worse. I can't, bro. You can't make this up if you try. Jamario Jones. Then obviously you have LeBron. There's Carmelo. Stanley Johnson.
That's sad, man. LeBron traded away this young talent to get that.
Hold on.
Yeah, it's all LeBron's fault.
Yep.
Interject.
Hold on, everyone. Yeah. Hold on, everyone. Wayne Gabriel. Sekou Doumbouya.
Oh my God!
Okay, damn, you don't even know who Sekou Doumbouya is?
Bronny James.
Anthony Davis. Hold on. Anthony Davis, who was hurt for most of the year. Dwight Howard, who's not the same player, obviously. DeAndre Jordan, who then went to the Nets, and then
he left the Nets. He came.
I think Phil Handy. chewed up a couple games.
And then the last nigga away. And then hold on, everyone. Then the last player, Jay Huff. So that is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
That is
10,
kind of
11,
crazy.
13. Hold on. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23,
That's
24.
nuts.
That's 24 different players on what's supposed to be a 12 to 15 man roster in the league. That's disgusting. Now let's go to the Nets. Hold on, let's go to the Nets. Now, initially, James Harden, before he left, Kyrie, Javon Carter, Goran Dragic, who I think we would all agree Goran Dragic is not a bad player. Can we all agree on that?
Name the players, man.
Okay.
We don't need that.
Hold on.
Yeah, bro, you didn't do this shit for the Lakers.
You've been interjecting on everybody all night. Let somebody else talk, please. So then, hold on. David Duke Jr., okay? Patty Mills, Cam Thomas, Seth Curry, good player. Maybe not household name.
Cam Thomas is also a good player.
A lot of them other niggas. I know that for a fact.
Okay. There's Langston Galloway. We'll see. Shaquille Harris, still developing. Okay. Bruce Brown.
Knows who he is, man. Come on, man.
Will you let me talk?
No, because you
no.
Come on, dog. You can talk. Come on, man.
Let him speak. Let him speak, and then you can go. You let him go.
Injecting all night, not making any sense. But anyways,
he giving a nice
Bruce
bio
Brown,
to every player.
Kessler Edwards, DeAndre Bembry, Joe Harris is a good player. James Enos, Kevin Durant, Day'Ron Sharp, Wayne Gabriel, then LaMarcus Aldridge, Nick Claxton, Griffin, Andre, Paul Millsap. Now, Lamont, let me ask you, and then then the panel, y'all could go ahead and brawl. Who had a better roster? The Nets and the Lakers.
It sounds the same to me, to be honest with you.
Oh my God. Bro, that sounds the same to you. You do not watch basketball. Get the fuck out of here.
Clean your nose, man.
Give me Cam Thomas, Patty Mills,
okay,
and some of these guys.
All right, can I go now?
What? Nicholas Claxton, those three right there.
They're
better than,
but not significantly.
Can I go now, man?
Oh God, y'all funny.
Go ahead, man. I was gonna say something. Go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead, finish. You go.
No,
finish.
go
I
ahead.
thought you was finished. I thought you was finished.
No, it's all good.
No, you proved your point.
Go ahead, because
you proved your point.
Hey,
he definitely proved his point.
But Lamont and I we're real tight, so we talking about occasionally. But,
all right, that's cool.
No, but the thing is, man, just y'all have horrible panel etiquette. Horrible. But go ahead, man. I'm just keep my mouth shut. Go ahead.
Listen. All right. So salute to everyone in the panel, man. Salute everyone in the chat, man. Listen, I'm basically seeing like this, right? I don't hate LeBron. I never did, never will, and I promise you guys that will catch me put hate on LeBron James' name. But I do have to give him, correct criticism in some way, and just like I do to any other player. Last time I checked, if you have 3 stars or superstars or 2 stars or 2 superstars, you at least have to make the playoffs at best. At best.
Absolutely right.
Yeah, you damn right. If
you have 2 stars.
You said what? Name
Russell Westbrook. Yo, again, if y'all say Russell Westbrook one more time, I'm gonna fucking snap, bro. Y'all,
You can
that
go
lets
ahead
me
if
know
you
y'all
want.
don't watch.
You can go ahead and you can go ahead.
Y'all,
Go
y'all
right ahead.
niggas,
Let me
y'all
say
are not
something.
watching.
Go
Y'all
right
are not
ahead.
watching.
Because
Bro,
James
Russ is
Harden had him.
ass, man.
James
Russ
Harden
been
had
ass
him.
for
What
years
happened?
now.
Well, James,
Hold
hold
on,
on, no,
Trump.
no, no, no. Time out,
Trump.
time out,
But
time out, man.
Trump,
Time out,
you're
man.
the
I'm
wrong
not even
person to argue
finished.
this, bro.
I'm not
You
even
really the
finished.
wrong
All right,
person to
all
argue
right,
this, bro.
all right. I'm not even
You
finished.
really is.
I'm not even
Lamont, can I ask
finished.
you a question?
Was I finished?
No, you finished when you started.
No, I'm not done. I was. Y'all just cut me off. Y'all just
I
cut me
seriously
off.
have a question after this gentleman goes. I have a question
All right,
after you go.
all right. Like just like this, right? When James Harden had him, they went to the playoffs. When KD had him, they went to the playoffs. When who was in the where Bradley Beal had them, they went to the playoffs. Even though they went to the play-in to do so, but still they still went. They even made the play-in tournament. With this roster stuff, I mean, I can basically compare it like this: when James Harden and KD were playing this season, when Kyrie had his COVID situation, and they had those role players, what was their record?
I don't know.
It
You
was
tell
like
us.
second in the East. Go ahead.
Oh, it was second in the East, right?
Yep.
You said
What
what?
did he?
Like
Oh,
second
now you
in the
say,
East.
did
Damn,
they
the
have the
rest of that
same? Did they have
roster
the
was
same?
so good. Second in
No,
the
man. The
East.
roster is about y'all tripping.
Y'all
Them rosters
acting like
very
when
similar.
you have two stars, you still have an opportunity to make the playoffs.
I
Facts.
agree
I
with
get it.
you. Have
AD
two
was
stars.
injured. All right, so you can agree
Bro,
with that, right?
Russ is not a star by any standard.
Would
I
y'all
have a
agree?
question about that.
Hey,
Then
I've
why
James,
heard the
did he
panel.
Y'all
I have
go
a
to the
keep
question
calling
about
this
playoffs?
this,
nigga a
Lamont.
star and
Hey,
nobody
Lamont, I
wants
have a
him.
question for
hey,
you.
but y'all,
Nobody wants him.
LeBron
Vogel,
wanted him.
Vogel was trying to
LeBron wanted him.
bench
And AD,
Russ. He was
LeBron
trying to
and AD
Lamont,
bench
I
And
him.
wanted him.
LeBron was
have
the
a
only
question,
person
Lamont.
that wanted him. Nobody
Hey,
else
hey,
y'all think
wanted
Lamont,
him.
James
Lamont, I
Harden
have a
had the
question for
same
you,
type
man.
of
So
season
why you
Russell?
guys didn't even
Hey,
make the
hey,
Hold on,
Lamont, I have a question for
Did
you.
Luka have a former MVP on his team and still make it to the playoffs?
No, he had
Hey,
Jalen. He had
hey,
Jalen
Okay,
Lamont,
Brunson,
thank you.
Lamont, I have
who
a
just
question
got
for you.
100
Stop.
Oh
million.
my goodness.
Hey,
Who
Lamont,
averaged
I have
more
a question
points?
for
Who
you.
Jalen
averaged more
Brunson's
points?
not better than Russell Westbrook.
Nigga,
Fact.
Yes, he
what?
Hey, Lamont,
is.
Fact.
Are
hey,
you
hey, hey,
serious?
Lamont,
Yes, he
Lamont,
is.
can I ask you a
That's how I
question,
know
Lamont?
y'all don't watch.
Hold on, y'all.
Bro,
Let's
they
go one at
don't
a
even
time.
watch Russ, man.
I
Hey,
bet
Lamont, let
you
me ask you a question.
$200 the Knicks don't make the playoffs.
Did the Denver Nuggets
Hey,
hold on, time out.
Who?
Did the Denver Nuggets
hey,
did Nikola
Fuck
Jokic
out of
make the
here.
playoffs? Did Nikola Jokic make the playoffs?
Yeah, but Trunks.
Have you not
Trunks.
seen the Nuggets
Stop
roster?
giving excuses.
Hold on, y'all. Let me get Trunks. Trunks. The only thing you're doing right now when you talk about these other teams is you're making our point because all of
Thank
these
you.
other teams thrived off of all of their role guys being healthy. The Nuggets, even though they had stars who were hurt in Porter Jr. and Murray, all of the role guys that you need to sustain throughout the year and at least get to the playoffs. Look, you might not win playoff series or get to the finals, but when your core role players stay healthy and you have that one star, that can help carry you. The reality for the Lakers was their role guys were hurt and their stars were hurt. That makes a recipe for disaster. And look, that does not excuse the Lakers. Look, we know that there was leadership issues, defensive issues, and all types of things that LeBron James did wrong. We're not exonerating them from that. But to act like those injuries to not just the stars, but to the role guys didn't matter, you got to be crazy.
Lamont,
Completely decimated their
And
season.
to act like Russell Westbrook played
Jalen
decent fucking
Brunson. That
flip
is
is crazy.
horrible.
Hold
hey,
on,
Lamont, can I ask
Dallas.
you a
Dallas, you got something going
Now,
on
how
with
you
your
gonna
mic.
compare Russell Westbrook to Jalen
hey,
Brunson,
hey,
man?
hey,
Come on,
Lamont,
No,
don't
can
do
I
hold
ask
that,
you
on,
a
man.
question?
but Trunks, I
Hey,
don't want you to. I don't.
I'd rather have Jalen Brunson right now on my
No,
fucking team.
but
Nigga,
look,
the
Trunks, I
Knicks
don't
ain't
want you
making
to
the
overblow
playoffs.
that. Trunks, I don't want you to overblow that because again, when you look at that Dallas team was built around. Look, they built that team a certain way with one star, especially when they traded Porzingis, with a whole bunch of core role guys. Dinwiddie was healthy, great role guy. When you look at their big men, great role big man. When you look at Brunson, played his role great coming off the bench, and even when Luka was hurt, Brunson was able to come in as a role guy and play like a starter,
Brunson
putting up
had
big
big
games in the
fucking games
playoffs.
in the playoffs.
So what I'm saying
Yeah.
is, imagine if Brunson and a lot of the other players who helped fill out that roster, like Dinwiddie and them, what if all those guys got hurt? We'd be talking about a different outcome for Dallas. You can't say I want my expectation to be the same because they still got Luka.
Okay, who are the role players that got hurt in the Lakers? Can you just real fast? Let me know real fast.
Well, first
Yeah,
of
I
all,
can
they
tell
didn't
you.
have
Here, I
him
can
in
tell you right
Denver.
now.
Kendrick Nunn.
Hold on.
Kendrick Nunn
Trevor
never
Ariza.
played a game.
Hold on.
Okay, that's one. That's one.
No, hold on. I can tell you all the role guys right now.
None ain't nobody.
Yes, he is. He would have been a good
None
role guy.
Fuck out of here.
Come on,
He
y'all.
might have
Hold on.
started.
Hold on. We're gonna tell you the role guys the players that were hurt, and I could potentially also tell you their replacement. Hold on, I gotta go to last year.
All right, go.
I got the wrong roster up.
Hey, Lamont. While you're looking for that, I have a question. So
yeah,
when people are talking about Russ,
I got it right here. Actually,
the thing is,
hold on. Let me run it. Let me run through
I'll
this.
ask afterwards.
We got Ariza, who started the season off hurt. You got Avery Bradley, who was hurt, in and out the lineup. Anthony Davis obviously was hurt. A guy that was underrated that I think could have really made an impact on this team is a guy that most people don't know, and that's Siko Demboya. He would have been a really good player on this team if he was healthy, but he was hurt, so he really didn't get to play because of that ankle. You got
Kendrick.
You got Kendrick Nunn, who was hurt.
Ariza.
Yeah, I said Ariza already. And so
true.
again, and then you have to mention the injury to LeBron as well. So these are all key guys that they expected to be in the rotation. You said who?
Bazemore was washed.
Well, yeah, Bazemore. I didn't expect much out of Bazemore anyway. After I saw him in Golden State,
because he's a role player. But
just because he fouls too much and he never fit that system. So when you look at that, when you look at some of the key guys, they signed Stanley Johnson, who was basically on 10 days. They went and got Wendy and Gabriel. They tried to get Collison. It never worked out. I mean, when you look at DJ Augustine, who came in, he was sitting on his couch. They had to bring him in. Wayne Ellington was just too old. Essentially, he's a good player, but he just got old real fast, if you're just being honest. And, I mean, I don't know what y'all expected from this team. And then there was no consistency. Because if a lot of these guys could have been consistently healthy, along with LeBron and Russ, and even if just 80 was out, I believe they could have found some type of rhythm and made it to at least a play-in. But there was really never any consistency. On top of the fact that Vogel was switching the lineups up, it seemed like every game because he couldn't find a lineup that just worked.
Hey, Lamont, my question, Lamont. Thank you for bringing up the roster. Going back to Russ, and I know what TJ and Ross is gonna say, but when y'all talking about Russ, I hope do people realize it's not Russ from 6 years ago? I mean, I'm not talking about the highlights. I'm not talking about the name. Oh, wait, man, dang! I'm not talking about highlights. I'm not talking about his name. Just him on film. It's like two different worlds.
Yep.
They don't watch him, man.
They do not watch. They don't.
Bro, he's the same player.
Hold up.
He's not the same player.
But
they said the Nets. They said the Nets roster is better than Lakers roster. They're starting undrafted Austin Reeves. They got Stanley Johnson bouncing around the league. He's starting. Like, bro, the roster was terrible. They had Kent Bazemore couldn't even make the Warriors team. He was starting some games.
So okay, I agree with you on that.
What
part.
about
a good portion of that part? But guess what? They had a better roster the year previously before that when they lost to the Phoenix Suns. They had a great roster.
I just want to ask y'all, if these guys are so good, then how come most of these guys is out the league right now?
And why does nobody want Westbrook? Nobody. Every team in the league is like, nah. Why?
Look, okay, I got one question for you, T. I got one question.
Because nobody want to pay that nigga $47 million.
Yeah, I got one question for you.
They don't want him on the
Hold on, I got a question for everyone in the panel. I had a question for everyone in the panel, man. Okay, in today's NBA, right? If you the best player on the team or the second best player on the team, you can make suggestions for your GM to make certain trades here and there, right?
Keywords,
right?
Not fun to say.
Yes or no? Hold on, no, don't get mad. Hey,
yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
you can. Yes.
You see that? They mad now.
No, we said yes. We said yes.
Okay. No, I just heard some cussing. I heard some.
I'm just trying to hear your point. I want to hear your point. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Listen, when you're the best or second best player on your team, you can make suggestions for the team or the roster, right? To your GM. And what did AD and LeBron do? They had a perfect roster, young core. They could somewhat play defense. They had great team defense with Kyle Kuzma, Pope, and the rest. And also,
Kyle Kuzma never played defense, bro.
Alex Caruso.
Team defense, you big dumbo. See, you see how you trying to switch it up?
And they let Alex Caruso walk in free agency.
Hold up, T. Let me finish my point because I'm about to get my point. Listen, LeBron and AD They wanted this man, even though they knew all his downsides, they knew all his pros and cons on a team. They still wanted him. And he switched it.
Hey, but hold on. What Trumps? Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Hold on. We gotta end this conversation soon.
Don't get mad.
Hold on, Trunks. And it's still Trunks.
Why he said like that?
So Trunks, I want you to answer this question.
True the king, you can't get mad, bro.
Trunks, hold on, Trunks. If the Lakers were healthy,
I don't even like
AD,
LeBron, bro.
If the Lakers were healthy, including AD, do the Lakers make the playoffs last year?
No.
Lamont,
you're a liar.
Phoenix? You talking about against Phoenix?
No, what I'm saying is,
Well,
I said last year.
Phoenix before,
I said if AD, Brian, and Russ are all healthy, no injuries. If the bench is not healthy, because let's take health out of it. We're just going with strictly roster. If you have to bet your life on it, does that Laker team healthy make the playoffs?
I'll say they make the play-in.
Oh. No. You heard what I said. Playoffs.
No.
If you bet you would bet your life on that.
It's 50-50, because let me tell you something. They ain't had team chemistry. They ain't had team chemistry.
Yeah, I know it's 50-50. You live or you die. I know that.
No.
I'm saying if you had to bet your life on it, and that team fully healthy, LeBron healthy, AD healthy, Russ is good. We can play in this role as the third guy. The bench is fully healthy with Kendrick Nunn. You saying that team don't make the playoffs as healthy?
Okay, they could. Yeah.
No.
Eighth seed.
He don't know what to say.
Hold on. Lamar, they'll make a ninth seed and they'll beat the eighth seed and make the playoffs. That's the only way they go through the playoffs. You gotta go through the play-in.
We trying to talk some real basketball, man.
Get
out of here.
Hold on, real quick. That's real. No, I'm telling the truth.
Real
you
quick,
got mad
because
you need to stop taking that Katy Perry.
Hold on, we gotta let McDuff get the last point of the day before we shut it down.
My thing is, we all talked about the roster. I'm just saying, if the roster has LeBron, forget about AD. If the roster has LeBron James, Russell Westbrook, Malik Monk, Carmelo Anthony, and Dwight Howard, at any stage of their career, in any era, my expectations is for them to make the playoffs. If they play 60 games, time out. If those 5 players play 60 games together, I expect them to make the playoffs, not be 15 games below 500.
Who played 60 games together? Brian, Russ, and AD did not play no 60 games.
Brian didn't even play 60
AD didn't
games.
play. I didn't add AD.
Brian didn't even play 60 games.
But I guess, I mean, it's all
okay, 57? Are you serious?
Okay, so you're saying basically what you're saying, McDuff, is you would feel confident of taking the Fort Wayne Mad Ants roster, adding Russ and Brian to the starting lineup, and saying that team should at least make the playoffs.
You said
what?
What I'm saying is, so basically, McDuff, if we could take any G League team.
Listen to this nigga's question.
McDuff, take a G League team, plug Brian
Malik Monk is not a G League.
Hold on. Plug
Carmelo
Brian
Anthony and
Dwight. No, that's not what I'm talking about. What you just said was, you said with Brian and Russ at the top of your roster, you should at least make the playoffs. So what I'm asking you is, if you take a G League team and put Brian and Russ on it, do they make the playoffs?
I don't think so. Not in this NBA.
But why?
No, because they don't have enough around them. A G League team? You mean to tell me a G League team? Hold on. Let me answer the question. A G League team is not NBA players. So no, Russ and LeBron James with non-NBA players they're not making the playoffs. That would be disrespectful to the NBA.
Lamar, I got a question.
He doesn't even understand that you cooked them.
Lamar, so everyone on the panel agrees that LeBron is over for LeBron, then, right?
So hold on. Malik Monk is a G League player now.
Right?
See, he doesn't understand.
He's not going to the finals. None of that. It's done for LeBron. You guys admitting that, right?
Hey, Shut up. I answered the question.
No, not you, McDuff. I'm talking about the whole thing.
Big Sammy said, stop using hypotheticals. But you know them hypotheticals be killing people.
I answered the hypothetical.
No, I got a question.
Lamar. I forgot to say this too earlier. When you had Kenneth, as you call the LeBron hater on the panel. I forgot to say this too. Lamont, why do you invite him on? And the reason why I asked is because this is the same dude that said that Robert Pack from the Nuggets in the 90s was the equivalent of a prime Russell Westbrook. He already lost his basketball.
No, he said Robert Pack was better than Russell Westbrook.
Who said that?
That dude who's on the panel earlier, he said Robert Pack was Russell Westbrook before Russell.
No, he said Robert Pack was better than Russell Westbrook.
Even worse.
Who said that?
Kenneth.
It's like why do you invite those goofy old heads on your panel every time? Kick him out.
Honestly, for everybody that keeps spitting Russell Westbrook, I want to ask how many games y'all watched him play over the last 2 years.
Bro, watch Russell Westbrook play. Russell Westbrook.
I said I asked for a number. How many times did you watch him play?
I don't know how many times I didn't count the number of times I watched.
How many times did you say this past season that Russell Westbrook was trash?
I can't. You said what?
How many times did you say Russell Westbrook was trash this season?
I didn't say he was trash this year.
On public platforms.
I didn't say he was trash.
Lamont, I said he was playing horrible for the team he was on.
Can I? My perspective on Russell Westbrook is what I said was A, they don't have no fucking chemistry. B, this is his 4th team in 4 years.
And whose fault is that?
LeBron and AD.
Hold on. There's no. We're talking about Russell Westbrook. He didn't have no chemistry. It's his 4th team with 4 years. But as a player, no, to me, he's not garbage. And I still expect them to get together and still at least make the play.
So let me ask you this: why is he on his 4th team in 4 years?
Bro, everybody gets traded. Are you finna say that Russell Westbrook? Hold on. So Russell, let's just say what you're saying. Russell Westbrook is on his 4th team in 4 years because he's garbage. Let's just say that.
I just want to know where
Russell Westbrook is still in the NBA, but he's garbage.
I have never heard so much positivity for Russell Westbrook until we get to a conversation where y'all have to make an angle to slander LeBron.
No,
normally I'm the only person defending Russ. And I have a ton of people telling me how trash Russ is, including you, Magdalene, and Trump.
I ain't never said Russ.
And now all of a sudden, Russell Westbrook is
you're lying on my name, bro. Pull up a tape where I said Russell Westbrook was trash.
When is the last time?
Nah, I know, but Trunks though. Trunks is he's the main one.
Bro.
Don't put words in my mouth.
Joe, come on, bro.
Well, hold on. Can I just say this? Yeah, Lamont, you know the LeBron. Hold on. Let me just say something, bro. You know the LeBron haters are out of this world. They rather say that. Hold on, bro. Hold on. Let me finish. Niggas will say the East was dog shit for 10 years rather than say LeBron was good. Exactly. So it wasn't just him get the nine finals in 10 years. The East was just trash for 10 years.
Bro, I've never heard so many people support Russell Westbrook.
Lamont, can I say something, man?
Go ahead, Trunks. What's good, Trunks?
All right, man. Listen. Let's all be honest. Everyone in this panel, everyone in this chat, everyone in the whole world, the NBA world. When Russell Westbrook got traded to the Lakers, what were we all saying?
They're the best team in the Western Conference. Go ahead.
I gave up on.
Oh yeah.
That's not true. That's not true.
Hold on,
No, I said they were going to be good, but I know a ton of people that were saying the Lakers.
You made a freaking video, Lamont, talking about this.
MacDuff, I just told you I don't have no problem saying. See, I don't have a problem telling you guys my prediction that the Lakers would get out the West. But again, that was all predicated on them being healthy. Now, if you would have told me AD was only going to play less than 30 games, if you're going to tell me Brown would get injured, if you're going to tell me Kendrick Nunn wouldn't play a game and Trevor Reeves would start the season hurt, if you would tell me, if you tell me Austin Reeves would be starting mid-season, if you tell me Wenyen Gabriel would be starting lineup, if you told me, hold on, I'm saying if you would have told me all those things, then my pick would have been different.
You would have said
no. Okay. Let's just not say the finals. Let's not just say the Lakers were gonna come out the West. Let's just say that they were going. Hold on, man. Let's just say they were going to go to the playoffs at best. Everyone agreed to that.
With everything that I just said.
Yeah.
No. By December, but I think by January, I said that Lakers wouldn't make the playoffs.
Can I tell y'all why I said the Lakers?
I didn't need a bigger sample size.
Can I tell y'all why I said they wouldn't? First of
all,
they
wouldn't. You were lying,
No, nigga, I'm not calm down. Listen, I'm gonna tell you why. Y'all are not paying attention to the game. When's the last time y'all watched LeBron play with a ball dominant guard who couldn't shoot and win? When's the last time
LeBron
y'all
wanted
saw
a point guard, right?
No. Answer the question, bro. When's the
I
last
haven't,
time
but
you
let me.
see that?
Who? Hold on. Who? Hey, hold on.
What'd
Who
you
was
say?
the point?
So why
Time
Frank
out.
Vogel ain't
Who
put him
did
in the
they?
bench?
Who was the
The
point guard of the
organization didn't
fucking
even want to
Lakers
put
when
him
they
in the
won a
bench.
championship?
Fuck
Y'all
out
have
of
a
here.
hard time answering questions. Y'all really do.
They really have a hard time answering
They never.
questions,
Oh,
bro.
LeBron never did because he was the ball dominant player, but he wanted him.
Exactly.
He wanted him.
So
The
Rondo can shoot
organization.
all of a sudden.
Hold on, man. The organization was
signed
too
off
afraid
on
to
the
put him in the
Suns.
bench. The organization.
Yes, Rondo was making threes that year.
Rondo
Yes.
was
Okay,
hitting,
yes, he
Rondo
can
was hitting
shoot,
catches
Rondo
but
shot
he's a
40% from
ball.
Yes.
three in the
Stop.
playoffs.
I
Rondo
answered
was
your
hitting
question.
catches from
Rondo.
three.
Rondo was splashing threes
Rondo.
in
We're not
2020.
finna. We're
can't
not
do
finna
that.
soup up Rondo and make sure that he's a.
Bro,
No, hey, don't
he
get
No,
mad
bro,
at
led
me.
the team in like
You get
3-point
mad.
percentage in the
Hey,
playoffs,
Steve,
didn't he? Didn't he
Steve,
lead the
You're
Steve.
not
team?
listening.
He led
He
Lakers in
did.
3-point
You get
percentage in the
mad at the
playoffs.
organization, the Lakers organization, for being
hit
afraid
open
to
threes.
put Russell
Westbrook can't
Westbrook
even
on the
do that.
bench.
Fuck out of here.
They
Hold
should have
on, putting
never.
him on
They
the
was
bench
afraid
would
to
have made
put him
it
in the bench.
worse. Trunks,
They should have
putting him
never
on the
got
bench
him.
would have made it
Bro,
worse.
they
Because
roster
you
But
would
it
have
was
had
wouldn't
to
not
go.
good.
play.
They
How
had
would
that
it
You would
roster.
have had
go?
to play
How
off
would
threes.
it
Okay,
go?
okay. So
You let
Trunks,
LeBron. You let LeBron play
Trunks.
make
Let me
the
tell
whole
you this
game.
right here, Trunks.
What you
If you
talking
bench
about?
Russell Westbrook, who do you play more for?
LeBron James.
Bazemore?
I'll let him play.
Base?
I'll
Do you
let him
play
play
No,
the whole
hold on,
game.
Trunks.
Because it was
Trunks,
working before.
Trunks. We already know LeBron's gonna be on the court. What I'm saying, if you bench Russ, then what guy off that bench are you gonna be playing more?
Let me
Man,
pull up
this
the
gonna be
roster
a
Bradley?
real quick. I
sad day
got
for
you.
Are
y'all
you gonna play
LeBron
Avery
fans
Bradley
this year.
more?
I
So
swear to
Russ is
God.
not a role player.
Hold on. Let
No,
me pull
hold
up the
on. What I'm
roster real
saying
quick.
is,
Hold up.
Trunks said the solution was to bench Russ. If the
That's
solution is to bench
horrible.
Russ, then who you play in this place?
Let me pull up the roster. Hold up. I got you. Hold up.
Stop it, Trunks.
It
Hold
really
up. Let me
can't
pull
get
up the
much
roster.
worse. But
So you don't even know the
I'm
roster
dead
that
So
you're
wait,
speaking
serious.
hold on.
on.
Let
I'm
me
dead
say this. I gotta
serious.
say this. Hold up.
LeBron haters
Still,
going
when you find the
outside.
information,
I'm a
Trunks.
LeBron hater.
Hold on. When you find
Who
that
hating on
information,
LeBron?
hold on. When you find the information, we all know Kid Chucks. You was a Wizards fan, right? So how do you feel about Russell Westbrook when he was on the Wizards? Because like this is a different energy. You was on
No.
this
I was
panel.
being honest. No. That's a lie. I kept it honest.
Hold on. How do you
Bro, it's
feel?
like
Let me ask
4
you.
people
Hold on.
saying that you said something else, bro.
How they gonna tell me? I'm me. You gonna
Lamont, if I'm lying,
Lamont
Lamont McDev, Lee, if I'm lying, could
Hey
he been on?
man, come on, man. Why did I do you like
He
that?
been on this one last.
Come on, man.
He can't even lie about
Hey.
it no more.
This shit dead. You ain't
No.
right. That shit
That's
crazy.
not true. That's not true. Hold on, man.
Nah,
Time
bro,
out.
you really is like on
Let me say
tape
something,
though.
man.
Shit don't rest though, bro.
You on cat, bro. You
Hell
Hey,
no.
y'all, look, hold on, y'all. It's
I'm
going
gonna
on
pull up the
4
roster
hours.
right now.
Hold on, Trunks. I know we want to keep it going, but we're going on 4 hours. I gotta shut it down, man.
Oh, God, dang, I was being good too.
I gotta shut it down,
All right, well,
because I gotta get to the gym and a whole bunch of stuff, man. So,
okay, but this a roster you could put. You could have put.
Lamont, when are you going to donate to my Cash App? I've been asking you this for like 2 years.
Wow.
I got the roster right here, Lamont. You could have put Ray John Rondo. You could have put Ray John Rondo.
Oh my God!
Say something. I dare you to say something.
Hey, Lamont, when are you going to donate to my Cash App?
Ray John Rondo, LeBron James.
If I got $100 in my Cash App, I got
Stanley Johnson. Yeah, that would have been a good roster. That team would have went to the playoffs.
Stanley Johnson did start, and that shit looked horrible.
This nigga's a joker, man.
He said if Stanley Johnson would have started, they would have been in the playoffs.
Was he playing somewhat okay defense?
Bro.
That ain't saying
you
much,
guys
bro.
admit,
Any
you guys are
defense.
admitting.
Johnson out there playing center last year,
Come on, bro.
You guys were admitting that the Lakers are pure hyena ass.
Salute. No, you admitted it. Like I said, you
just souped up Westbrook.
I even asked y'all. I said, if you put Bron and Russ on a G League team, do they get to the playoffs? Y'all said no because they won't have the supporting cast around them.
Not a 37-year-old LeBron.
Yeah, he got y'all with the young didn't catch that.
I mean, because y'all said just those two alone will get you there. G League players are pretty decent ballers. They're not great, but they're decent.
Y'all would have also been right if he was
wrong.
27. At 37, LeBron's not carrying.
Hey, salute to Double E in the Cash App as well. Salute to Double E, man. He's always supporting. Look, y'all, I appreciate y'all pulling up, man. Salute True. True, you going live tonight?
No, no, I'm not going live tonight. I'm going live tomorrow, though.
Kill that biracial ass.
All right, I got you. All right. Hey, Trunks, man, appreciate you pulling up.
No problem, man. God
Hey,
bless
if I,
everybody.
yo,
Nothing
you,
but
hey,
love.
listen,
Nothing but
you
love,
better. If
man.
I don't feel like, you better hope I don't feel like find some tape of you, cause everybody know you. If you know, like that's bad. Like that was crazy,
Hey,
bro.
salute to Hitman X. Make sure y'all check Hitman X channel out if you haven't done so. Hitman X got a little son's channel. I don't know how much content he's really been doing. Hold on, you got Cam the Hooper said join my live. Cam, I don't know. If y'all got channels, y'all got to come on the panel and put the links in the backstage so I can know. Otherwise, some of y'all channels be having completely different names, and I don't even know who y'all are. So, but I'll look you up. Cam the Hooper. I'll try to find it if you're live.
Peace, Lamar. Catch you, man.
All right, true, man. Again, appreciate everybody pulling up. I'm gonna have to drop people. He said, "Oh, you've been on vacation." Okay, Hitman. Hitman, I didn't know Jehovah's Witnesses take vacations, man.
Oh my gosh! All right, Lamar.
He a Jehovah's Witness?
Yeah, Hitman, a Jehovah's Witness.
Oh my goodness! Nothing but love, Hitman. But I gotta watch out for you now, man. I'm telling you, man.
Nah, I'm joking with Hitman. I'm joking.
Oh, okay. I'm about to say.
All right, Lamar, put me in the Hall of Fame.
All right, Lee, I got you, man. All right. Oh man.
Right. I'm gonna come back more possibly.
Yeah, man. Y'all was dope.
I got the entertainment.
Hey, all right, hey man. Look, y'all. Hey, Ross, make sure you pull up more, Ross. Man, it was good having you. Man.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna start pulling up, bro.
Yeah, so but make sure you we have another channel where we do most of our lives. This is our main channel.
All right,
but
hey,
you got to type it's FYL Sports Live. It only has about 1,500 subs right now. We're still growing it, but that's where we do all of our main lives consistent.
All right, I'm gonna subscribe over there too.
Yes, sir. Peace, all right, Trunks, man. I'm gonna catch you on the next one. All right, y'all, man. Great show. I didn't get all of the necessary people that I wanted to get to pull up that would have made it crazy. But we got enough to pull up, man. Good conversations, man. Salute to everybody pulled up. Hopefully nobody got too emotional about the takes, man. I know Bees went at some people pretty hard. Salute to a non-truth, man, pulled up. I think it was his first time on the panel. I mean, he held his own. I mean, he stood the test of time, man. He stood in the fire, man. A lot of people coming at him for his takes. And he stayed on the panel, man. A lot of people run. So, man, great show today, man. And that's how you're supposed to have the basketball conversation, man. We just cook on it, man. Nobody take nothing personal. We get up out of here and we do it again on another day. And more topics coming. We still got to talk about Deshaun Watson. We got to get some football, NFL coverage coming. And we got a lot of different topics coming. So, again, appreciate everybody in the chat. I see a lot of new names. Seriously, Stewart's, man. Jedi. Big Sammy, man. Marcus Sanders, man. I see a lot of new names just here in the recent comments. So, like I said, make sure y'all continuously pull up. We actually on this channel do more uploads than anything. If y'all want, and let me put the link in the chat. Our second channel, which is called FYF Sports Debates Live, link is in the chat, man. Make sure y'all sub up to that channel as well. I just put that link in the chat. But he says, why Kareem hating on Brian? I don't know. But yeah, make sure y'all sub up to our second channel, man, because that's where we're gonna do a lot of our lives. More uploads over here and all and that. But again, I just wanted to go live on this channel because I thought this was just a topic that I wanted to get a little bit more exposure. I'm also gonna run this video on my second channel as well. But again, appreciate everybody pulling up, man. Been really good show today. Appreciate Double Lee in the Cash App today, man, supporting. You know, that's always big when you guys support to that degree. Like I said, only $10, but man, look, that's all. Sometimes it's all you need, man, to keep it going. Hold on 1 second here. All right, man. Hey, y'all. FYF Sports, man. Another good podcast episode. We'll be back later. Until then, man, it's FYF Sports. And we out.
All I hear is yap. Ain't talking about nothing, right? Watch this. We gon' bring that pressure.
Just a little FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo, fuck your feelings, we all know who the real is. I be getting to it, ain't wasting no time. Walking straight in, we ain't waiting in line. Fuck your feelings, you don't care about mine. You a YouTube gangster, don't be yelling out slime. Or you talking LB, talking Ticket TV. Ain't nobody watching them, all the viewers be sleep. 5 years in, all your subs is your friends. Ticket TV, watch your cars again. Just a little FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo, fuck your feelings. We all know who the really all know. Shop don't close, working 24, trying to make the channel grow. Look at them, pointing fingers, hating on the low. You can't compete with our podcast show. Couldn't make it in the league, so we got on TV. Crying by LeBron like a little baby. You must be crazy, trying to ever play me. Or you super tough until it's time to say cheese. Just a little FYI, FYF. 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF. 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo! Fuck your feelings. We all know who the real